Good morning, everybody. Monitoring Windows didn't want to boot this morning. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. Okay. So, take a look at that map there. Got a little bit of exploration to do in West Point yet. That is definitely on the agenda today. Long overdue to give this thing a lovely little B here, because this is a certified base. We picked up this cruiser here the other day. I almost feel morally obligated to link it up with the Meade County Sheriff mobile, as that is one of the only other ones of this type. Perhaps we should get started with some scouting. I'll hop into the race car and get my bearings on the local area. Do I have food for today? Let's get food for today. So we basically should be cleared up on Church Street here, I think. At least I think. KTO, good morning. Getting warmed up with some exploration here. I do recall seeing a couple of very pretty looking sports cars, but I don't remember anything exactly about where. So if we see an opportunity to yeet one, we've got ourselves the race car. We can yeet anything we'd like. I had my eyes on that purple truck for a minute, but it's hardly a priority. We do have one survivor house that we marked on the map, and that is it, just one. I think this building here, the gas station up here, is the limit to where we've explored and cleared thus far. And cleared is a bit of a strong statement because there are still zombies chilling around here. Anything beyond that in the residential area up here is still swarming. We're not exactly equipped for a big fight right now. We've got guns and ammo for self-defense. We don't exactly have a lot of reloads of anything for massive horde clearing, so we're not going to engage in anything just yet. Not without the truck. I have not seen it yet, but, ooh. Turkeys. This is the first turkeys I've seen on this character. Interesting. Those turkeys, we will never be able to get them. They're running around in a zombie-infested area. Turkeys are the fastest moving objects in this game that are not vehicles. So that's not happening. But there may actually be some turkeys alive in the animal trailer there. And so the director interview, I've heard of it. I've not seen the video. I parsed a comment from Ranzera, my previous stream, and I was barely awake when I read it, but there were 2 words he stated that definitely woke me up, activated my neurons. Gas spoilage. So, we don't even need to take that any farther. It's coming. Gas spoilage will come in some form, and that the moment I read that, what I really read was there's spoilage of some sort being added to. Okay. There's spoilage being added to liquids. That's what's actually happening there. And that means milk spoilage cannot be too far behind. Oh, look at that. Okay. This is going to be interesting. I didn't think this too far through here. Let's test my knowledge of towing. Okay, that's a bit of a fail. I think we can power through that, actually. Yep, okay. Took a little bit of damage to the race car, though, so honestly, skill issue. 50-minute interview. Jesus Christ. Okay. That is actually making me want to test something. It's not finished, so I'm not going to do it. What I was actually thinking about doing was coming up with a way of getting YouTube videos to play in a window on my screen while I'm gaming, in a partially transparent window, kind of like how I got chat over there. But I barely started that, so I don't think I'll be able to do that and watch the interview today while we're playing. At least I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't even tried it yet. Now it'll be interesting to see if cheese production is actually coming. Then I figured it was. I mean, that it feels like that's a survival crafting staple. There have been so many games in the survival crafting genre that have been adding apiaries, beekeeping, that it would not surprise me if Zomboid was going to be on that list too. Hey, Luchador, how's it going? Yes, we are. We were parsing around West Point, and we did just a little bit of exploration. We found a couple of interesting things. Turkeys, for one, but also this is the second West Point police car I've ever seen. The one we just found here might not have as good of an engine quality. For some reason, wrecked vehicles seem to have an amazing engine quality, so the non-wrecked one. Let's take a look. Yeah, 75 on the one that is not wrecked. The one that is wrecked, the engine quality is 96. So, I don't know. What do we need to do for this one? It might need a charge. Yes, let's get the battery charged. That's an easy win. I might not need to be borrowing the charger from my ambulance every single time now, because I should now have multiple chargers in the kit. Now, of course, these are still going to belong to the ambulance. I'm just not going to be taking them from the passenger seat. I lost a little bit of storage space in the trunk. Tragic. Morning, Mario. How's it going? If they add gas spoilage. Yeah, it's all going to depend on how the gas spoilage system works. I mean, of course, I have no idea what the dev said about it, so I'm only speculating. But in real life, there are things you can do to mitigate gas spoilage. There are additives you can put in. Different, I mean, I'm pretty sure the spoilage comes from oxidization, but I don't know that for sure. Most containers for gasoline are not fully airtight. I want to assume that if they are going to be fully airtight, then you get more time out of how long you can store. I have no idea. Just speculating. Oh, I was supposed to refill my water. That's what I went in there for. Not 100% awake yet. Everything I go. Mostly, yeah, mostly. I don't have any complaints this morning. No complaints. Not yet, at least. I haven't woken up enough for complaints. I was pretty certain that gas spoilage was a question of when, not if. It's all going to be in the details, right? How are they going to do it? Are there going to be mitigations? Are they going to put it in before any mitigations exist? That's my biggest concern. If they plan on having mitigations for gas spoilage, then I feel like they're going to implement gas spoilage long before those mitigations are in there, because, of course, the priority is to make sure we suffer. The priority is not to make sure that there are ways to get around that suffering. It is indeed oxidization. Yeah, that's what I figured. It always is. I'm pretty sure one of the reasons we die, aging and oxidization, are technically linked. But of course, vacuum sealing a human is not going to stop them from dying. In fact, it will accelerate the process. So we located some turkeys. I'm going to need to get a better understanding of where exactly that intersection was. This is the most reliable intersection I've cleared in this direction. I predict 6th and Main up here is still going to have some action. I think it was like up here. Yeah, it was up here, like Rosenwald to south. I think that's where the turkeys we witnessed just now are. They are going to be scattered to the wind. Oh, the 4-story office building over there. Yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty nice place. When my homies and I played this game, this is like first when I got into the game, we tried to meet up in West Point. It was a success, yeah. I think we only had one casualty. We met up in West Point and eventually linked up and built in the 2nd floor of the food mart there. Okay, yeah, so I'm going to go loud here. I'm going to go loud here and clear this corner and progress in the general this way direction towards where the turkeys are, in the event that there are some in the animal trailer still. Because I think what we witnessed when we saw the turkeys running around is what we witnessed was an animal trailer with animals nearby. And I've noticed that can sometimes be that, you know, there's animals nearby, but there's also, whatchamacallits, animals in it that are still alive. Or animals in it that are still dead. That's going to be a roll of the dice. In any case, they've got a ticking clock over their heads. Yeah, that's, having the bucket be there by itself as a part of, an inextricable part of the forge. Especially during, earlier builds, they took this out, but during earlier builds, you could take the bucket out. I don't know where that went. I feel like there was probably a requirement, or like they were considering a requirement to have water in the bucket so that you can flash cool things while you're forging them. Assuming that's the correct terminology. You know, the classic blacksmith thing that you see in the movies where they take it out of the, or they you know, they dip it into the water and the steam hisses and it they pull it out and it's a fully forged sword already, or already sharpened and everything. But what that would mean is that you just have, you need a water supply for your forge and it will use up the water over time. Or at least that's probably what they had in mind. I don't know if it is going to come back like that. We're at 9 rounds in the M16. Its integrity is down to half. Honestly, I feel like that's not too awful bad. We have expended probably about 50 magazines, maybe? No, not quite 50. Probably something closer to 30. Somewhere between 30 and 40, because we blew off an entire backpack full of magazines, and the backpacks full of magazines are 24. And then there was some loose magazines on top of that, so I think a little over 30 magazines. And this was at 100% integrity when we started, and now it's at half. Our maintenance is 9 out of 10, and our aiming hasn't changed. We've been 6 this whole time. So, I don't know how I feel about that. Considering I have many M16s to work with, I'm not that upset about it, but what if I didn't have that many M16s? That would really suck, wouldn't it? Last round. Yeah, see, still getting flanked a little bit here. One-offs aren't a concern, but I need to make sure that doesn't happen often. We did lots of shooting in this area over there further to the right, but I'm guessing that the shooting wasn't consistent enough to displace everybody who was local. I'm willing to bet that we're within auditory reach of the animal trailer where the turkeys are. So if they are still alive in the animal trailer, they're going to be stressed to oblivion. We will have to test our de-stressing capabilities. Turkeys make the single most annoying sounds in the game when they're stressed. So I don't know if I have the capability of tolerating that, but we'll see. Perhaps, I have not ruled out going into the game files and replacing animal stress noises with something else. Because, I don't like animal stress noises. They really bother me. Not much surprised to see lots of slow ones. They're the ones who didn't get the memo when I was down there fighting at the gas station. One slow to the south. Dead center of the road, because of course. Having a simple forge mean that I actually have I don't. So the sledgehammer is steel. Only the advanced forge can do steel, as far as I recall. I could be wrong about that because I don't have a lot of experience with the intermediary. It's simple, right? Simple is the intermediary, primitive is the most basic. I know that primitive can barely do iron, and I wanted to say that simple had limited options outside of iron. That I think you needed to have something with bellows in it to do. Okay, that's happening more and more often now. Jams. I'm getting jams more. Right, to make the anvil. And that is anvil being iron. This is my last mag for the M16. Like I said, I'm not exactly equipped for a ground war at the moment. It was always a little bit indeterminate how many we're going to be left up here. We're probably doing chain pulls here. I mean, no, we're definitely doing chain pulls. As in, people are hearing our gunshots, losing interest, but then we start shooting again, and they regain interest. 16. Large bellows are incredibly annoying to get. Now that being said, there is something to look out for now. It's probably nowhere. It's probably nothing close to approaching reliable, but there's a truck to look out for. A van, a yellow van that says it's a leatherworking van, and you can go into the trunk and find crude leather that's already been processed. I think every time I've done it so far, we've found large leather, which you can split in half and get 2 mediums, and there's your 2 bellows right there. But that, of course, is not going to be guaranteed. It's a vehicle spawn, so. Eight rounds. We are in maximum stink now. To move up a tad. We are going to still get people from this direction because they're trying to go through that building and kind of failing. $100 sledge. No, we only have about 6. I feel like they've increased the spawn rate. That's just a theory of mine. I have no idea. A game theory. No, we found 2 in our first couple of weeks. I mean, hell, the first one we found was day 3, I think. That was just sheer luck. That was literal sheer luck. They've increased the spawn rate, but not that much. At least it feels like they've increased the spawn rate. So there's turkeys. We are now in... We're just going to make our lives more difficult if we shoot. So we're not going to shoot. I like your hat. Yeah, that's if you're not sure what you're doing and you're just trying to go in blind, that can definitely be a miserable experience. I don't even remember exactly how I learned everything for blacksmithing. It was a very slow and gradual process that happened before some of it happened before I started live streaming. By the time I started live streaming, it was more of an optimization process than it was anything else. Hello there, Agnes. I didn't hear any. I have a feeling that if there were any living turkeys in that trailer, we would have definitely heard them by now. Because turkeys that are stressed make a extremely obnoxious noise. Yeah, there's 2 dead ones in there, and that's it. They're probably fresh, though, so let us... I mean, the ones that are not dead are just down there. Now, trying to pick them up may be difficult. If they are stressed, then they might run away from us, I'm not sure. In any case, let's just get these vehicles out of the way first. I think I might have a torch. I think I do carry around torches in my... Well, okay, so I probably have a torch. I probably do not have a mask. Just cleared Ekron College. Okay, 7108. Tell me what kind of population you ran into in Ekron College. Because I'm curious. I feel like I got a random spawn heat map that just gave me very little. But I feel like it's got to be possible to get more. The amount that I got was pathetic on this character. Like, I got, like, there were less than a dozen zombies in the school. And it did not make sense to me because I have seen, in the past, I have seen well over 1,500 zombies come out of that school. And so the numbers, they don't add up. They really don't. I understand there's random spawn maps, but there's got to be a baseline. And it's really whacked me out, but yeah, let me know. This one I might even... Carpentry 2, floodlights. Spare pump, nails. I mean, what am I doing? I'll take this back with me. Lower priority, though. In fact, let me, I'm just going to leave Kentucky Lumber here, next to the nearest, vehicle that I can scrap for spare parts. Whoa! Jesus Christ! Sorry about that, Mr. Turkey. I literally didn't see you there. Damn. Rip Turkey. Frick. I'm not programmed to look out for that. I actually, now that I'm looking at it, it looks almost like a garbage bag. Hey, VTSS. Howdy and good morning. Yeah, well, so we're definitely going to be taking turkeys home and putting them into the freezer. I may or may not want to repair that bull driver. If so, I've got donor board full of parts right up there. Top right there. Your light bar vehicle will make a fine addition to my collection. Right, okay, yeah, so there were a lot of zombies in there for you. Okay, so it was definitely just a fluke of the random generation that I only had a dozen. It has to be, yes. Now, the only other question that I have is, I'm assuming that your character that you're playing right now was started on a 42.16 or 42.17 and was not migrated from an older version of the game. That's the only other thing that I could think of that's... Because obviously, well, I mean, even then, my 42.13 character, Nora, she didn't run into that many zombies. There was definitely more than, like, 12 or 13, but she didn't... we vastly overestimated how many were in there. Like, we built a defensive position and everything in preparation to handle anything, and we ended up handling very little. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So we do have a live one. I believe it is running away from a zombie there. If it was running away from me, it would have definitely run farther. Now, this is a tom. This is not a hen. Generally speaking, I believe whenever you see a bunch of animals, then they're going to be a mix of more females than males. So as long as we have one female, we've got a mating pair. Turkeys do take forever to breed, though. I have never successfully bred turkeys in this game. And that's saying something because animal reproduction used to go faster. They have nerfed the reproduction speed tremendously. We have only so far had one round of sheep births. We have had 0.0 cow births. I only actually recall seeing two turkeys out here. So that no, there is at least one more out there somewhere. This is where tracking as a skill might actually be useful. Look these guys up. Ooh, now this is interesting. Hunters, I'm guessing? Yeah. They're all hunters. I've never seen an event like that before. Probably the bedroom door in there. Or the bathroom. Right. Okay, there's one. Do not make the mistake. I made this mistake. Do not make the mistake of going by what B42 map says. Only B42 map, as far as I know, makes the mistake of calling it the community center. It is not a community center. It is very much a community college. And it should follow the precedent set by the rest of the colleges on the map, which is there's one, and there's a lot of zombies in it. Okay, we've got a mating pair. There may be one more out there somewhere, but honestly, having a mating pair is probably good enough for me for now. Also, this animal trailer is one of the horse ones. It is therefore unstable. More so than other trailers. So y'all hear that noise, right? That incredibly obnoxious noise. These things, there's only two of them back there. Imagine if there were 4 of them. Oops. I am definitely not the only person who may have underestimated that place, thanks to B42 map calling it a community center. I wonder if I raise an issue on their GitHub, if they would listen to it. The other people in the Project Zomboid community don't seem to have a problem listening to me. I remember the mods on the subreddits. The subreddit for Project Zomboid didn't have a link to YouTube's live stream page for the game. As a YouTube live streamer, that made me feel like, oh man, maybe we should get that on there. So I sent a message to the mods. I was like, hey, can you add this link to the Zomboid live streaming page for YouTube? And they're like, sure. And then they added it. Now it's there. So maybe I'll actually see if they can get that changed. I've never visited the GitHub for the project though. I don't even know if there is one. I'm pretty sure there is. Yeah, no, that's it is it's literally the second biggest book resource on the map. All right. I hate these things so much. I don't know why I picked them up. I know I left an axe somewhere around here. Trunk of the truck, yes. It's not bad timing. It's already the evening here, so we'll go ahead and finish out the day by getting a animal pen set up for the almost said chickens, the big chickens. That's basically what they are. Big old chickens. Extra fat chickens. I don't even know if I'll use all these logs, but figured if I'm going to be back here, I'll get them out of the way. Oh yeah, no, you'll never find aiming and Longblade in any standard bookshelves outside of a little bit of aiming and reloading in gun stores. The Irvington Hunting Club, I think, is where I got the most. Wait a minute, no, I'm not 100% sure on that. For some reason, I want to say it was somewhere in Irvington that I got books from a gun store. But I don't remember now. But all the higher level ones, survivor houses, or, what the hell? No, we're good. Okay. I've got the M16 reloaded, and all backup mags are emptied. I'm going to go ahead and drop it off. Not much of a point in carrying it around if I'm going to be doing base work. This is probably done recharging. Forgot I'm still so close to having no spare room in here whatsoever. You know what? I should have some steel on the floor here. Well, I should, but I don't. Here we go. Okay, I'm just going to buy myself a little bit more room. I'd like to buy some encumbrance, Alex. Oh, yeah. I'm guessing that when they added the bullet simulator, PZ Bullet, they probably underestimated how long it would take to adapt that to slower moving projectiles. That's my, I have no proof for that. That is just a bit of a theory. I'm definitely carrying too much stuff back here. Instead of the entire bag, blade bag, just 2 swords. That's good for now. I need to be able to take weapons off and put them in here. Much better. And I was also going to put the satchel on. I didn't think too awful hard about this before I got started, so 5x5. and just enough room in between it so that I can actually drive a trailer up around it on this side at least. We'll need a little bit more wood here. Or did we run out of nails? No, we ran out of planks. And nails. Somehow, okay, cool. I somehow ran out of both at the same time. Like I planned it. Just like I planned. Well, you guys are being cynical about it in the chat, and I respect that, but don't forget that they'll give us pity options, right? They'll give us we can make a crude bow at just aiming level 2 and something level something, and it'll be absolute dog water and everybody will hate it. But we'll have the option, and the option existing will be enough for some people. I thought I had some more nails in here. You know, this is where bringing that other truck home would have been helpful. I now owe the ambulance 2 boxes of nails. No more skills. No. We need 20 more skills. I'm going to get out a knob and some handles because I do. Sorry, knob and hinges. You know what? That makes it for 5 by 6 and whatever. Sawed a branch, and that'll be for the water. All right. It is currently bedtime. I'm just going to try to get some food, just one round of food and water in there for them, so that I can take them out, put them in the zone, and they can start taking care of themselves. Because I don't think our we're going to get any stress reduction for them if they're still in the trailer there. So this grass is actually grass that I yanked out of the parking lot because it was ugly looking. I didn't throw it away completely because I had a feeling that I might be picking up animals. Public service announcement, if anybody's not familiar, using the transfer liquid dialog is faster than right-click fill. I don't know exactly how much faster, but it is faster. Alright, we got ourselves a food and water, and now a zone. West Point birds. Because there are some chickens in a trailer. And we'll probably recover them at some point. What? They're still attached. This is not good. Oh no, they're not. Are they? Hold on. I don't remember detaching it. So I'm just gonna attach it and unattach it really quick. Just so that I can be confident that it's, yeah, there we go. Maybe I did unattach it and just forgot. But I have seen in the past where the game will forget that you've attached a vehicle to a vehicle. No idea if that happened here, but I don't want it to. So. Only an hour late for bed. We still have some butchering to do. Probably should have just pulled the trailer around, but decisions. Alrighty. Thankfully, I cannot hear them in here. That was a very deliberate decision by me. I could have built it a lot closer, but I decided, no. I do not want to be hearing those noises all the time. I will listen to those noises when I go up there to pet them, and never more. Quote the turkey raiser, never more. Can I put these in my backpack? Probably, yeah. Wait a minute, hold on a second. This one's not actually dead yet. Now that's interesting. What if I give it some water? It's now well fed and not thirsty. If I drop it, it might immediately die. Yeah, it immediately died. But yes, animals that are in trailers are in sort of a suspended animation until you pull them out, although that suspended animation is not perfect. In fact, it If they're going to die, they most likely are dead. Well, I think I got my butchering zone. The zombies helped me create it. I'm out of line of sight of the turkeys, right? Maybe not. I don't know if butchering actually bothers them. I'm going to assume that it does. If it doesn't now, maybe it will in the future. I can only put myself in their position. Seeing one of my kin get pulled apart would definitely bother me. But one of these turkeys is going to be less than the rest. That is probably going to be the one we bumped into with the truck. Or that was the race car, I think, actually. So one of them is going in the fridge, the other two in the freezer. Remaining bird parts go into the not-so-important bin here. Oh, the coveralls that I put over here are, I set those aside to be for pajamas so that I can do laundry. And I now have a washing machine. Oh, look at that. I have coveralls in 2 different colors. Neat. I'm curious to see how well it works. So let me go ahead and start a load of laundry here. It's been a minute since she's been washed up, so she'll be grateful for this, I'm sure. So the dark coveralls, that's not the worst match. What about the white? I kind of like that. Now I always need to have spare boots near the laundry. We picked these up from the local clothing store. Oh, and I never put her gloves in the wash. It's a little too late now. Alright, let's use up some of that turkey we just got. Chop it up. And then... what kind of cook? We've got a roasting pan. Should have multiple roasting pan. Yes. That's 6 ingredients, so 1 of each poultry. We've got rabbit leftovers, we've got tater leftovers, we've got carrot leftovers. So the bulk of the meal will be the turkey, and the rest of it will be remaining bits from previous stockpiles here. Yeah, only 1 helping of turkey in each, and we are already in orbit in terms of hunger reduction. See, this is where the leftovers actually come in. I don't want to call it useful because, well, that's just going to be enabling the Indie Stone. But no, these leftovers from cooking level 10 that almost provide very little, but if you add them to a recipe that already has a billion nutrition from just the first 3 ingredients, then alright, well, we can make use of that. I just wish there was a way to bring yourself over 100 happiness and have like a temporary, what's the right word? Like overheal, but for happiness. I wish that was a thing, because that'd be kind of cool. Just a temporary buff from increasing your happiness despite already being at 100. In an apocalypse, you would absolutely have a resting state where it felt like you were doing all right. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm a fucking idiot. I put everything in the dryer first. I'm definitely not awake yet. I haven't even plumbed the washer. I can only blame my past self for that because I put some clothing I had picked up off of zombies in the dryer, and therefore I expected the dryer to be the washer. There we go. I didn't pay closely enough attention to the sounds it was making. He who uses sound as a important tool in his survival repertoire. March Ridge Rec Center was a library. We were talking about Ekron, yeah. And they call it, the map website calls it a community center, but it's actually a community college. It's basically the biggest building in the south. What is that? Southeast? No, southwest corner. Right? The cardinal directions in this game mess with me a little bit. I'm cardinally challenged in real life, so. This one right here. Big blue one right here. Second floor on this side. I like to, whenever I hit this place, I like to set up in the house right here. You got a little footpath through the woods for your assault on the joint. Assuming it's going to be an assault. For some people it was. For me, in my most recent playthrough, it was not. This is a 100 roast. We're going to call it a turkey dinner. Store is 100 hunger. I was supposed to sleep, right? The post office right there, I don't recall there ever being any loot in there. That doesn't mean there isn't, I just don't recall. I don't think it has very many shelves. There's a microwave fuse with a coffee. Nice. It's the precursor to a Keurig. This universe had its apocalypse just before they could invent the Keurig. I'm switching to water bottles temporarily while we have the satchel instead of the leather water bags. I'm not hearing any more stress noises. They might already be de-stressed. That's great. Right. So this leather coat, I cannot confuse it with the military officer jacket. Military officer jacket does not have uh, does not block your Alice belt and suspenders, but all the other long leather coats do. I want to find an Oni mask. You know, the Japanese mask that has the long nose. I really want to find an Oni mask. That would almost be worth. That would almost be worth not being able to wear glasses. It wouldn't be, but it would almost be. Perhaps someday I'll finally come up with a build for a character that does not require short-sighted. But short-sighted is one of those perks that just, it's too easy for me to just deal with it, right? Alright, I think we're geared up. We're ready for some combat. I'm thinking we're going to continue progressing down the main road of the residential area there where we were yesterday. Oh, there's actually a pocket down here we still haven't explored anyway. And Oak Street. If we've been up Ohio, then we've probably seen Oak Street from the opposite side, but I would like to explore that thoroughly. Gearing up for combat. Oh yes, 7108. The crops are only, and the dev said this is deliberate. Only crops that you have planted will give experience upon harvest. Regrettably, not the biggest fan myself. Now my ambient loadout is a little heavy, but if I equip something, sword, machete, M16, as long as I have something in my hands, then the overloaded debuff goes away. That's always important to my loadouts at the moment. That's why I ditched the toolkit. Well, now that we have a so I'm gonna save this for next time we get bad weather. Since we have good weather today, we're continuing with combat ops, but next day we have bad weather. We're gonna do a trip to go pick up there's some animals here on Riverside Road at this corner. There is just a trailer full of chickens, and I did not want to bring them back to Phallus Lake because I'm already having trouble with there being a rooster up there. So I'm going to go ahead and bring them down here now that we have a coop for the turkey. A For Dummies book. Yeah, that would be interesting. So it was supposed to be cleared up here, but we still got people coming out the woodwork.
Hey!
Yeah, so if you're in the middle of winter, start thinking about, well, let's just take it our discovered recipes here. We've got all the recipes discovered. February is early planting, and there are a few crops that are ideal month in February. Potatoes are my favorite crop in the game, and their planting season technically starts in February. I've never tried planting them in February because it says the best month is March. But there was one thing we planted in February that I really liked. A lot of herbs. If you're into herbs, herbs are far from a hard requirement. Oh, they're all March, never mind. Carrots. You can plant carrots in February. We're still going through some of the carrots that we planted then. So carrots are not a bad idea. Cabbages and broccoli can also be planted in February, but the best month is March. So I want to say there's a reason for that. Like why is it that you can plant them as early as February, but the best month is the next month after that? I don't know. So I'm just not going to ever try planting them. Try taking blind shots. That was stupid. I suppose I could circle around on 7th there, just for the sake of making sure I've explored it. There's a tiny little patch of road there that I've never used it as a way into West Point, but you can get to the highway from there. So I just take a left here. Shopping center. There is a sports car here. Check the part quality, because if it's got good parts, then there's my fixer-upper for the West Point police car. Big gas tank, so already performance tires, performance brakes. There's enough here for it to be useful. But we'll take it, we'll come back with the race car to pick it up. She had a key to the Zippy. I don't know if I've ever seen a key to a Zippy before. I've never looked. Hello. I'm gonna assume that slapping is coming from around back. Somebody's slapping the back. Doing back slaps here. Back slaps are not allowed, lady. Probably the other side of that fence. The click of the jam. No, you're not the only one. This is probably not a good thing, but I'm getting more and more accustomed to it. I've been able to start differentiating between the sounds of being out of ammo and the sounds of a jam. It's not a sound that I ever wanted to get accustomed to, but I am now. Juice box. We drink a juice box. Juice box. That probably is better than my lighter, yep. It's, we should be seeing full lighters, but of course, this is Project Zomboid. Everything on the shelves is half used already. I don't expect much else up here. I mean, this is another convenient mart, same as Zippy. Don't have a lot of room for loot. It is the fire truck, after all. Oh, we got room for a garbage bag. Why not? Jams every 2 reloads on aim 7? Now that's ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. I understand that the jamming mechanic was only just recently re-added, and they're looking for balancing on it. The devs really need to hear our feedback on that. And by our feedback, I actually kind of mean yours, because if they won't listen to my bug reports, they aren't going to be listening to my feedback. Good old-fashioned looting of the convenience store. I don't really care about clothing right now. Maybe later, but not now. Pizza World is going to have, you know what, I'm going to steal a garbage can from Pizza World. Pizza World and Spiffos currently have best in slot for garbage cans. That is a sentence I just said. That is a real sentence. There is a best in slot for garbage cans. For some godforsaken reason, these can fit as much as a cabinet. Which is, that is more than a dumpster. Perfect fit. That's all the loot I can pick up in this truck. I didn't realize we had a guest over here. Multiple guests. Guess my engine was louder than I suspected. I don't predict we'll be coming back through here except to pick up that, to pick up the race car, or, whatchamacallit, with the race car. Anybody up here would have been a risk to eventually show up in the highway. So we are doing our future selves a bit of a favor. We're going to have to go back and forth on that highway a lot as we transition our supplies in the direction of the general direction of Valley Station in Louisville. This is the second time I've heard about it. Third time, actually, no. KTO mentioned it. Ranzer, I mentioned it yesterday. I am definitely going to catch it at some point. It did not make my watch later list on YouTube yesterday. Had to is an interesting phrasing. What did he mean by that, I wonder? Did it take him that much jumping around to realize that AAA has no passion anymore? And that the only passion are strange weirdos who implement ragdolls before functioning cooking mechanics? Okay. Before good cooking mechanics? Alright, 1,600 hours, and we got a late second sleep this morning. So we should be actually pretty good for combat until we start getting nightfall here. It's actually kind of heartwarming to hear that a AAA industry veteran who has done the rounds and seen the cynical bullshit is settling in into a company like Indie Stone. I mean, honestly, Indie Stone, I've always said this about, or most of the time I've said this about them, they are no shortage of passion. They make a lot of very silly decisions, but the passion is there. And just to have somebody who understands the decision-making process behind video games to kind of corral them, you know, like herding cats almost. I just hope that he doesn't bring too much agile bullshit with him. Because one thing that Indie doesn't need is agile. Agile exists entirely to make middle management seem more useful. And when I say middle management, I mean specifically middle management, untechnical middle management. Right, so that you can bring in your social studies majors who have no technical skills whatsoever to come in there and manage technical people. That's why Agile exists. And Indie Stone doesn't need... Indies, in general, do not need that. Or at least they shouldn't. Because if they do, then they won't be indies anymore. Because as soon as you get as soon as you have an HR person on staff, you're not indie anymore. That's my hot take on the situation. Maybe you can haggle over whether you're AA or AAA, but you're not just A anymore at that point. Yeah, see all these guys right here? They are all coming from a direction where they probably would have eventually gone down to bother us in the highway, which is just slightly off render there. I'm sure I'll come back later and there will be even more of them. Slowly making their way out of the woods. Continue progressing down this road until we... Actually, maybe I'll just push a little bit and get to Duffield there. I do feel the urge to catch unexplored territory to see if there is anything else I need to be marking on the map. Fuck you just say to me? Pull up, bitch. Is this a loop? I think it's a loop. I saw somebody with a duffel bag, and it looked like a light blue one. So I need to make sure to loop back that way and see if I can catch a better look at him. Could be a cop duffel bag, which could be more, that could be more ammo straps right there. As far as I know right now, that's the only source of ammo straps. What? No, I gotta hook it up. I don't want to do anything with that. Well now, we call this the act of mating. But there are several other very important differences between human beings and automobiles that you should know about. I wasn't even trying to do it this time. I swear to God, I wasn't even trying to do it. It just happened. That's what she said. This is not good. I'm actually having a bit of trouble getting out of here. Oh shit, I didn't want to do that. That was genuine vehicle damage. Honestly, I'm probably just gonna detach it. Oh shit. I can't get out. That's not good. Wait a minute, does this increase my vehicle mass? Hold the phone. Is this a plow that I can safely smash zombies with? Oh, the moment I have the idea, it starts falling off. Oh, hold the phone. Hold the phone. Do I have a zombie plow now? Boys, I think I might have a zombie plow. Nah, I ain't got no zombie plow. Damn. I'm sure there's probably a way that you could finesse that to make it actually stay on top. Wait a minute, what? What? No! No, do I have a plow? No, I don't have a plow. Damn. I got so excited for a second there. The Morningstar Maze strategy probably still works. But it doesn't kill them, it just turns them into crawlers now. Remember, we're not allowed to have fun. This is what I was going to do with it from the start. Just out of the road. It's a crawler generator. Anyway, that was a little fun diversion. Do I have to worry about my fire truck having a bunch of go-karts now? Is it were they what's the word? Were they being safe? I have no idea. I don't understand automobile anatomy in that regard. Could use some more duffels, why not? You know, I actually fired up Premiere this morning. After I finished my work tasks for the morning, I fired up Premiere and I loaded up yesterday's, or the other day's stream where the step van got stuck on top of us, and I was gonna clip it, but I couldn't actually find the. I mean, I didn't look very hard for it. I got distracted by something else. But now I can make a compilation of it because we've got 2 examples within 2 streams. Alright, so with that roundabout explored, Duffield the 9th there, I should just continue down this road and then take the second left on Salt there. And I think that's the only other unexplored sector in West Point. That is a dust mask. I see that zombie up there in the coveralls, and I'm thinking that's a potential source of filters, but no. Okay, we've been up here. Yeah, I recognize this area. We just have not gone down. Salt right here, but we've observed the area. $62. I think I'm taking this. Yeah, 62 is perfectly sufficient for a ammo van, and we are in desperate need of an ammo van. Back at our field site here, we've got a like 60 cartons of ammo just laying on the floor because it's waiting to be put into a step van. So I've already got a white step van in the fleet. Maybe this will be We'll do with this the same thing we've done with the other white one. We'll make it entirely just shotguns. Nothing but shotguns. I was trying to avoid a trunk hit by doing that, and it didn't work. That's alright. Are we making it out of second gear? We're not losing RPM, so I think we're going to do alright. Your step van will make a fine collection to my addiction. I've checked both of those other step vans there, I believe. What the? That zombie turned on no clip for a second there. Ah, there it is. There's a trunk hit. That was absolutely a trunk hit. Oh, well. I was going to fix it up anyway. Possibly, yeah. In which case, well, I might need more than one. I might need more than one because we have a lot of ammo here. Stendo's Stendo's completely filled up the loose ammo van once. And we've still got some ammo in the loose ammo van. I'm sorry, still got some cartons in the loose ammo van. If anybody's not familiar with the way I do my ammo storage is I keep a billion step vans. I've got like almost we're getting close to double digits of step vans that I have filled up with cartons of ammo. Why don't I just nudge you out of the road there? But yeah, step van's filled with cartons, and then there's one other step van that is full of just loose ammo. So like anything that's less than a carton goes in there so that I can consolidate them into cartons as soon as the opportunity presents itself. I don't actually put any of my ammo into crates of any sort because, nah. That's just going to require me to take it out of the crates when I use it, so might as well put it in a... These are my crates. These vans, they are my crates. Yeah, eventually. I'm not going to do that all at once, but we are definitely going to do it piecemeal. Like, for example, that taxi up there, at some point I will take that back to Phallus Lake and leave it behind as we come back with a, whatchamacallit. Come back with a shipment of ammunition. There's no loot in here currently. Okay. I'll go ahead and gear down for the moment. I have not sharpened my sword at all today, and that's no good. I need to sharpen it. Okay, so our M16 is below half now. I shouldn't deal with that anymore. We have a lot of M16s. Yes, we have a lot of M16s. I just need to go grab a couple more. Perhaps what I'll do is next time we go back to base, which is not going to be long from now, we'll go back, we'll bring one of the damaged M16s. We found like two that are like almost broken. And we'll use one of those to fix the current M16. And then we'll also take a spare. The sword is still at 2/3, so it's still good. Reading material should be more than enough stocked up at this point. I no longer need to bring home reading material to this location. And I'm not even 100% sure if I need to watch any of those tapes. I just saw tapes that I had not seen very often and took them. New tapes being added to the game and whatnot. Well, I don't know if this will ever match any of my outfits. The red is too bright for most of the reds I like, and the green is not going to be a match for anything military. Hey, we got some rain. Very nice. Alright, that's us geared down. And my sword is still good for the immediate moment, at least, because it is at 2/3. Now it's back sharpened. We are... This thing could use a new battery. Tires... Brakes are okay. Sus is more or less okay. Trunk actually never took any hits. There's a lot of stuff in the trunk. What's this? Paint. And some buckets. Just leave those right out now that we got rain. Generator magazine. That's a little random. This is a painting van, and yet there's a generator magazine in it. Shout out to any of my homies who are looking for those and having trouble. You can find them in the strangest places. One of the things that I wanted to pick up while we were in this area, at least once we got the river area cleared, was I was supposed to go get some, clay from the river. We brought a garbage bag full of sacks, among other things, for that. I do not know, I don't think we've actually cleared any territory directly adjacent to the river yet. So we'll need to at least find a spot near the river and make some noise first before I consider it safe enough to do that without thinking too hard about fighting our way to it. Oh, you know what? I haven't even looked at the generator on the roof here for a while. Now that we got some gas on us. How about electrical parts? I have been not very diligent about scrapping things for electrical parts when I should have been, because we are a bit of a deficit back at base. I mean, we've got plenty, but it's not going to last. Not going to last that much longer. We blew through a huge chunk of our electrical part fortune. Down to 32 up here. Anything I can sacrifice from this vehicle, I wonder. Yes, it's got a good battery, good gas tank. Tires are regular. Performance brakes. What was the reason I brought this one home specifically? Oh, right, some parts we put in the trunk. Performance heavy-duty muffler. Brake for heavy duty, and a tire for heavy duty. So we can at least get this thing good tires, even if it'll be a bit of a mismatch. This other one is charged, isn't it? Yes. Muffler's already performance. Yeah, honestly, the rain is really annoying. Oops. It's definitely raining. Oh, it's past my bedtime. Look at that. 5 months and your M4s aren't even full yet. Now that's 5 months. So you're telling me you went through the fall season, which is usually the most rainiest in my experience. The fall season, man, I don't know if I've ever gone through the fall season without like 2 out of 3 days being rainy. But I'm not sure. That is a performance brake. I don't want to be putting a performance brake on a step van if I don't have to. I would sooner put at least not a perfect performance brake. It's semi-perfect here. Oh, that's regular for standard, never mind. Cross-pollinated my parts there. Also, this tire, damn it. This tire and the brake are for standard. This is one of the reasons I don't like storing different types of parts in the same vehicle, because I look at it and I'm like, oh, that's what I need. No, it's not what I need. That's fine for now. It is just a step van at the end of the day. It doesn't have to have anything perfect in it, or anything even close to perfect. More coveralls. Honestly, more than anything, it's the fridge. It's actually fucking me up here. Definitely need a little bit of work on my layout for a, whatchamacallit, fossil oil base. Oh, you know what? I think those are a better shade than the other ones. My coverall collection grows. Since we are getting some rain, I'm going to go ahead and build a couple more water containers for the turkeys. That will be a useful thing to do for the remaining part of the night here. So here's all the ammo that's going to go in the step van. We're going to immediately fill it all the way up. Yeah, there's 365 encumbrance of ammo on the ground here. 105 of which is shotgun. So, starting with shotgun, we'll do 44 Magnum in the passenger seat. 12, 20, how about 26? Let's make that a perfect passenger seat. So by doing 12 gauge and 556, that has done a pretty good job, actually, of getting that close to full. So I could make this the one that's going to have some of the most often used calibers in it. Perfect fit. So passenger seat, carton of 44, carton of 9, carton of 30-30, driver's seat, carton of 556, and then I've still got 13 left. Let's do that as an 8 and a 6, so that's 9 mil and 762. I think that's a perfect fit. This may be the first step van that I've gotten a 100% perfect fit on all containers. If I didn't fuck the math up there. No, I fucked the math up there. God damn it. Fine, I'll just do a carton of 357. I should keep in mind, we've still got plenty in here. Forgot all about this. Fuck. Now that's a perfect fit. But of course now I gotta mess with the trunk just a little bit more. I want this thing to be like shotgun and 762 primarily. So let's drop anything that's not shotgun and 762. See if we can't fit what's in the trailer in there. I'm sorry, shotgun and 556, that's what I meant. Like this will be the... If it can be, this will be the... It can't be. Okay, never mind. I was gonna make it like the shotgun and M16 carrier. It's close. I mean, 9 shotgun, 13 556. I know I'm late for bed. This is important to me. It's silly, but it's important. Hey, Command, how's it going? We are doing a little bit of ammo sorting here. We came away from Stendo's Firearm Emporium with a metric lot of ammo. So that's 15. If I were to do a 357 with that, that would be pretty close. Yeah, that's fine by me. Basically, we'll have it be a very close to perfect fit. Three, 15 plus 8 is 24? 25. Yeah, we're literally off by 1. So this is another step van that is almost completely full of ammunition. And as you can see, we still have plenty of ammunition laying around on the ground there. Speaking thereof, of course there was a carton of 12 gauge in here. Of course there was. I was going to try to do another feeding trough before I went to bed, but it's a little late for that now. I have no idea how long the rain's going to last. Maybe if I were to actually listen to the weather report. But y'all know me. I am way too disorganized. Okay, maybe that was a little overkill. But you know what? Like I said, they're set for life now. I underestimated how much an entire tree would be worth. Eating one hell of a blizzard, yeah. Sometimes the blizzards are actually hurricanes, or at least they feel just like hurricanes. These parts that are for standard are getting removed from the trunk so that I stop confusing them. I'm going to put them like in the passenger seat or something. So once again, we have good weather, and therefore I am tempted to just continue fighting my way through town, because I know it's coming. I don't know when, but I know it's coming. We're going to get some bad weather, and it's going to last for a couple days straight. So while we have the good weather, I'm going to do my best to make use of it. Exploration phase is complete. There's nothing else hiding from us out there as far as I can tell. So what we have marked on the map is what there is worth fighting for. So Oak in 7th is a survivor house. Let us proceed. I believe I've already gotten started clearing that area by doing some discharges. Was it 7th and Main? I think 7th and Main was where I did it, maybe further back. We'll find out. Take the truck, and we'll get started on that. Eat the rest of this roast. I'll be overeating a little bit, but it'll be fine. Then we can just take the other roast with us. I have no idea if the rain's actually going to be done yet anytime soon, but I should also get ahead of the fact that it might not be done, or it might be done soon. I'm just going to use up some of the buckets that I have to get the aminals some extra water. Public service announcement, buckets do fill up faster than barrels. So letting your buckets fill up and then dumping them into other containers, such as barrels. Valid strat. Alright. Off we go. 23 in the current M16. The M16, sir. It appears to be jammed. The rain is still light enough that I don't consider it to be a threat to my aiming at the moment. But any heavier than this, and we're starting to get into it's not worth it to do long-range shooting territory. It does affect your aiming just a little bit, and at this, where I'm currently at with my aiming skill, it feels like just a little bit is enough to make my long-range shooting, which is the most sensitive, a little bit less than, yeah. I would sooner switch to a different combat style. Let's try this shot. Oh, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. It's like almost negligible. If I can make that shot with that side of a crosshair, we're good. So oak on this on that side is pretty clear. Up here, we're getting into Z territory again. Yeah, there's lots on the other side of that house there. I predict that there's any number coming from the whole 180-degree arc on the top of the screen here. So I'm just going to... let's just probe. See what happens. What is that she's wearing? Just glasses, right? Yes. Still on the lookout for old welding goggles. Falling back just a tad. That forested neighborhood, that forested yard there. And we're getting some from our 6, so we need to fall back just a little further then. I cannot assume that I have a clear 6. Just that there's going to be a lot less coming from that direction. Fence is rather well placed, assuming it works. Probably going to fall back a little bit. Am I going to commit to corpse discipline? If I am, that's going to slow me down a little too much. I'm not interested right now. Not liking how many sounds I'm hearing to the right there. I mean, at this point, they're all following us. They are all following us. If I have to pull them all down to the gas station again, I will. In fact, you know what? Let's pull them all down to the gas station. Ten rounds in the current. That might not have been the best of ideas. I do not like the gas station, actually. There are a lot of line of sight blockers. I'm just gonna leave it running for a sec. We'll fight and fall back while it's running. The hell? Oh, I didn't put on my bandolier. Skill issue. It should get them moseying in this general direction. That might turn it into a pleasant drip feed, but I don't know that for sure. Let's just see what we can pull with the gunshots now. Expecting a wave of fast jamblers first, as always, now that we've split them up sufficiently. We have 3, 2, 1. Two jams in a row is starting to get something, that's for sure. We've taken another point of damage. Oh, fuck off. Is its damage actually decreasing now thanks to the condition? I don't know. It could also be the rain. I can't really tell exactly how much rain we're getting, but it does feel like the crosshair is a little too narrow for it to be a rain problem. But we're now down to a third integrity on the M16. That's making me want to switch to the carbine, but I don't know if I have it on me. No, I don't. The carbine is probably in the ambulance. Twelve. I think we're done with this M16. Yeah, this one is now officially very damaged. There's probably still more up there that we stepped out of the map chunk, so they're not currently moving towards us at the speed they should be. sure that we have the... We're supposed to have the respirator mask staged, but I don't see it. That shouldn't be... There you are. Just gonna keep a wide berth around that group of trees there. Waiting for that. Gonna be stop and go like this for a minute. Being as the stragglers like these guys getting stuck in and around houses. Probably the low attention span ones. Can't have their attention retained long enough by a couple of gunshots. This is where we start going out of range of where we could have pulled them from, I think. Wait a minute, our target is right up there on the left. Current 9mm is one shot. More than I bargained for. Lots of them came through the house. I predict only a small number of those who just dove out the window actually from originally spawned inside the house. Really? I'm not counting right. I'm also used to the M16. 30-round magazines have spoiled me a little bit. Oh, fuck, I might... Yes, let's start using the 9mm and let's not actually reload all of the magazines that we should be carrying for it. Ah, shit, I'm just gonna fall back. Yeah, I was not adequately prepared for that many, and that's okay. We just, when that happens, we just fall back. Okay, 14. Come on over, guys. Time for that. Can't say that I have a clean 6 here, but it's cleaner than it would be too much farther back. We got one fast back there. Let's just deal with her now. Five. Running up and finishing them off with the sword is all well and good, but I do not want to make a habit of doing that when there's a lot of trees around. Not in this kind of a saturation. That's a very bad idea. Three. More up here. Okay. Some ones that are still in the building there are still trying to fight their way out of the interior doors somewhere. The front door, there's going to be one on there. Front door is just lost one of the 3 barricades on it. Hang on. I got this. Doing another perimeter check inside and outside the trees before we go anywhere near the interior. Hello, come on out. I think he might have been the one hitting the front door. I don't hear any more slappers in here. Doesn't mean there's no deaf ones hiding behind doors. Or these ones here on the floor were never, whatchamacallit. I didn't kill them, so if you didn't kill them, you never assume they're 100% dead. Alright, that's not a good start for a survivor house. Bookshelf with only a credit card on it. There's some ammo. JS-14 magazines, all loaded. Duffel bag with weapons. What's the duffel bag with weapons got? Nothing with ammo straps, unfortunately. Baseball bat and crowbar are a bit superfluous. I'll leave those on the floor. We'll pick them up later if we have room. I don't like hanging out here very long. I'm just going to go ahead and garbage bag up anything I find interesting, and we'll just try to get everything home. This is not one of the survivor houses that after I clear it, I'll feel comfortable sleeping in it. Not after the sheer saturation we've had up here. Second floor. All the room doors are closed, so I don't have to worry about somebody popping out of nowhere. Just the doors now. Some of these rooms are disappointing. Death fucking asshole in front of the goddamn door every fucking time. I was ready for it, more or less. Doesn't make it any less annoying. This is bulletproof vest body armor made out of desert camo vest, which doesn't exist. And I find that to be quite interesting. The devs have managed to add to this game bulletproof vest armor for the limbs in colors that bulletproof vests do not yet spawn in. So Yeah. Make of that what you will. This was a genuine bona fide survivor zombie here. A military backpack full of book. A short bat with rail spike. That actually counts as an axe weapon, I believe. Anything we've already read is just getting dropped now. Anything that we haven't read can get left at the local base as a dupe. Creepy janitor shacks. It should have tools. This is that looks like Louisville with the townhouses condensed right there. Yes. Because, of course, you break into Louisville to look for tools. It's, yeah, that's 100%. I'm just calling that LV4. I don't know if that's actually the 4th or not. We have found a number of survivor, whatchamacallits, annotated maps for Louisville. Just one more bedroom up here. Or a bedroom-sized bathroom with a gun case in it. Okay, that should be everything. There is no basement, I believe. Yeah, no basement. There's no getting around multiple trips. Yeah, we're gonna need multiple trips for this. Maybe this duffel can fit in the trunk of the truck. If it can, then we might have an option. I mean, our best option would have been to just not take every single gun. But for some reason, because I have started a gun storage in the local base, my brain meat is telling me that, yeah, let's do that. And a bite to eat. Bite to eat? Where are you at? There you are. None of that. I don't know what I was even looking at it for. Alright, so we've got one of our destinations for West Point squared away. I thought I saw another survivor house, but I guess not. There are two other, both of those are annotated maps. Got plenty of animal sinew right now, but it's time consuming to make thread. Does it actually pay off for something good later? Double. Thanks. Animal sinew for thread, yes. Generally, I mean, yes, it's just time. It is time consuming. I don't know if I would make it all into thread. Definitely, like, what I would do is just keep the animal sinew in with the rest of your tailoring stuff. Like, assuming that you have, you know, a place where you keep needles and thread and other you know, tailoring related things. Just keep all your animal sinew there, and then use it as you need it. There are recipes. There are some recipes that require it. Not many, though. When you think of animal sinew or aramid thread, they're both armor. And some armor is worth making. In my humble opinion, the vast majority is not. But armor is subjective. Some people just like seeing these green numbers over here. I mean, I sure as hell do, but I want the minimum amount of trade-offs for it. Of course, the most important things is a toothbrush to go with the toothpaste that I already had. It should be everything. Yeah, that's everything. Like, pack another box of 556. Sure, why not? I'm putting the M16 away for the immediate moment. We'll do more M16 after we start doing some more ammo transits from Phallus Lake. I cannot place anything there because the auto-pathing for placing things is getting blocked by the vehicle. That is a glitch I would love to report, if only the devs paid attention to my bug reports. Alright, little past bedtime. Let's hit the sack. That's no good. I forgot to take my heavy armor off. I'm not used to having only the uncomfortable moodle there. That's only stage 2 discomfort. I'm not used to having stage 2 discomfort from a full set of armor. That is the result of my optimizations. I'm curious to see if my... I'm pretty sure the coat of plates will keep me a little uncomfortable at all times. Yeah. Oh, no shit. Oh, I did take the coat of plates off. Okay, never mind. I can afford to wear the helmet rather. And that's an important thing because the helmet, it keeps my entire body somewhat green. Minimum of 20% to the entire body is, I mean, that's great. Considering there's no discomfort cost. I feel like I should add this particular loadout to my my big old honestly, this is such a mess. I really need to clean it up a little bit before I post it. This is my armor trade-offs image. Maximum protection with the fewest trade-offs. But this, we're talking like super max, and we don't care about discomfort at this. And to kind of like, you know, contrast with this, I should include a kit like this one here that does not produce any discomfort. And yet still provides a minimum of 20% to the full body. That's kind of an important thing, because then this is something I can wear all the time. And it's 20% protection from that zombie behind the door and spiffos that you're not expecting, isn't it? It's kind of how I like to look at it. So the 357 loose boxes and the 556 loose boxes can just straight up go into the trunk of the combat vehicle because we're actively using those. Meanwhile, these JS-14 magazines, I'm not shooting no JS-14 anytime soon. Or actually never. I'm literally never shooting a JS-14 because if I'm going to be shooting 556, it's going to be out of either a hunting rifle for maximum range or an M16 for maximum capacity. Almost any time I find a knife that can be sharpened, I sharpened it, because that's free maintenance experience. And I ain't exaggerating when I say free. It quite literally is free. It's another carton of 556. A lot of those a lot of the boxes in that carton just came out of these JS14 magazines. It's great. The Survivor zombie was carrying around a VHS tape, Blood in the Hood. He must have really liked that show. I think we might be up to another box of shotgun just from the looses that we picked up. Nah, not quite. Oh, this is an impossible JS14. It's got a laser sight on it already. I'll keep it as it is, just because it's an impossible curiosity. But, like I said, I don't ever expect to be using a JS14 because it is just literally just a weaker M16. There's nothing about it that I know of that makes it redeeming by itself. And I don't like weapons like that, I really don't. They just feel like distractions. See, it's not like the paradigm between the MSR 700 and the M16. They shoot the same type of ammo, and I don't like that, but it's... At least there is a compelling thing to think about when you... Because you're technically getting more damage, I believe. Actually, it might be the same damage. Yeah, I think we're getting the same damage, but the MSR 700 can throw the bullet farther because it's got an 8x scope. You cannot put an 8x on the M16. Now, of course, you can put it 4x on the M16, so really the difference that I'm talking about there has been narrowed. We're coming down the home stretch on storage space in this crate here that we got for long guns that we've locally sourced. In fact, this is the last one I can fit in there. We literally cannot pick up any more long guns locally. Unless it's something like an M16, I'm not going to bother. Because I don't have anywhere to put it now. I'm not starting up another crate. One crate is more than enough. Way more than enough. Only so many guns I can place on top of it too. I was gonna do something with this paint, but that would require another crate. I would just do a wooden crate for that. We're almost done sorting this. We're a little late for bed, and that's okay. Let the loot flow through you. The loot is strong in you. These magazine shelves are never really a good idea for actual, like, you know, large amounts of books. It's, if anything, it's actually kind of serving as a artificial limiter on the amount of things I've been picking up. Ready for another piece of turkey dinner here. Full piece, no hunger wasted that time. canned food and soda in the same container is one of those things that works out for me for a short term, but definitely would never work out long term. It's just another military backpack for us to use for whatever purpose we see fit. I'm gonna go ahead and sleep now. Hour and a half overdue for our second sleep. Hey, look, we've got more storage for gun stuffs. Perhaps shotguns. They're always the heaviest things whenever I try to put them in literally anything. Is that another carton? No, we're up to like 10 loose boxes. So we're definitely close, but not quite there. Oh, make that 11. Okay, so we're really close. That's still not quite there. A million quality options. I don't know how qualitative where these options are, but they're definitely options, and they definitely have a quality. That's more organized. Your duffel bag will make a fine addition to my collection. Everything extraneous out of here? I do believe so. Oh, quality options. You're talking about the stream quality. I'm surprised. Okay, so one thing about that might be a little different is a lot of live streamers will do when it comes to latency options. A lot of live streamers will err on the side of lower latency. There's a solid reason for that, because low latency means that you can see chat messages come in much faster and you can interact with the chat faster. What that does, though, is it makes it a lot harder to give good 4K quality. You're not going to get anywhere near as good of a 4K stream if you're going to do low latency. Low latency will just dump whatever it can dump as fast as it can dump, especially if you go for even lower. Like there's like 3 options. There's where is it? Normal latency, low latency, and ultra low latency. Apparently I don't get to click on the question mark there, so it's probably because I've already started the stream. How's it going, Zacto? Doing all right today. We rebalanced the music earlier because the silly rain was being very loud. But now the music is being very loud. You don't get to win here. A lot of this ammo, loose ammo on me, is going in the loose ammo bin, which is the van here. Now, I said before we might not have... We're one shotgun shell away from another box. Hey, that's alright. Ain't that mad about it. I believe I'm putting loose or empty magazines back into Expedition here. Or, well, I don't have a dedicated bag for it. Wait a minute, is this... This one here is full, right? Yes, all these M16 magazines in this one military backpack here are full. And those are on standby just until basically when I'm out of M16 magazines in my combat truck. And since we are... The M16 that we have on us is damaged. It is now down to like a 3rd condition. So I have removed it from the loadout for now. We're going to go back to the carbine. Carbine serves us well. But that also means that I'm no longer carrying around the M16's reloads. Speaking thereof, we can assemble another carton now. Some of the 357 we found can go towards another carton over here too. We're still on the lookout for another step van. I believe there was a greenish looking one out there to establish another ammo van. Now we do have 2 step vans back at base that are not currently used for anything. Well, I'm going to need to reconsider that. One of them is probably going to be allocated towards food transport. I should not need more than one. I'm not going to be doing the crazy thing with food this time around. I'm not doing pumpkins and watermelons again. That was way too much encumbrance. Rabbit meat has gone stale, but that's fine. I'm just going to finish this off. I was going to cancel it, but I don't have a lot of cookware. And I need to use up the rest of this stuff. So we're going to do another turkey roast, but this one is not going to be as filling as the last. We'll be lucky to get a full day out of it. Yes, we did get a full day out of it. Hell yeah. So it starts with turkey leftovers, leg, fillet, wing, and then an egg, and a bit of rabbit, and a full tater. And that came out to like 58, so that's a 6 different ingredient roast. I'm here for it. We're in weight loss, and we do not need to be weight gain for a very long time. Oh yeah, the church signs. Allow me to show you what you can do with the church signs. So I'm assuming you're familiar with extended 3D placement. It is, in my opinion, the single best thing that has ever been added to this game. We happened to find some extra small steel sheets that we didn't need, so we used the small steel sheets to sentence mix the signs a little bit and have a little bit of fun with them. I haven't figured out exactly what I want to do with God Knocks Answer the Door yet. I mean, that's already a little bit silly. I have not found any items that are like of the same color of black as the lettering. Otherwise, we could mess with the lettering too. I know I have some tongs somewhere. Tongs would be a great addition to the secondary ambulance there with the welding stuff in it. Because it's not just got welding stuff, it's also got stuff for building another forge. Which I have no idea exactly where I want to do that, but I do need another forge. I can't keep going back to Phallus Lake forever. Eventually I'll want one in the Louisville and or Valley Station area. Looks like these came out to be 80s. Okay, I have to step away briefly, IRL. I will park our girl here for a minute. When I get back, we will take a little bit further of a trip down the main road here. Honestly, what's left on the map here can probably be accomplished in a day and a half tops. So we're going to be moving in the direction of Valley Station not long from now. Yes. Alright, I'll be right back in a moment, folks. Alrighty, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. It is definitely a definitely an attractive chair, isn't it? All right. So we honestly should be in a pretty good spot for combat right now. But since we'll be doing a lot of 357, I'll make sure I'm sorted out on that. I don't know how I'm going to feel about gas spoilage. I really don't. I'm assuming that it's going to be a sandbox setting. But what I have to think about now when it comes to gas spoilage is really what that is at the end of the day is another ticking clock. It's another ticking clock, and it's going to be a question of how long it takes for it to start going bad, and what are the consequences of it. Like, when gas starts to go bad, does it just stop working properly, or does it start causing engine damage? Does it start? What does it start? What are the? And of course, I mentioned this before, but are there going to be mitigations? In real life, there are additives that you can put in your gas to make it last longer. I don't know too much more about that, but I know that that is generally supposed to be a thing. I'm going to hug the farthest road here. So we'll go out to Oak and then Ohio, and we'll take a peek at this. This is from an annotated map here. I think this is not from an annotated map. Actually, I think this is a straight-up Survivor home. I can check. I actually can check. Hang on. We got to click on this icon on the bottom right next to where it says closed, question mark. There is a... Here it is. Meet me here, Tonya. I got enough food. Now we have to wait for Colin's boat. R.I.P. Colin's boat will never arrive. Oh, this one. This one is also a annotated map. Okay, so no Survivor homes, just annotated maps up here. I'm still down for it. Annotated maps are something interesting worth looking into. Sometimes. I have seen several in a row at one point where they were just we went to the annotated map location and it was just a duffel bag with weapons in it. And both times it was a shotgun, I think. Out of curiosity, there might be a way through here. Go the road less traveled, they say. So, you know, another thing that I'm thinking about now when I think about gas spoilage is alternative means of transportation. Where are they? We're not getting horses until B43. And I hate to say that, but this... Okay, I should probably watch this interview with the game director and actually see if there's any more context other than what Ranzera mentioned. I just heard that it was a thing that was mentioned at the very end, and it was sort of cryptic. But I mean, again, with these devs, they always make our lives miserable first, and then, if we complain enough, then maybe they'll slightly roll it back. Do things like muscle strain and whatnot. Discomfort, etc. Gas spoilage is going to be no different. And the fact that they add it before there's any good mitigations, right? If gas is going to be spoiling in B42, but there's no horses in B42, does that just mean that we fucking walk everywhere? I don't know. We'll have to see. Anything planned for the Nox anniversary? I'm thinking, sure. Yeah, we'll do we'll do a cake. We'll do a cake or something. 1 year is not that big of a milestone for me anymore. 2 years even. Both of my previous characters have made it to the 2-year mark. I very much expect that we'll see save breakage before any of my characters ever get to 3 years. Unless I were to go back to Nora. I mean, that's always an option. Ranzer has informed me, and I'll take his word for this, that now that Echo Creek has been added back as a valid spawn, save games from 42.15, I think it is, are no longer incompatible with the latest version, and therefore I could theoretically migrate Nora's save, and actually we could pick up Nora again. That would mean respawns would come back. So that is the biggest thing preventing me from even remotely considering that. This is not where the... No, we're not anywhere close to it yet. I'm actually just kind of looking towards the river because it's right in front of me. We did want clay at one point. And there's lots up there. I don't have my sacks with me, though. But that's a lot of clay, and it doesn't look to be very defended. There is a... Interesting, that's a new event I haven't seen before. There's a fishing event up there. Somebody brought their chair and a tackle box and a cooler. There's a truck up here, too. Hell yeah. Okay, that's neat. I didn't see the truck because of the trees. I know, right? Well, Fallout 76 is going to get it a lot harder than other games because there's almost all previous Fallout games have had NPCs, and they were a major part of the game. So that was IP problems right there for the biggest part. I mean, Fallout... Wow, look at all that. These are all fresh. Okay. We got fresh fish. No shit. I'm assuming this thing is completely garbage. Right, so... The one time I made that assumption is the one time I was wrong. This is the best non-light bar D6 I've ever seen. Engine quality 99. I don't know how I feel about that, because that would take some effort to extract. I suppose you could say that the same applies for both games. Fallout, previous games in the franchise were full of NPCs, and they were, I guess for some people, part of the appeal. I was somebody who did enjoy the settlement things. I didn't quite get enough Another Settlement Needs Your Help from Preston Garvey to get too upset by it. I mean, especially because, you know, you guys see how I can turn the silliest of things into a objective to strive for. Absolutely, yeah, that was probably something that was not going to get lost on me. At least not anytime soon. Probably nowhere near as quickly as it would be a normal person. My ability to tunnel vision is a superpower in that regard. But no, the whatchamacallit, 76. Its biggest, like, not appeal to me was the I need to not be paranoid. I'm gonna be paranoid. Sorry, one moment, I have to be right back. Life shouldn't be like this. I should not have to feel so paranoid that every time I hear anything remotely similar to a hydraulic truck outside of my apartment complex that I should be so goddamn paranoid that a car is about to be towed, and who knows, maybe it's mine. But it just happens so often here. I narrowly averted it the other, like last week. I narrowly averted having a car towed because the fucking, they were doing seal coating on the parking lot, but they didn't email any of us. All they did was post some stupid fucking thing on the railing of the whatchamacallit, the stairs when you're going upstairs to get to the upper floors of the building. They posted some stupid fucking printout, is all it was. This current administration that's managing my apartment complex, I have words for them. Just slicing some fillets for the fish that we can fillet. I've still never actually fished before. But, now we have fish. Somebody else did the work for me. Now, these smaller bait fish, we can toss them. We can actually use them to... Whenever it says too small for slicing, I'm pretty sure that means you can use it for bait. But I don't know. Find out someday. But yeah, I just heard a bunch of hydraulic noises and heavy vehicle noises outside, and it was just a, whatchamacallit, landscaping. They had an entire dump truck full of dirt out there. I don't know what the fuck they're doing with it, but it's not a tow truck, so I don't care. Ah, this is the canteen. It's the canteen cowboy with the camo looking color. This is the one that I should be using because it is, no it's not. Damn it. Damn it. One of them is one that I actually recolored myself. And I thought it was this one because if you look at the icon when you place it, that's the one I recolored. But then when you equip it, it's the wrong color. That's, damn it. If anybody is not familiar, I do a couple of light texture modifications to the a few things, and one of the canteen types was among them. But I don't hit the leather water bags. Don't tempt me, Zacto, don't tempt me. Cameras that don't suck are kind of hard to find. And all cameras cost money. I do actually have a bunch of Kinects. I was going to use them for another project, but honestly, now that I think about it, they've got really, really, really long cables. I actually have one that is on top of my monitor looking down. It's not a one of the best view options, and there's something wrong with the driver. The driver is kind of cooked. Yeah, there it is. It gives a top-down view of me, but as you can see, the frame rate is absolutely terrible. And you might note, yeah, there it is. Now it's frozen. It's frozen because the driver decided to shut itself off and turn it back on again. And I don't know how to fix that without. I genuinely don't know how to fix that. It just happens if you run a computer with a Kinect plugged in long enough, the driver just seems to get unstable over time. Shutting the driver down and turning it back on again doesn't seem to fix the problem. Disconnecting the Kinect from power source and from the computer seems to be a fix. trying to whatchamacallit, trying to mod the 360 version. Now the 360 version, you're gonna get a terrible resolution. Always keep in mind that the what is it? The IR, the infrared. The infrared is a lot weaker than the why is it? Give me depth in IR. Infrared. Oh, it's either or. So give me infrared. There we are. See, infrared is, and of course, it's also, I don't know what's up with the frame rate. I think the Kinect Studio software is a lot better off at it. Oh no, it's still shutting off and on again. Yeah, so not even the Kinect software can do it right. And even when it does, the frame rate is garbage until it's probably, I mean, like if you look at the, you see the timestamp right there? Like 46 days, 3 hours, 14 minutes, 49 seconds. I'm pretty sure that's how long my computer has gone without a reboot. What are we at? Yeah, 46 days, 3 hours, 15 minutes. So yeah, the basically the Kinect driver just never shuts off, and well, that's always a source of annoyance. But where I was going with that is the infrared for Xbox 360 Kinects is probably like half of what it is for Xbox One Kinects, and the Xbox One Kinects are they're pretty bad. They're like 512 by. It's a very odd resolution. It's 512 by. Sorry, I have it written down. You activated my almonds. You got me talking about something that I like. What the fuck is it? It's not under UC70. It's under my FF Play notes, isn't it? Yes, 512 by 424 for the to pull up the infrared channel. Well, yes, if anybody's interested, this is what I use. We don't need negate. I'll leave negate off of that. I like to negate it sometimes for FF Play, but that's the command line that I use to launch FF Play with the infrared camera specifically, which is something I believe you can do without even having to install the... No, you do have to install the driver. You don't have to install the software, so you wouldn't have to install Kinect Studio for that. But you would need Microsoft's driver for it, because the open source driver is... I've tried it. It's definitely one of the drivers of all time. Yeah, I've tried it, and it didn't do what I wanted it to do. So, unfortunately, there's nothing. It's a hardware problem that you can't get any higher resolution with the IR camera. I mean, it technically never really needed it. I mean, the whole point of the Kinect was for body movement recognition, and body movement doesn't require that high of a resolution. But if you want to do it for 3D scanning, resolution is going to help you with fine detail. I do not know if there's been much progress on using... Now, the key difference between Kinects is the using libfreenect. Is that on Linux? I can't remember if that was the one that I tried. Kill this guy and I'll check my notes really quick. ROS plus freenect stack. See, one of the biggest problems with using Kinects, if you don't want to use... See, the Xbox 360 one, you can plug in as many as you want. So if you're trying to use more than one, then you can actually do so. You know, without even really thinking about it, I came back this direction. Maybe I will actually recover that D6. If I did, what would I use it for? If I did, it would be a charcoal truck. And I would use it at Jericho, most likely. That's a long ways away. But it wouldn't hurt to just grab it now. So yeah, I'm going to do that. So it is a Linux driver. I can't, like I said, I can't remember exactly what it was I used. But you've activated my almonds. I'm now curious. That would be under one of my backups for my old solid state. Under projects, under Kinect, under drivers, under... No, that's Kinect for Windows. I don't know what I would have done with it. IP Recorder was fun, but I haven't even bothered trying to get that set up on my current PC. That was my previous... Here we go. Multi-kin calibration. This is a GitHub here. This might be old. Might be old. That was downloaded in 2019 Let's see if there's been any progress. No. No. It was very stale as of 2019. But then again, it's not like anything's changed with the Kinect. But this was specifically for Kinect V2, because the Kinect V2, the Windows driver for it would only ever the Windows driver for a Kinect V2 is limited to one per machine, and because of that, this is probably something somebody did as a project, this is probably somebody's like college project, is probably all it is. And half of it is written in MATLAB, so I don't know if I could even get it run. I've never tried MATLAB, but yeah, I'll just link this in the chat if anybody's interested. This is what I would use to use multiple Kinect V2s, which I have 3 of the damn things. One of them has a busted converter box, which converts it from whatever proprietary shit Microsoft is using for the Xbox One to proper USB 3. It was just it was always cheap Chinese garbage from the outset, and unfortunately, probably the only thing that I can use to fix it is more cheap Chinese garbage. I might need the axe for this. A couple of small trees in the way. It caused me a lot of headache here. If I was serious about this, I would have come back with the sports or with the race car. If you're in the United States, your local GameStop has probably got a Kinect V2 that they are probably willing to sell for dirt cheap. That was how I got mine. I think I got them for just a couple of bucks. Because, I mean, who needs an Xbox One Kinect anymore? It's an enthusiast item at best. But it is one of the most accessible infrared cameras ever made. I guess as long as you don't count cell phones. If you want to talk about cell phones being included, especially cell phones that you can't do a lot with. The iPhone is technically the most widely accessible infrared camera out there, even though I don't even know if the iPhone's camera app allows you to just arbitrarily pick up the infrared camera. Basically any Apple phone that came out after a certain point that can do Face ID. Anything that can do Face ID technically has an infrared camera in it. But I do not know if they've ever put a lot of effort into making the infrared camera good like they did the the rest of the camera options. Oh, I'm so sorry for that. My brother bought his Xbox One, and it included actually this Kinect that I just showed you the intermittent feed from. That Kinect was my brother's. He bought it at launch. The 2 others that I own are from GameStop from many, many, many years later. Power to the players. Full disclosure, I do own 140 shares of GME. I seriously doubt that was a mandatory disclosure, but I mean, I have a vested financial interest in the company, so yeah, it feels like the correct thing to do. I'm going to be mentioning it. Whoa, went the wrong way for a second there. I don't know if I ever did get an engine quality for that Mr. Hung's Laundry up there. I think I've seen it multiple times now, and I've not actually stopped to look at it, but it's now clear. I really should come back with the race car. I know I said that already, but I can pick up that Mr. Hung's Laundry, and I can pick up the the coupe that's right next to it there. I was kind of like, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking that's a rainy day thing. But we've had a couple of rainy days, and it never got bad enough to prevent me from shooting. It's definitely a fog thing. If I wake up tomorrow and there's thick fog outside, then yeah. You know what? It's about to be turn of the hour. Let's find out. For anybody joining, welcome. If you're not familiar why I just picked up this absolute wreck of a truck, by a fluke of the vehicle spawning system, it has a engine quality of 99, which is better than anything other than the current fire truck that I'm driving. In terms of trucks that I've found, I think the best I've found beyond this was something in the mid-80s, and it was a different fire truck. I think the other fire truck that I'm thinking of right now is actually already my charcoal vehicle back at Phallus Lake. Oops. Wait a minute, am I going insane? Or was there no weather report at the top of the hour? Did I just completely miss it? Oh, I didn't. Okay, so I saw at the bottom it was set to 100 point, or the frequency at the bottom says 100.2, but the actual frequency that it was on was 107.6. So let's fix that next time, perhaps. So I'm taking the race car back out, and we're going to use it to pick up Mr. Hung's laundry first, because that was a pretty looking thing that probably has got a good engine condition. The anything with a label on it seems to have a higher baseline. I think it was up here on the left. Yes. Trunk is not perfect. The suspensions and brakes are great. Tires are meh, but functional. For a step van that is just going to be an ammo carrier. Engine quality 71, that's pretty good. Everything about this is pretty good. We even got a key to it. Engine quality 70 over here, but it's got some fantastic parts in it. This will fix up the other sheriff truck, or the sheriff car. We have 2 battery chargers back at base, so we'll just slap both of those on the chargers. I am capable of towing forward, and therefore I will tow forward. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. Even if it's awkward. I think I almost fixed up that purple one, which only has like something in the high 60s, or no, it wasn't even 70. Honestly, we're probably going to fill up most of the trunk of Mr. Holmes here with nothing but more ammo. It's already it's already first bedtime. I'm going to go ahead and put both of those batteries we picked up on the chargers. And as an overnight task, we'll pick up the other sports car there. We'll probably need more than one donor vehicle if we want total perfection, which I don't really care that much about total perfection. But for example, some of the sports car that we looked at is not going to have a it's not going to have a brain. It's not going to have any rear windows. And I did spot one on the way home that might actually be a better prospect, so I'm going to take a look at that too. Found another Hummer 42. Yep, Yep. The devs saw fit to increase the baseline condition of vehicle parts, but they didn't do nothing about the horrific baseline engine qualities, because they just want to make sure everybody gets to experience that moment where they try to get into a vehicle and they turn the key a few times. Oh no, my vehicle's not starting, and they got to make sure everybody experiences that. So they basically shit things up for everybody else too. It's tiresome. I think I already drove past it. Where was it? I should have said something out loud when I saw it. Twiggies, I think. What do we have here? Looks pretty. It's got rear windows. It's a trap. Full of shit. I am the sus is good. But I came here for rear windows, so I'm gonna steal one. Might as well grab a perfect windshield while it's right in front of me. Alright, if I really need suspensions or brakes that I don't already have, I know where to find them. Abreu, how's it going? We're currently in West Point, and we are grabbing a few vehicular components as an overnight task here. We've done a pretty solid number on the town's population. There are still stragglers in the residential up here, but the commercial district is pretty quiet now. Wait a minute, no, I was going the right way. Yes. I do remember seeing another sedan sports car. Oh, down at the other entrance from the highway. How far from there are we? I do not know West Point quite well enough to say for sure. Actually, it's straight ahead, literally just straight down this road. Moving on up. So we just need another rear window and another rear door. Yeah. Since that's not something we're going to find on the current one. Oh, hello. Thought I had cleared this area. Asshole just had to come along and prove me wrong. Actually, no, I had definitely not 100% cleared this area. It's a little spooky. I'm just stealing the best of the best that's on this thing, so that I don't have to take the rest of it home. Alright, that should be everything useful from this one. So we'll head back with the other one and then catch a sleep. And then we're full of parts, so if we have bad weather tomorrow morning, we've got something useful to do. And if we don't have bad weather, there's plenty more exploration I'd like to do right now. I'm okay with letting the weather tell me what to do as long as I got a plan either way. It's those days when I don't have a plan either way that it really hits me. The road. Did he just punch a guy with a car? Lewis, how's it going? We are doing pretty fun things today. A mixture of good and odd and efficient and inefficient. We're about to find out what the weather's like. And that'll determine whether whether we're about to do some combat or whether we're about to continue with vehicle work. That was a nightmare at 7:40. I'm gonna proceed. If I need coffee, I'll drink it. No fog today. Looking good. Oh no, somebody died. So yeah, we're going to hold off on the continued vehicular work because we have great weather. I'm going to fight my way down to the next target, annotated map target. And we're pretty well armed for it, so we are no brakes on this train. Food is the last concern now. We'll annihilate this stress from the nightmare as soon as we get to some killing. I'm just going to preemptively finish off this 80 roast here. It's a little overeating. That's fine. And water, of course. Both of my water containers are not full. So Mr. Hung's is actually pretty good to go. Like, good to go as in it can move. It can move on its own impulse, and there's ammo right here that we can load into it. How much do we have on the floor? A fair amount. There's probably enough for another full trunk. The trunk of this thing is not in perfect condition. So maybe before we put it away, we will slap a repair. Yeah, 146 out of 193. And then the trailer is... yeah, the trailer's gonna fill up fast. Let's try everything but 45 for the moment. That's a negative, Ghost Rider. Okay. Well, we're welding a repair. That was never in question. I'm just gonna go fill up the seats really quick. Passenger seat, or actually we'll put the carton of 44 in the glove, and then carton of 30 and 2 of 45 in the passenger. That's a perfect fit. I mean, honestly, if I want perfect fits, carton of... I would need 556. Would be nice to just say that Mr. Hung's here is completely filled up. Trunk has only got 13 after all that. But with these two going in directly into my hands, we can now at least say that the trailer is completely emptied, and there's no more loose boxes on the floor. So let me just, for the sake of completion, I'll weld a repair into the trunk of Mr. Hung's here so that we can fill it to full capacity. There is another carton of ACP in there, and then we've got 8 left. So I'm going to trade, incoming trade. I trade you 1 carton of 45 ACP. You trade me 1 9 by 19 millimeter. And with that, we have a perfect fit. Mr. Hung's has 100% of every container filled, except for the driver's seat, because I need to be able to move these. So we now have 2 step vans, the white one here and Mr. Hung's, completely 100% full of locally sourced ammo. We have not actually brought any ammo from the base except for the black step van here, which had loose boxes for the most part. I think there may have been a couple of cartons in here when we showed up. And that's okay, because now there's plenty of room left in it. But otherwise, we are loaded up ourselves and ready for fight. I'm going to put on the heavy armor here, because the consequences of doing so are not that bad. I'm going to see what kind of insulation problems I run into with the cotton shirt on. It's probably not going to be too fun. I expect to get unpleasantly hot with the slightest amount of body heat gen. Alright. Our first target, we got close to it last time, but we took a wrong turn, is I want to go down Oak and Short here. And then we're going to Ohio. Going to Ohio, boys. Ohio, Kazimus. We are now entering uncleared territory. I do not expect extreme saturation up here, but it's West Point, so it's unpredictable. I've also not really been up here much. Yeah, see how the zombies are scattered all over the place as opposed to, you know, a line of them in the road? It's because I haven't been down this road much at all. I'm going to fall back just a little bit and start pulling from the corner here. And I want to observe the movements of Zeds to my left, because it looks like, yeah, we do have people between the houses to my left there. So unless I want to be quiet about this, which, I mean, I've got all these guns, and I want to level aiming, so I don't really want to be quiet about this. I'm going to start from all the way back here. I feel like this is going to be an okay-ish angle of approach. What's my corpse discipline stance going to be? I don't feel very patient right now. Forged a razor with level 9 blacksmithing. Hey, I mean, if you need the experience. It's a level 9 recipe, so it will, Hello. Fucking goddamn trees. But that's why I should have parsed this area before going loud and then just starting to fight. Falling back just a little bit because I predict there's going to be more than that coming out of those trees. Got a nice big open spot here. Prefer to use this. Come on. Just give me the fucking jacket. God, I hate it when ragdolls just sit there and ragdoll for no reason. She's gonna take a minute. Can't load her while she's like that. Just need... There we go. Now I can see her when I turn around. That means she's no longer ragdolled. Too far away. The M16 has spoiled me a little bit. Similar problem here with the trees. I need to not be that close to the trees. Crawler. Slow and slow. Fast. I hate it when I can see them, but I don't get a crosshair. Athena Fire. 10 out of 10. That does actually sound a little bit like a like an adult actress name, but if it's not, then that's pretty fire. So we are getting unpleasantly hot from that. Today might not be the best day to do that. I recall getting some knowledge. One of the things Ranzera mentioned is that unpleasantly hot also increases fatigue gain rate. And because of that, that's not a good mesh up with my failure to sleep properly. The other second sleep, we didn't sleep very good. losing one layer isn't going to help too much, but it's better than unnecessarily wearing it. Oh, Athena Fine. Ah! Now that sounds even more like an adult actress name. I guess Fine and Fire both kind of sound a little bit like you would expect people to be shouting the name in an audience. Make of that what you will. Didn't switch fast enough. Of course, we're not done with the left yet. Yeah. It wasn't intentional. Stomp kills don't build any weapon or don't build any weapon experience. So they can be satisfying on occasion. Sometimes I feel like disrespecting a zombie. When I do, I'll give them the boot. But otherwise, unless I have no other weapons on me, I'd rather use something I can get weapon experience in. Discharging as we go further in this direction is not the best idea. That's probably just bringing more people to the fight than really need to be. So I'm switching to blades for the moment. Sword is in need of a sharpen. We're switching to machete. Is that a book on the floor of electrical? Cardboard boxes are where I found some of the rarest books that my character owns right now. So even though a looted and trashed one is probably not going to be very likely to give you anything, it's still worth a quick peek if you have the time. I'm not currently in need of books anymore. I'm not in need of books anymore. I have every single book on this character. It's the first time I've ever had that happen to me in 3,200 hours of Project Zomboid before that ever happened. I'm convinced that Annie or Nora would have eventually found what they were looking for. ready for another box. Move forward to the intersection, discharge a few times, fall back, sharpen my blade, and then see what is in the intersection waiting for us. A couple of targets. It's a cop. Let's see if she got any 9 on her. Yeah, she got a 9. Deputy Dickerson, thank you for your service weapon. Click, 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 tick, tick, tick. If I had any musical talents, I would definitely make a Zomboid gunshot compilation. Close are we? We're getting there. We're just right around the corner, actually. Come on out of there. Come on, bitch. Can't fool me. I saw you go in there. These are both full-on wrecks, which means we get disassembly from metal. I got my torches, might as well. I have keys to this too. I have keyed to both. Sometimes these wrecked vehicles actually have a good part on them. Like in this case, the glove box. I do love how the fact that these ones that are actually like wrecked to the point of being unrecoverable, some of them actually have decent parts. Like this one. How does this one have a 100% hood? How? That is a big lull right there. Oh, there's gasoline in there. As fate would have it, I actually did find an empty gas can. Catch you later, Mario. Have a good one. Yeah, Zacto, I have actually considered that. I have considered like doing it for a channel banner or something. But yeah, if you're ever going to dismantle a wrecked vehicle, always check to make sure you're not wasting gas. Well, always, for now, make sure. Who knows what the future is going to bring. Nice. That's, we completely refilled the truck and did not fully load up that gas can, so they're both empty now. Now I can dismantle. Definitely not going to do the thing that I usually do where I... Oops. I'm not dropping those. Where I try to take everything. Or I don't even do that. I don't usually do that anymore. Nowadays, I don't usually try to take everything from a wrecked vehicle because there's a lot of dead weight, like the iron bands and whatnot, that you probably don't need. Starting with steel sheets, prioritizing 2 iron pipes, and then we'll see what is left after that. Oh yeah, there's some mouth breathing. I think no, she still hasn't locked onto me. She's just been chilling there this whole time. A little bit of the scrap metal. Not a good idea to fast forward while zombies are around. I don't generally recommend it. But I'm relatively confident that because she hasn't noticed me yet, she's going to have a little trouble noticing me. And we got about 10 encumbrance left. I don't really need a spare jack. It would be a failure of planning. Horrific failure of planning if I ever tried to have a jack and didn't have one nearby somewhere. It's a little early to eat. I'm just going to go ahead and eat before we start this next engagement. So I predict some may still come from R6, but it should be relatively limited. That one who was chilling in there in the forest. There's probably not too many like her. If there are, we fall back. Somebody on the other side of that tree. Multiple. Get away from that door. We're honestly, okay, I don't want to jinx it or anything, but for the fact that we're running around as much as we are, which I could be running around more, but I'm keeping it balanced. The fact that we haven't gotten hot yet at 82 Fahrenheit, this is pretty good. I mean, especially considering I got the bandana on my face. That is just going to keep the stench down a little bit, and it's going to keep the a little bit more protection on the head. But I mean, honestly, it's I could lose that and have less insulation, and but I don't need to right now, and that's great. At 80 degrees Fahrenheit, there's going to be hotter days, of course, but I mean, in terms of the average of what we can expect during the summer months, 80 Fahrenheit is a solid baseline to try to predict things. And we got a fence here. That's going to throw a bit of a shoe into my movement predictions. Now, the good thing about this fence, as silver lining, I suppose, gray lining maybe, is that there is a gravel path that is directly next to it, which means that if any zombies hit it from this side, then all we got to do is step over to that side and we've got a clear shot at them. Meanwhile, on this side, we got trees like this one here and that one there that are going to block our line of sight. We want to pop over to the other side of it and shoot whoever's slapping it. Wait. Was that a jam? Of course it was. First jam for this weapon. That's a nice way of being informed that we have taken condition damage. No, we haven't. We have still not taken any condition damage, so that was just a jam because fuck you, that's why. We were having too much fun. I still maintain that just should not happen at perfect condition. It just shouldn't happen. Make it so that there's a chance that should be null while it's perfect. But it should still scale with skill. I mean, you know, weapons that are not perfect condition, it does take some skill to know when it's, you know, when it might be fixing the jam. On over that. Step up and get flipped. I'll go ahead and open this carton to 357 here. Question of when, not if. We've blown about 3 boxes so far. Possibly 4. I don't remember how many I had before I started opening the boxes. But we've had quite a few before, and we still haven't taken any condition damage. Now that it's starting to jam, I'm actually wondering if there is some condition damage, but it doesn't show up on the bar yet. Like, is condition a No, condition is an integer. Condition is an integer. There's no condition damage that it doesn't show. Yeah, condition damage is an integer. There's the fatigue at 1800. Not unexpected. I do believe we've actually accessed one of our first points of interest here. Yes. It was down this road. Let's see what they left for us at the end of this pier. That's empty, so it's probably in this building. I'm predicting potential Z activity in here. I'd rather not deconstruct it if there's no other way in. Made some noise, so if there is anybody in there. But we know how this game works. There could be an asshole in there who is not paying attention to noise, but is still right on the other side of the door. So we'll take, just keep our thumb on the space bar. We'll do the thing. This reminds me of the place where Voldemort killed Snape. Ah, look at that, food. And all of the jarred shit is rotten, so neat. Yeah, I got a KTO, I think you called it. At least the can of oats are good. So we've cleared, quote unquote cleared access to the river in these locations here. There is an unexplored sector between here and the other spot, but if we want clay, the Ohio River is just jacked in terms of clay. So what I'm doing is just putting some arrows here to remind myself that these are places that we can go for clay. Also a bunch of picnic tables up here. I could probably come home with a bunch of steel steel rods for barricading windows at places such as perhaps Jericho. Assuming Jericho is not looted and trashed. That is a assumption that is possibly a bold one, just because it hasn't been looted and trashed for both Annie and Nora. It's a coin flip. It literally is a coin flip. I believe every POI after a certain number of months is a 50-50 chance. Aha, I do have more torches. But I owe the fire truck at least 2 more. Ideally, yeah, I need to refill these. Nope. I was sussed out when I saw her still here after quite a while. She shan't fool me. Need my mask. Nobody cared who I was till I put on the mask. I don't know why I'm gearing back up with the heavy armor. It is not quite o'clock anymore. We are now fatigued, thanks to the nightmare. We probably would have had another hour or two in us if it was not for the nightmare, but that's how the cookie crumbles. We've got just under 20 encumbrance worth of storage here. So we can still take some pipes and sheets. The hardest to... Well, sheets are easy if you have a forge. That's 8 steel rods in that pile. Damn. Okay, so since it's fatigue o'clock, I'm not going to proceed with combat ops. I'm going to go ahead and put away my heavy armor. I'm going to go up there and disassemble those... disassemble those tables I was talking about. No, leather gloves, that's right. My own backpack doesn't have a lot of room, and that's fine. Got the bandana. It's not a source of discomfort, but it is a source of inconvenience. I'm only considering this because I have a ton of steel rods in that pile. Otherwise, I wouldn't really consider going up here and dismantling the picnic tables. But this will get me enough steel rods that I won't even have to think about dismantling things in order to barricade the windows of my next field base. Why did I put my hammer in there? Should know better. Hello. Didn't realize that was a fast one. Should have taken that into consideration. We are stage 2 fatigue. I did hear somebody that I drove past, but I should have actually eyeballed them. For one-offs at mid to high fatigue, it's always probably a better proposition to push them, unless you don't take any of the strength traits, in which case your chance to knock down might actually be kind of terrible. Correction fluid. I was very, very interested to see that there actually is a crafting menu item to use it, and then I saw it's blank IDs. You can make blank IDs with it. That was, yeah, it's definitely one of the things of all time. Since I'm putting steel bars in the handbag now, we'll make a pass by all of the other piles. How about scrap metal? Not yet. Scrap metal is one of those things that you have too much of it until you don't. And then you want to go build a crate or something and it requires 2. And despite being a level 10 blacksmith and a level 10 welder, you literally cannot make any of your own. You must go find something wrecked. Just like with iron pipes. Did I drive right past another pile of metal? I think I might have lost track of the other piles that I left behind, and that's fine. We only would have had a little better room anyway. If it wasn't for stage 2 fatigue, I would get out and kill her. She has annoyed me enough times now. Karen over there, trying to enforce traffic regulations. Math class. Alright, take it easy, Zacto, and have a good one. Get your money's worth. Doesn't matter what school it is, you're paying for it. And in this economy, it's possibly even more worth being scrutinizing than it was in my day. Oh, I never picked up that garbage bag full of food. And that's okay. I know exactly where it is. None of it was particularly essential. We now have a second dub bag S-Rod here. Or shall I say duffel bag S-Rod. What's going on there? Fucked up my bag, I guess. The respirator is not, there's no room allocated for it. It should be that I can fit the respirator in there, but not with the hammer. Well, that is what it is. We now have a second duffel bag full of steel rods, for a total of 30 steel rods ready to be deployed at our next base of choice. Alright, gonna go ahead and catch a sleep. Oh, what am I doing? I don't need that. Does anybody need a wash? Probably not. I'm usually pretty good about keeping my vehicles washed up. A lot of what I picked up is just welding, so I'm just going to drop it off over here in the welding pile, as it were. Plenty of iron pipes over here. Everybody's got scrap metal, except for you. So we could use dub rods, spool of wire, scrap metal. And hinges, but we only have 3. So I should be picking up hinges if I want to finish reassembling my gate bags. Yeah, we'll want to pick up some hinges. We are currently unhinged to a certain extent. What do I do with my axe? I pulled the firefighter axe out of the glove, and then I didn't put it back into the glove. It's right there. Found it. Now we just need the hinges. Beautiful. Alrighty. That axe belongs in the driver's seat, or glove compartment. Oh, that's because I have a pump in there. Okay, that solved that mystery. So the respirator can go in there now. And we even have room for the coffee in there too. Like we're supposed to. Looks like we're going to start using some of that fish. Start 2 roasts with a fish fillet. And, full potato and full egg. And then turkey leftovers. Saw one of the turkeys run for a second there. But the other is not running, so there should not be anything out there to run from. Animals are actually not the worst early warning system out there. Because you can see the animals through walls. Nice. Came out right at 60. Food for the day acquired. Still no bad weather, so that's, is that going to push me up to doing vehicle work? No. We've got field work left to do. I'm going to do field work. We have lots of fun stuff to do up here. Well, two more targets. This, I believe, is Survivor House. And then up here we've got this annotated map. And that's it. For West Point, at least. After that, it's a question of what commercial district stuff that I want to loot. That's commercial district is right there, so it's an easier thing to explore than going further afield. Definitely quiet for a Friday. Then again, Fridays are actually kind of weaker days for me in terms of viewers. Appreciate all my folks catching it live and those folks who catch it after the fact. No more Karen. There's a bookstore right there, but I don't need no more books. It's great. I probably don't need more hair dye, but I think I actually checked this one. I remember this hair genesis being pretty weak. But that may have been a different character. I did a little bit of a ninja here. There's some mouth breathing deep in there somewhere. Gray hair dye. I've found both white and black, so gray is not particularly compelling, but interesting. And that is like what? Like dark purple or like dark pink? It's like a halfway point between pink and purple. And it's pretty saturated, so I'm thinking like a grape almost. Like a grape that is unusually pink, perhaps. Pretty weak as far as hair dye goes. Now that yellow might actually be useful. Yeah, the yellow I'm definitely holding on to. Picked up the scissors just so that I can have something to sharpen for experience later. We'll wait till we're back in front of the grindstone for that. And because we're at a dearth of electrical parts. Can't just put a shed right in front of me like that. No generator. Gen A. Ain't no Gen A. Pretty pink beret. Doubt I'll ever actually wear it because heat. Yep, this is the road we're progressing on, so let's go ahead and gear up just a little bit here. There's the other metal. Just steel bars for the moment. I don't expect there to be too many. Mr. Brad FX, how's it going? We are currently hanging around in West Point here. We've got a couple of spots left to explore in it before we start the great migration in the direction of Louisville. The entire rest of the map has been parsed through for everything that I want. And our current objective is a annotated map, I believe. Or was it? You know what? We're going to have to get there and see. Because I'm thinking about a spot that I marked on the map, but it could have just been a survivor house. Let's just get up there and see. I'll double back so that we get a proper angle of approach. Did I pass it already? I passed it already. It was Miller Drive, first after the bend. So, here's Miller, and here's the bend. Yeah, it's just an annotated map house. This is not a survivor house. No idea what's in it, but, we have our target. Crashed and then got left stranded. Oh, that is unfortunate. Whatchamacallit, road wrecks in this game are pretty dangerous if you underestimate them. I catch one on my right there. I'm going to back up a little further. Probably start fighting by this picnic table. Unknown number going to be coming over this fence here. Hello. It is. It really is, especially if you're between Muldraw and, what was it, Muldraw? Highway to Muldraw. That could be 31 West, most likely. Sometimes 31 West isn't the worst thing in the world, but there is definitely a lot of dead space on it. I don't just mean zombies. Having our angle of approach secure is more important than pushing forward right now. On over. Looking pretty good. One slow. I don't care if he's slow. I do not abide getting flanked. Oh, sir. Negatory. Crashed into an abandoned car. That, I'm assuming, you were not in a position to be, hot wiring things. Or if you were, maybe no gas. There are, on 31 West, there's some of those, crossroads that are full of vehicles. There's usually a decent-looking one in the middle. Near-death experiences. So we have not yet had our, this character right here has not yet had blood drawn in any way. And I know because of that, I probably have a very stupid injury in my future. But, no, our girl here, Dani, has, come up with a few good nat 20s. There's been a couple of times where we've had to do pushes when we should have just been more careful about it. But no class 3 or 4 mistakes. Actually, a couple class 3s. Just only. There was a time recently where I was in Phallus Lake and I didn't realize that there were still zombies inside of houses. Probably they never spawned in until I got close to them. Looking good up here. No more slow shamblers coming to join the party. I do see a guy up here and a gal. It's a lot of trees. I don't like the trees. Cop. Got any guns? Yeah. But no magazine. I like how I'm already starting to see orange and yellow trees. There is something off about the seasons in this game. It is not even July yet. It's June 28th, 1994. Alright, so I am getting heated at 102 Fahrenheit. And my body heat gen is at, what is that, like 4? Maybe 3.5? No, 3.5 is normal. Like dead center, so that's definitely 4. Good to know. It's very rarely going to get to triple digits Fahrenheit outside, but the vehicular devices are a good way of telling how we're going to fare when the temperatures get to that point. I already see the duffel bag that we're probably going to find. What are you doing, dude? Really? He really wanted to get in that house particularly. So yeah, we got an annotated map for this house. Sometimes an annotated map literally just means a duffel bag with a shotgun in it. The basement. I don't think that's the basement. It's over there. Another person who's outside trying to go in. Billy doofuses. So we can't rule out this. Okay, this house right here. The layout of this house is the same as the layout of a house that I took a laceration on Nora. That is the closest I've ever had a character to die since Barb the Builder. Which Barb the Builder, we are rapidly approaching the 1-year anniversary of that. So not long from now, as long as something doesn't go horrifically wrong, which, knowing my luck, not long from now I'll be able to say that it's been 1 year since I've had a character die. But it was particularly a house with this layout, and what got me was the bathroom here. There was somebody inside and to the right. What happened is I had opened the door, and I saw nobody, so I was like, okay, nobody's there. but there was somebody in this tile right here, and the narrow view cone of the doorway I didn't see. And then when I had come out of the bedroom here, I was on my way out of the bedroom, and she came at me horizontally from the bathroom. And that was a laceration to the lower torso. Laceration is a 25% chance of death, or of infection. It's this bullshit with these doors right next to each other. But I also didn't know at the time, that was also my first experience with zombies that don't make noise at all, ever. That zombie, as far as I recall, did not even make a lunge noise. I didn't study the stream frame by frame to see if it announced itself with any mouth breathing, but I don't think it did. Prescription sunglasses. But yeah, it looks like the rest of the house is not going to be anything special. Definitely not. I haven't even looked in the duffel bag, but I'll check it in a second. It ain't going nowhere. Yeah. I mean, if the patch notes had said something about added zombies that don't make noise, and that's why for the longest time I wasn't even sure if it was a glitch or not. I'm still not 100% sure if it was a glitch or not. Maybe nobody's reported it because nobody really pays attention to things like that. I'm pretty sure that somebody else would have reported it by now. But it doesn't matter really in my case. If I report something, the devs ignore it anyway. Now there's a basement to this house, but yeah, look at that. So it is a sawed-off shotgun with two shells. Some annotated maps are a lot more interesting than others. Alright, so we can mark this one off, and then we've got one more house with an annotated map all the way at the end of Oak here. Dirt road directly at the end of Oak. Yes. I actually, it's funny that you should bring that up because, I was talking about how the devs ignore my bug reports. Let me give you a little URL here. It has been, precisely... Now, I'm sure other people have reported this bug. A lot of people have reported this bug. Unfortunately, 0.0 responses from the devs as far as I've seen in any of the forums talking about it. I included, in my case, a reproducible save of this character's save as of like part 3 of her journey. A couple of, 3 hours and 10 minutes in to part 3. We had a step van get stuck, and we couldn't get into the passenger side door. That's usually the easy fix. You get into the passenger side door, and you can start moving it again. All you got to do is move it a little bit. But we had parked the vehicle, and this is a bit of a gamey thing, to be honest. We had parked the vehicle in such a way that it was blocking some windows, but that also blocked our passenger seat, and that was our only vehicle at the time. So my laziness with wanting to not have to barricade windows got the better of me there. But I managed to, because the vehicle was stuck like that, and it was right in front of my character, I did a save dump, and I uploaded it to my file host, and I sent it into the IndieStone as a bug report. And crickets for the past month, and actually, no, it's exactly a month, isn't it? Oh no, month and a week. Yeah, month and a week. So that yes, I have had that bug many times, and I even reported it, but alas. Maybe I'm just incredibly unlucky with bug reports. Maybe it's not personal, but you know what they say: once is a tragedy, twice is a coincidence, 3 times is enemy action. This is more than my 3rd bug report, so make of that what you will. don't get knockdowns with the sword very often. That would be because this sword is almost done. Yeah, this sword is served its purpose. Thus, we have another one. ASAP when they have the chance. It's, I mean, I would say that it's very difficult to reproduce, but I gotta save where it's... I don't know, man. There's a lot of QOL fixing that would be great, but since when does QOL matter for guys like us? We're willing to put up with an unstable beta, and that means QOL is not much of a concern. I'm being a little harsh. I would be lying if I said I wasn't salty that they keep ignoring my bug reports, but that's what it is. What it is. So this dirt road right here, we have to follow that all the way down there to the what is that? Just a shed? Okay. Yeah. I suppose let's do that. Ooh, a Luthex. Hell yeah. Boys, we got ourselves a Luthex. This metallic dress style watch has served me well. But we now have a Luthex. That took a long time. Some of my other characters got them relatively early on. I think both Annie and Nora got a Luthex pretty early. Luthex is your stand-in for Rolex. Is that 3 up there? And get past these trees here. Checking around the corner. Look at me. I am the flanker now. So just like the other one, it is a duffel bag, probably with a shotgun in it. But let's find out. Oh, more than just a shotgun. Nice. It has guns of several varieties and boxes of ammo. It's one hell of a mixed matchup in terms of ammo. While we're here, we'll try our luck again, see if there's any flowers. I don't know if they've done something to flower seed spawns, but this character here has not, and possibly will never, find a single packet of roses or lavenders. And therefore we are not getting our peak excellent of coffee. Now when it comes to finding those seeds, it looks like the drop chances we did look at, they are, you're looking for garden baskets or toolboxes from an agriculture source. So the fact that we didn't find any toolboxes or garden baskets in here, we were screwed from the start. But there was a chance to find one of those here, so whatever. Call me an overpriced sports car, because I'm outie. Alright, it's 88 Fahrenheit, and we're at body heat gen 6, maybe 5.5. Good to know. When does it go down? Body heat gen, getting close to 5. That's about 5 right there. Still hot. Okay, I think we're probably officially too insulated for body heat gen 5 or above at 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay. Next thing I would try to lose is the bandana. I mean, and Renzera brought this up. The, whatchamacallit, the pants. My theory that body heat vents primarily through the chest, neck, and head is probably stable, but yeah, they're keeping our insulation extremely high on the lower body is not helping the situation. So with that, we are done with anything beyond the standard loot tables in West Point. So I'm going to have to think about that. I'm going to have to think about what else is in West Point that is standard that we actually need. And need is a very strong word at this point. Even want is a bit of a strong point. I mean, of course I would love to have some glue. And the school here is not looted and trashed. So I don't know. But I actually do have to step away briefly IRL, so I'm going to bring her back to base, park her for a moment. I'll step away. When I get back, I'll have to think about that. I'm getting out for that. Nasty. I have been criticized in the past for disregarding a lot of residential loot sources. And the truth is, I have. I'm 100% guilty of that. That is absolutely why I'm currently at a bit of a dearth of cookware. Probably yeast as well. Even back at base, I don't have that much yeast. So I can't just go nuts making bread. I went a little bit too far. That was a reflex right there of going back to the factory. Factory is my base. I did not base in the factory this time. This time we are in the gas station. And hell, there's the I haven't even fully looted the whatchamacallit, the storage units there. I'm gonna do a load of laundry too. Oh, I like those coveralls a lot. It's a little bit red, but otherwise it's a almost perfect match. Not bad for a random color. Alright, and while the laundry's going, I'm gonna step away briefly IRL. And when I get back, we'll finish sorting loot. And I'm also going to be thinking about how to actually sit down in a specific direction. I don't think it's possible. No, I think it's completely random when you sit on the wheeled stool. Oh, you know what? That works. All right, I'll be right back, folks. Alrighty, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. So, I had an idea. I really do want to see this developer interview that Atomic Duck did. But I also... Okay, this is getting tiresome. Fuck. Just sort something out really quick. Clothes into the dryer in the meantime. Anyway, got that sorted out. All right. Tiresome.
The Garcia just switched the internet.
I hate ads. but I don't have them blocked on this, whatchamacallits. So we'll give the guy his 0.05 cents, right?
Now, I've been making videos about Project Zomboid since April of 2021, and much of that time has been focused around covering the development of the game itself. So, when I was asked by the relatively new design director at the Indie Stone if I'd like to hold an interview with them, well, I couldn't really say no. What you're about to see is that interview with questions focused around the current state of Build 42 itself, what we as players can expect in the future, and a dive into some fairly controversial changes that we've seen recently. Hopefully this will serve to give you an insight into what goes on behind the scenes at Project Zomboid.
I hope he doesn't softball them.
Thank you very much for joining us today. To kick things off, can we get a brief introduction from you and your role at the Indie Stone?
Yeah. So my name's Christian Allen, and I'm the relatively new now design director at the Indie Stone, focused on Project Zomboid. Quick introduction on me is I live in Washington in the United States. My background is I'm originally Alaskan. Grew up in Alaska, in the military for a bit, and then in the early 2000s got into video games. So I've been working in the games industry for way too long now, and a lot of exciting things that I worked on in the background, but last year was talking to the Indie Stone team, and the opportunity came up to join. So long story short, here I am.
Fabulous. So that's actually leads me quite nicely into my next question. Before you found yourself where you are now at the Indie Stone, what kind of experience did you actually have in the games industry, and how exactly did you end up working on Project Zomboid?
Yeah, it's actually kind of a fascinating story. I joke that my interview at the Indie Stone was the longest job interview I've ever had. My background in the games industry is long and varied. I started as a modder for Rainbow Six. That's kind of how I got into the games industry. I was making mods for Rainbow Six for my LAN group back home. And
he's already won some points. Playing Siege over a LAN group. Okay. Yeah, he's won some points.
Put those up on the internet, and decided I wanted to, well, I always have made games, but decided I could actually do games as a job, mainly by my wife telling me I either needed to quit modding all the time or get a job doing it. And okay, let's do that.
So he does exactly what his wife tells him to do all the time, I guess. I mean, if you're going to make career decisions, all right, yeah. That's not the worst thing in the world. I'm not going to criticize him on that overly, but that's I don't know. If my wife doesn't take a career advice from me, then would I be taking it from her? Maybe that's why I'm not married. Who knows?
So I started at Red Storm Entertainment, working on. Originally got hired to do Rainbow Six, but much like the games industry, immediately got moved from Rainbow Six PC to Ghost Recon console. So my initial game development was primarily focused on the Xbox. Worked my way up pretty quickly from assistant designer, lead designer, creative director on the Ghost Recon franchise. From there, when I moved out to Washington, came out to Bungie, worked on Halo Reach for a couple of years. Spent some time.
Now that's an interesting part in his resume right there, because was he part of the team while they were good, or was he a part of new Bungie? I hope I get a timeline there.
I'm at Warner Brothers games, working on
Warner Brothers,
Lord of the Rings, Mad Max, some DC stuff. From there, I actually spun up my own indie studio. I did the thing that all AAA games.
So it was after Warner Brothers, I think. Is that what it sounded like? After Warner Brothers, he spun up his own studio. I can respect that.
Game developers try to do it some point.
I know, right?
Go independent.
This is not a React channel, but I'll do it once in a while.
6 years. We shipped a few different games, Takedown, Epsilon.
Highly relevant Project Zomboid content, perhaps.
VR super indie experimental title called Hotel Blind. And that's when I had transitioned over to Unreal Engine, because obviously Ghost Recon and Halo back then were both proprietary engines. When I went independent, started with Unreal 3 and then Unreal 4, and my team...
So I don't want to be too cynical, I really don't, but you go independent and then you immediately use the most industry standard engine out there. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying Unreal 5 is about as industry standard as you could get. I'm not saying that everybody independent should, or even that it's even a good idea for everybody to use their own engines. But well, I'm a Godot enjoyer. I will glaze Godot and Red Dot to the end of time. So the fact that he immediately went for Unreal is, I'm not going to call that for or against him, but it is definitely a thing to consider.
Tinkering and prototyping and making videos caught Epic's eye.
I don't like Unreal. That's one of the. Full disclosure, I really don't like Unreal. In fact, I kind of hate it, but I'm not going to hold that against him. A lot of people get stuck in the ecosystem long before they realize all of the catches that come with Unreal.
And they brought me on to be an Unreal Engine evangelist. So it's telling me working more on the developer side, focusing on.
One of the only reasons Unreal is an industry standard is because of the people who go out there and glaze it everywhere. So when he said evangelist, I'm curious if that's what he really means.
Indie game developers. So I essentially got paid by Epic for 6 years to talk to indie game developers all day long, give them technical advice, look at their blueprints, and I did a bunch of other stuff. I did touch Fortnite a little bit.
Okay. Like I said, all this is behind him. It's all behind him. So I'm just saying that these are things that I'm thinking about, right? I'm just being open book on what I'm thinking about when I hear this. Yeah, and like I said, it's like all that benefit of the doubt I was just talking about when it comes to people getting stuck in Unreal and not knowing much about it and not knowing whether it's going to, well, if you've got somebody who's literally whispering in your ear, Grima Wormtongue style, you want to use Unreal, well, I mean, it also sounds like, the way he just described it sounded like he was actually helping people do it better, which, okay, sure. I mean, if that's all there is to it, then hell yeah. But it also, the way he described himself as an evangelist, I kind of really locked onto that, because there are people, and I have no idea if they are actually paid shills or anything like that. But let me just go to the Project Zomboid discussions forum, and I'm just going to do a search for Unreal Engine 5. And there are people all over the place. Probably not. I'm not going to ask them all paid, whether they're all paid shills or anything. Is this the one right here? No. Okay, that's not the one. Yeah, that's not the one. Migrate it to Unreal Engine 5 and upgrade all graphics. See, these kind of people, and I have no idea if they're paid or not. Of course, only one clown emoji, so that's probably not it. That's probably just a standard person who fell for the hype. There's plenty of those too. But where'd that hype come from? Unreal Engine 5 has been one of the most successful grassroots political marketing campaigns of all time. And I say that unironically. I'm not going to qualify that statement in the slightest. Unreal Engine and the hype behind it has been the most successful grassroots effort ever. And it's because people go out there and shill for it, and they've shilled for it so successfully that there is a see here, this person here, port it to Unreal Engine 5 using the free, yeah, I mean, no, there are people in the very discussion forums of Project Zomboid who want this game, or maybe they don't understand the game very well, maybe they're just dropping by and saying it, that want this game to be to be in Unreal 5. And when I hear Unreal Engine Evangelist, the first thing I think of is a handler for these people. Whether these people realize they're doing Epic's work or not, they're going out there and doing Epic's work every time they come out here and say, we should port it to Unreal Engine 5. So it's like, now, again, I don't want to assume the worst. I really don't. But I understand completely why Atomic Duck didn't interrupt the guy and ask him about this, because, well, yeah, access media.
Did a bunch of stuff on Unreal Engine, but my primary focus was in that indie game space. And alongside all of that, way back in, I guess it was 2011, 2012, I bought this little game called Project Zomboid.
Welcome to Strike Gently. We sell woven blankets. We have over 80 different blanket designs to choose from. They're
And I've
I haven't watched Normie YouTube in a long time.
I'm really into strategic and tactical and realistic games. I love RPGs. Played it on and off. I had actually reached out to the Indie Stone way back when, before I started my own company, going, "Hey, I love your game. I love what you're doing." I was really impressed that they really pioneered kind of a business model of having a game in active development. We kept in touch at a Game Developers Conference. I think it was like in 2015. We met up and chatted. And after I left Epic, I got caught in the great layoffs of 2023, and I was doing a bunch of consulting for game design consulting and business.
So the layoffs of 2023. So Epic laid him off. Let me make sure I heard that right.
Great layoffs. Met up and chatted. And after I left Epic, I got caught in the great layoffs of 20.
After I left Epic, I got caught. I don't know if he phrased that intentionally or if that was meant to be that's how he left Epic. It kind of sounds like he left Epic and then got caught up in the layoffs. If so, it sounds like he didn't really specify for where he went. I mean, it's not overly that important. The point is, of course, he left Epic. That's the most important thing to me right now, is that he left Epic. Yeah, definitely that's the most important thing to me right now, because, I don't like Epic very much. Never have.
2023, and I was doing a bunch of consulting for game design consulting and biz dev consulting for a bunch of different companies. The Indie Stone asked me to look at a couple different features. I wrote some designs for them, and that just kind of kept snowballing over the course of 2020.
So he said he was into paid consultancy, and then the Indie Stone asked him to look at some features. I hope that means they paid him. I hope that doesn't mean that he was doing it for free. That probably means that they pulled him on as a consultant, yeah. That does sound about... that sounds reasonable. The Indie Stone can afford it, so, yeah.
5, to where eventually I went out to Brighton, I met with the team, and this role became a reality. And along the way, I made some mods, too. So, yeah, it's a Cinderella story. It's been interviewing for this job since 2011, and finally landed it. I had to go make some AAA games and, work with Hollywood to finally nail a gig, but I got it.
So I have a quick question. You mentioned in there that you started the game in 2011. Am I correct in saying that would have been the Desura days? Or was that... Yeah, it was. So you've got much more experience in Project Zomboid than me. I think I picked it up in 2013 when it released on Steam.
I picked it up in... Actually, let me... I want to know this. I actually do want to know this now. I think I picked it up... the receipt. Purchased on... December 29th, 2023. So he's been playing it for 10 years longer than I have. Assuming he's actually actively played it. Many people will pick it up and then get tired of it and drop it for many years and then come back. So we have no idea until he talks more about that.
Really nice to hear about your history with the game. You actually knew the game a long time before you got involved with the development of it, which I think is so crucial for a role like design director. And I have to squeeze in there as well. Halo Reach, one of my all-time favorite games. One of my all-time favorites.
I agree.
So thank you for your work on that as well.
Yes, okay. 10 points in his favor.
I don't think
10 points in
I'm
his favor.
alone in noticing that updates are much more frequent now. I think we're at a point now where we're seeing about an update every month, at least for the last few months. What can you tell us about what's going on behind the scenes right now with the team? And have there been any big changes with the team's work process or structure since you've joined as design director?
Commander, welcome back. The station has been waiting. Let me show you around.
Man, do I
seeing the change.
I haven't missed Normie YouTube.
Trying to put out.
I hope Atomic Duck appreciates those. What is it, about 2 pennies I've given him now?
Why decisions are made and why features are updated. The development process in the Indie Stone and for Project Zomboid specifically is different than obviously a lot of other places in the games industry, and has both its unique rewards and its unique challenges. And one of those is that a lot of times features, as they're being developed, they get implemented in stages, right? One thing has to come online to support another thing, And in more traditional...
Temperature management has to come online to support drying systems. Yes, you're 100% correct.
Release schedules, even, you know, something like Fortnite that has chapters that are, you know, kind of self-contained modules that come
Seasons
out in
even.
a lot of places, or in, you know, more traditional old school AAA development where you have the main game and it launches and then it's done and you can never
I'm going to try to
touch
sleep
it.
again,
Maybe
actually.
you can do DLC packs or expansion pack or something. A lot of times if they're ready to go, they need to be included in a release because it's a core fundamental change, you know, kind of under the hood, and you can't just put this off in a little corner if you're changing something that affects lots of different systems. But then you
I'm not gonna belabor the point.
have the entire chunk of content come out all at the same time. So someone might see a change, like for example, ammunition changes. If you remember, there was an update a few times ago where it was like, hey, you know, we changed combined 223 and 556 and changed a bunch
And cut the amount of bullets that come out of the boxes by a fraction.
of the underlying ammunition systems.
And I don't have any very strong criticisms of that, honestly. I don't like 20 bullets to a box. I fucking hate it. But at least we're getting more boxes of 556 and 762.
Well, obviously, I had already designed the weapons that were going to go along with that, but those two things couldn't go out together. You had to make the core underlying change first, test it, have it in, and then you've got a release right in there for other features that support it. You can't just rip it out. So it needs to go out, it needs to be integrated, and then the weapons come out. Now, I would say there's sometimes a hesitancy. You don't want to necessarily go, hey, we're changing all, you know, there's a bunch of new weapons that are going to come out, you know, in 2 months. Because you don't necessarily know, you know, which one of those are going to work, which one of those are going to be fun. You know, we haven't implemented it yet, so.
I do want to stop real quick and tell him that. Well, I mean, you know, it's not you can hear me, but I have not had any dislike for any of the new guns they've added. In fact, when I started experiencing them on Nora, they were fucking fantastic, every single one of them, and that's because Nora was aiming level 10, so she didn't get to experience jamming. I don't know which patch it was that added jamming, but that's like taking a big shit in the punch bowl of all the new guns they gave us. They gave us all lovely new guns. I loved them all. Every one that I tried, I didn't hate any of the ones I tried. I liked them all. I saw a purpose for them. And now they're all jamming all the goddamn time. So it's like they gave us this really lovely, well-balanced, lovely, well-tasting punch. And then they just took a big shit in the punch bowl. Now everything jams. So
there's a challenge on that front. I put out a blog post, I think, in February, and I recognize that looking for feedback a lot of times, you know, people can have update fatigue, and people can be like, well,
not me.
You know,
I don't have
when are
update
things
fatigue.
come?
I just want to say for the record, I actually am eager for the next update. If it breaks my save, that would be very sad, but inject it directly in my veins, fam.
And it feels like there's just endless churn. So trying to provide a little bit more communication, a little bit more heads up with how things are rolling out without, you know, the challenge. The other thing is, you know, over.
It was 47. Okay, yeah.
You know?
And that's the bonus of having an unstable branch, is that you can do things like that, I suppose.
I was just going to say that's really unique, and one of the big strengths that Project
Looks like a hurricane,
Zomboid
actually.
has is you can look back.
So we're going to be stuck indoors for a while.
And go, okay, well, looking
Or not
across
indoors,
how
but
this
just, yeah,
feature and how
we're doing
people
low energy
interact
stuff.
with it over, you know, a super long period of time, how it's kind of turned out, how it affected long-term play, especially with a game as complicated and in-depth as Zomboid. You know, how does that affect 6 months of in-game play, a year of in-game play? How is it affecting new players as it's coming in? And then you can see as those changes roll out into Unstable, okay, well, what's people's initial reaction? What do they feel when they see it? I.e., you know, big Reddit threads or Steam or initial creator responses. And then how do people actually play with it? How does it actually affect gameplay? Because a lot of times how it makes you feel versus how you actually react to it.
Feels over reals.
Two different things. And then gauging those things and being able to tweak and move those dials. I understand it can be frustrating for, you know, players in Unstable. I've been in other projects, or as a player in other projects that are kind of in that, mainly like open source development.
Very curiously, he had an opportunity to say that he's played Unstable, and he didn't say anything about it. So I don't know maybe he just, didn't see that as an opportunity to talk about his experience with Unstable, specifically in Zomboid. But that kind of leads me to believe he might have just been a stable branch player, which there's nothing wrong with that. But, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to act like the guy doesn't play his own game. I mean, he's game director. I assume he's playing it. But when it comes to playing it, and I've said this many times before, are we talking about people who play it or people who fire it up for 10 minutes in debug mode, check and see if something feels good, and then fuck off and do something else? There's a time and a place for that, and then there's a time and a place to actually play the game, sit down and play it for a couple of hours. And I don't know. It's really hard to get a feel for how many devs do that. When it comes to how often the music dies, that always makes me sus as to whether any of the devs do that.
Like, wait, why is this like this now? This is different. I don't understand. But in general, I think it can lead to a more coherent backup experience for the player, which I think the Indie Stone has demonstrated over the years.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's, again, going back to the beauty of having an unstable branch is that if the players have a reaction to something and it's particularly negative, you can change that, you can take it back, you can take it under the hood, as you said, and make some changes to it. And it's interesting what you said as well about how the initial reaction can be, and the feelings associated to that can often be different to how players respond to it. And especially, I think, over time, that can change, particularly because as players start to adapt to this new thing. If we take Muscle Strain as like a big example of that, when Muscle Strain came into the game, I remember a particularly vocal response on the negative side from a large part of the community. And now I feel like now that it's been adjusted and tweaked a bit and it's more in like a more forgiving place, I think people see the purpose of Muscle Strain, at least the majority, and are happy to play with it.
It still hasn't been explained very well exactly the purpose of it from a systems perspective, because a lot of players seem to not understand this when they go into the Steam forums and complain about it. Its Muscle Strain is to punish you for doing something that you have bad skill in. That is the long and short of what Muscle Strain is. And a lot of people, I mean, like even the people who really understand this game, don't necessarily seem to phrase it in that way. Like they kind of just like, oh, it's tied to your skill, it's tied to your skill in this, it's tied to your skill in that, but like they don't seem to just take that extra leap and say it is explicitly there to punish people for doing things that they don't have good skill in. In this case, most people think of melee combat when they think of Muscle Strain, but personally, I think more of it when I'm talking about tool use, like sledgehammers. Thankfully, they have fixed the odd Muscle Strain that you got from planting stuff with agriculture, so that's not as big of a problem now.
Enabled rather than just outright disabling it. So it's interesting to see how opinions change or how players adapt to certain features over time.
Yeah, and it's also, in Project Zomboid's case, the fact that, like you mentioned, there are sandbox options and there are options that you can adjust yourself, is actually seeing what are those things that people affect. How do they change things on their multiplayer servers, on their private runs? What mods are people are enabling. All of that long-term behavior can be used to inform design decisions in a way that, a traditional, AAA game studio, I mean, on Halo Reach, we paid hundreds of people, to go, bang on this feature, and you would have them do reports, you would watch them. If you ever look at any of the stuff that Jamie Gressimer, the game designer, really pioneered, a lot of gameplay, UX testing standards, those folks aren't necessarily still your player base. And, what you feel and what you say and what you do, oftentimes there's differences in those things.
We mentioned design decisions in there, and I would imagine...
So he didn't go as far as to tell us, and I'm just going to generally assume that this is a thing. Are they collecting data on on people's choices in sandbox settings? This is one case where I'm like, yes, they should be. I'm not usually the biggest fan of analytics, but if they're properly disclosed, and it's a multiplayer game especially, then absolutely they can and should collect those analytics. They should obviously disclose it. But yeah, I mean, I was hoping he would say something about that. Are they collecting analytics on those things? Or are they just waiting for people to talk about it in the Steam forums? Because it doesn't seem like they spend very much time on the Steam forums, maybe Reddit or the official forums.
imagine that you have more than a few thoughts on where you'd like Project Zomboid to go next. What can players expect both over the next few months and longer term over the next couple of years?
So, that's a great question that I won't be able to fully answer. In the short term, you can probably tell what I've been focusing on, a lot of UI and UX friction that was there, and there still is UI and
Ask the controller players how they feel about UI UX friction right now.
UX friction, but trying to consolidate interactions to make things a little more consistent with how they flow, hit pain points, hit balance issues, hit things like default, the game mode revamp with things like occupation changes, to support changes and gameplay that's been introduced in B42. That's really what I've been focusing on the short term. Everything is a collaborative effort at the Indie Stone. This isn't me sitting in an ivory tower going, change this and do this, and there's no such thing as a idea person that just sits around and, hey, wouldn't it be neat if we did this? There's libraries and libraries and libraries of that just from the team of years and years and years of, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we did this? There's no shortage of cool ideas. I'm not going to come up with something that this team hasn't already thought of before. So, yeah, without getting into a lot of specifics of like, this is what we're going to do in 2 years and it's going to be amazing. We're going to be following the general roadmap that's been set forward by the team for years.
Okay, fabulous. And I apologize, I am going to have to ask, do you have any sneak peeks that you or the team are willing to share with the community today on this interview?
Well, let's see. In the short term...
Interesting little jump cut there.
There definitely is some more changes coming.
You probably just need to think.
Occupations and traits. Those are going to...
Occupations and traits are not done being rebalanced, so that's... All right. Are we going to be stuck forever with... what is it? Wakeful being a -3? Is that what it is that I was bitching about before? One of the traits that I like to use went from a -2 to a -3, and I really didn't like it, so...
Be rolled out relatively soon. It was interesting reactions to the last update to a couple of traits. Be interesting to talk about why those changes are made. But one key little thing is...
Duck, please bring that up.
Might get a little bit of a buff, both from a trait perspective and a loot perspective. There's some other features that I'd love to talk about, but I'm literally like hours away from getting 100% confirmation.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
Hey, I'm sure, like, if you wanted to, I'm sure we can pop that down in the comments when the video comes out, and I can tell that you want to tell us more, and that means more often than actually giving us the features. On a similar note, I feel like I'm already going to know the answer to this one, but I feel like I have to ask just for the sake of everybody watching, just to say that I've tried. Can you tell us anything about when Build 42 will be fully released on the stable branch of Project Zomboid?
And an ad. I wonder, was that an ad specifically timed?
So stable is planned to release exactly when it's ready to go stable.
Fantastic answer.
10 out of 10.
Very much what I expected.
Yeah, that's about as far as I can go. That is.
At least he's not coming in there and telling the Indie Stone to change their pace. The guys clearly have a pace that works for them, and a lot of people don't like that, but it works for them. They haven't given up on the game, so they haven't burned themselves out over the past 13 years. So that pace is clearly working for them. And so if the game director came in there and just forced them to change the pace, then that would be pretty, it wouldn't work well for the long term, especially if they tried to accelerate things and the original guys who are still the absolute brain power behind the game ended up getting fatigued of it and started doing less damage for all their updates.
And that is, absolutely the deciding factor. There's still features to tweak. There's still tons of bugs to fix. There's still a pathway ahead of us, but that window is getting narrower. And I think you've noticed that probably through the updates. I mean,
yeah, I think it's fair to say that we've seen
Kinda,
a lot more focus on rather balancing and fixes than the implementation of new features over the last...
I do agree with that. There's been more, I mean, especially if you talk to a controller player, there's been more fucking with existing things than there has been new things for quite a while now. I think the biggest drop of new things was guns and ammo. But even then, I mean, it was a rebalance of existing things to a certain extent. I mean, at the end of the day, we have more guns now, but about the same different types of caliber for ammo. If you remove 223 as a thing, and it's only 556, but then we added 357, I suppose 3030 was completely new. 3030 is very niche, though. I don't expect that to be extremely substantial.
That's like a couple of months, which is perhaps longer as well, which is, you know, a good sign, I think, that, like you say, you're narrowing down that gap. On a similar note, how do you feel about Build 42 and the community response so far? Do you feel it's been well received, or are there things that the team would still like to change?
That is a great question. And hitting the last point first, there are a million things that the team would like to change. Everything that I look at, you know, the community, how they've responded to things, and I, you know, look at that in a variety of different ways. And then we've got the team in a lot of different opinions and feelings and diversity on the team from, you know, all around the world to the style of games that they play. And so everybody's going to have a different opinion, especially with something like Project Zomboid. Oh my gosh, you changed Apocalypse. That's amazing. Oh my gosh, you changed Apocalypse. I hate you forever.
Oh my gosh, you changed Apocalypse. I have mixed feelings. Just had to get my 2 cents in there.
The reaction, I think, has been critical in general by the community to B42, yet constructive. And that is the key to sorting out, to kind of digging into stuff. It can be really hard to, you know, set aside constructive feedback and valid complaints and just and knee-jerk reactions. You know, if we look at something,
he's very good at being political
the map
about it.
Changes with Echo,
it's not a bad thing.
It makes sense. It supports some other things. There's very strong logical reasons to do it. But one, it makes people feel like something's been taken away, even if that was not the intention. And two, it breaks everybody's saves, which sucks.
Yeah,
and we
it
don't
does.
want to do. But there's also this other save breaking issue. So if we compare these up together, it's going to at least localize the pain, and instead of spreading it out.
Yeah,
so,
Teapot, I kind of agree. I don't mind the new I don't mind the new VHS tapes, but
then you have to.
I would have appreciated more fixes instead if they could be done.
Of, you know, yes, your run was destroyed, your character was destroyed. That sucks, but it's leading to a stronger game. That stable release, which is the majority of the players, you know, the majority of folks are going to be, you know, hey, there's, you know, cool, I've been playing B41 for all this time, and now there's a new update, and it's called B42. What's this look like? And thinking about their experience as well, and while also appreciating the folks that, you know, signed up for the ride that is unstable and seeing things change and fluctuate and break sometimes, which is never fun for anybody.
I think, to be fair, there's, and perhaps I'm allowed to say this, and perhaps you wouldn't want to, then that's more than fair, but perhaps a bit of a hot take. Things like save breaks have to be expected. If you're opting into an unstable branch of a game, unfortunately, and I hate to say it, it's unstable at times, and it's going to happen. However,
yeah, it's a question of when and how often, right? And I do think they've actually been kind of okay with that. Like they expect us to start a new. I mean, they tell us every time there's an update. As always, it's best to start a new save. You know, if the indies don't actually listen to my feedback or even just my bug reports, I would have no problem starting a new character every single time. Like if I just had some sort of indication that giving valid feedback was something that would actually be you know, meaningful to the game's development process, then I would have far less of a concern starting over every single time. I mean, I already don't mind starting over that much, especially once I've gotten locked in. I do enjoy the early game in its own way. So I'm not exactly like that upset about a save breakage. It's always just a question of when and is it worth it. The Echo Creek update was not worth it, and I'm going to die on that hill. It was not worth it to just delete a spawn point and break everybody's save. Fuck no, that was not worth it. The update that broke Annie Mae Kind of. They rebalanced a lot, or they changed a few things under the hood with characters at that point, and the map. Annie's save, my 42.10 character linked in the description, was broken by both a map change and a fundamental change to how characters worked. Which is why when we tried to migrate the save, which I mean, I was obsessed with Annie at the time, I was going to migrate it if I could. It didn't work. The character was completely broken. The map was completely broken. And at that point, there's nothing left. I mean, without the character, without the map, you might as well just start over. So, I mean, it's a question of how often those kind of updates come in. That's what matters most to me. He said they pushed something with echo removal that would break the saves. Yeah. And I mean, there's, whatchamacallits, Ranzera mentioned, and I still haven't verified this myself, but apparently they unbroke the ones with echo. But the fact that they made that decision to go forward with it and to begin with, that was definitely one of the decisions of all time. And that's one where I kind of side a little bit more with the people complaining about it, because removing Echo Creek by itself from the spawn table, that was not worth breaking everybody's saves. That's my hot take on that.
I like that you've acknowledged that the team don't like doing that and try to pair up a couple of issues at the same time so that, like, perhaps that's less common. And I think also there's the perception of, okay, that yes, this is happening a little bit more often now, but we're also seeing updates every month. So it's going to happen a bit more often because we're seeing more updates.
Yeah, and it's a perpetual challenge, right? It's, on one hand, I haven't gotten any updates. What's changing? I want to have the capability to give feedback on these new features. Okay, well, let's put it out faster. Oh, my game's breaking all the time, or this is changing. I just logged in and now traits are different.
And you'll never square that circle, unfortunately. There is no squaring that circle. There's always going to be two different camps of players that don't talk to each other very often until they get into angry arguments on the Steam forums. There's always going to be people who want stability and long-term runs, and then there's going to be people who just want the new slop as soon as humanly possible. And I don't even use the word slop in a derogatory sense there. I know it's usually derogatory. In this case, I'm not actually that, I do think that I'm kind of like really teetering that tightrope there. I'm really teetering that tightrope, but I do believe that, I mean, it's easy for me to say that I would like to have newer stuff more often because I'm far less broken up by save update breakage. And I'm also more insulated from it because I don't use mods. I do have opinions about people who play heavily modded saves on B42 and then get upset about the game breaking during an update. It's not a very high opinion. I'm going to keep it to myself. The game is unstable enough already. You're building your castle on sand. You can choose to make the sand a little stronger by not adding, what is it, like adding water to it, adding oil to it. That's kind of what mods are in that equation. But yeah, I'm not going to go too much farther with that statement. I don't want to make anybody mad. It's at the end of the day, it's a video game, and people want to keep playing the video game because it's fun.
Different, and last week they weren't, and it's changing all the time. I want it to be like this, and both of those things are in conflict. Everybody's human, gamer, developers and players, and everybody. I as a user or a player,
17%.
I just want everything done and awesome right now in every game that I play and in every application that I use.
Exactly
that's
what we had
obviously
before.
what we want. For example, a trait adjustment, theoretically, from a development standpoint, that's just changing the number, right? So you change a number and you have to smoke test it and make sure you didn't accidentally change it to a negative number or it didn't break anything. Once that's in, it's a relatively safe change. So, from a traditional game development standpoint, you wouldn't ever, release, that kind of thing as like a test of like, let's change this and understand how people adjust to it. You would just say, well, I'm a game designer and, I looked at all the data and this is how we're going to do it. We're going to change it and it's going to sit. And then right at the end, after you've play tested it a lot and you really, feel comfortable with it, then you release it. Unstable is unstable, and things are going to break.
7%.
Change. I know, for example, right now we looked at.
So my roof generator, despite having the exact same load as the one down here, my roof generator was 10% ahead, and that's interesting. I have no idea what's causing that. Another one of those glitches that I'd love to report if these homies would actually take my bug reports.
Controllers, you couldn't use firearms and controllers. Okay, let's adjust based on that. Oh, well, that's not working, for these players. Let's adjust that. Let's tweak that. We could have tried to put that over in a box and really, do it perfect and then release it. But then we wouldn't have all that feedback because it's not like you have a lot of isometric survival hardcore games to go out and be like, what's the best controller implementation out of these 50 games like you can do with a shooter?
It's certainly within its own niche, isn't it, Project Zomboid?
Yeah.
There's not many other similar games to it. And just to sort of summarize what we've been talking about there, so the response has been critical but constructive, and it's fair to say that it's been useful for you guys when making some changes through the unstable branch. I would also just like to take the opportunity to say to any of the viewers watching this as well, if you feel you have any feedback on the current build or the version of the game that you're currently playing, please feel free to put it down in the comment.
Please feel free to put it somewhere where it'll boost him in the algorithm. I'm sure that the Indie Stone devs will be reading his comments. Well, I mean, if they did the interview. But, I mean, is this the forum that I should go to then? How much longer after the publication of this video should I be putting comments on it? Is there a time limit to that?
Let the team know what you've enjoyed, what you haven't enjoyed, and why, most importantly, because I can tell you for sure that I'm sure Christian and other members of the team will be reading through some of the comments to this one in particular.
Right, and yeah, that's like I said, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that they will be. But, how much longer? How much longer? And then where do I go after that? Is there a place I can go that the devs will actually listen to me? Because I don't know that. Like I said, I've given you guys examples. I have an example right here of a bug report that I've put in where I went above and beyond what most other players do. I gave them a copy of my save, which is not something a lot of players actually seem to do these days. And it's a bug report that somebody just in chat earlier was asking about. And then I've got another one here on Steam that, I'm not going to look it up, but I mean, nobody's ever replied to any of them. And so it's like, where do I actually go to give the feedback? Do I write a really long comment on the video here and just hope that I'm shooting in the wind and somebody's going to see it?
I do just want to go back to one thing that we talked about in the midst of that question there, which was the fairly controversial removal of Echo Creek as a spawn location. So what prompted that decision from the team? What was the thinking behind that?
It was never supposed to be an official thing to begin with. It was Echo Creek was always supposed to be a test bed.
Well, that's a great question, and so the few different elements went into that discussion. So one thing, there's some underlying features, like I talked about before. There is some underlying features that I'm hoping are very going to be out soon that Echo Creek didn't support from a core element. Echo Creek, in the way it was designed, was really designed and built and intended as a test bed. If you look at Echo Creek from a feature standpoint, basements, animals, crafting, workstations, every single new feature that was as a high-level feature for B42, it's not a coincidence that all of those things are showcased in Echo Creek. It was intended as a test bed for those things. It would not have been a good player experience to be like, hey, if you really want to experience animal husbandry, jump into Muldraw, because it's a really great place to collect up some cows.
There's a lot of chickens there.
Build a farm and experience those features. From a player experience standpoint, however, I did suffer from a few limitations. One, a newer player, because of the way it was designed and the way it was built, you are strongly encouraged not to leave the area, right? You have this magical building that's a gas station and it has a cool basement that spawns.
I've never not based there myself.
Of crafting and building materials. You have farms all over your place. You have a river right there. And then if you don't get a good vehicle spawn, guess what you get to do? You get to go on a very, very long walk.
Now, who was it that made the walk from Echo Creek to Ekron? Who was it that made that an absolute fucking nightmare? It wasn't me. It wasn't. I don't think it was you. This is before you joined the team. But if we look at our map here, Echo Creek is right here. or right here. And our base in Echo Creek, the lovely place that he was pointing out, is right here. Just give that a nice little beak, 'cause it should have had one from the beginning. And this place, if you don't get a good vehicle in Echo Creek, the problem isn't distance. The problem is not distance. The problem is if you leave down Smith Road here, you're surrounded by zombies from Guns Unlimited. And the problem with, if you take Freedom and then you go up to 144 and then keep going north, 144 is a fucking nightmare. There's always more zombies on that road than there needs to be. And if you want to go the opposite direction, Mad Dan's Den is going to be... You could probably sneak past that. You could probably sneak past Mad Dan's Den. Jamie-Town is going to be the next closest in that direction. But then Irvington, you got to go past this little clusterfuck right here, where there's very few vehicles and lots of zombies. Your best bet is probably going to be Hogwalla to 79, but there's also, once again, lots and lots and lots of zombies that don't really need to be there because it's a fucking rural road. But it's not just the distance. It's the zombies that are all over the place on that distance that don't need to be there. That's one of the reasons leaving Echo Creek is not ever a really rewarding experience if you don't already have a fleet of vehicles. But that's kind of how I feel about that. That's the mechanic shop. Oh, yeah, no, you're 100% right. I don't always spend a lot of time there looking at the map. That's why I never even got it lit. Thank you, though. That makes me look like an idiot. Not that that's not a good spot for a base. Those triple garages are lovely.
Through very, very scary trees. Yep. And if you go north and hit Guns Emporium, you are going to have a very, very...
Ranzera made fun of me for this, but that's not north, that's west. I know. It can be, yeah. Left in this sense is west, and Freedom Road, that's going north. So if he's talking about going north, I don't want to be too pedantic about it. I laughed because I made that same mistake many times. It's because of the isometric angle and the rotation of it. The top of the screen is what I want to say for north, which means that either north or west could be valid, and for south, either west or south, or sorry, east or south could be valid.
Very bad day as a new player. So difficulty ramp for midterm was not...
If you're talking about my character, it's in the stream title. We're coming up on our 1-year anniversary. We're about a week away from it.
So a lot of factors went into that point. Again, there's going to be some new stuff rolling out soon that couldn't go out along with that update that I think people are going to be very excited about. Not 100%, so I gotta follow the rules of not saying exactly what it is, but it will provide more options to players in general, especially the more hardcore players. One of the mods that I made that helped give me this job was called Choose Your Spawn, where you can spawn anywhere in the map. So I understand
this stuff is ready to go.
The desire to have different options and support the lore, the storytelling. Again, I have to think about both the long-term players' experience, the midterm players' experience, and the brand new players' experience that's coming in. And if you put someone in a situation right away where it's like, hey, this is the easy place to spawn, cool, great, I read everywhere that this is...
And everybody gets used to it, so then when you take it away, it really sucks. I really wish that they had been more upfront from the very beginning that Echo Creek is supposed to be a test bed. Like, where was the warning when we created a character? That Echo Creek is supposed to be a test bed. Please do not expect to be able to start here forever. That would have eased a lot of this, a lot of the outrage. That would have eased a lot of it if there had just been a little pop-up ahead of time.
The easy place where I should
Can't go back in time, though.
And now I'm having a negative experience 20 hours in because I followed that advice and that was the option or that was the default. Then that's not a great experience for them. So a lot of factors went into it. And again, the save breaking part of it was not great. We had those other tile set issues that likely would have caused that at the same time for a good chunk of folks.
Tile set issues. I don't know 100% what he means by that. I have had saves break due to 2 different issues related to the map. And I'm assuming, obviously, that one of those 2 might fall under the purview of what he's talking about. One of which is Annie Mae's previous life. A save I started a long, long time ago. Her save was actually still one of the longest before I got to Annie Mae's current, which is second playlist in the description there. Her save was broken by a We actually got a hard crash to desktop because of a tile of some sort. Like I didn't even notice at first what the caused the crash to desktop. I looked back in through the logs, and it said something about a tile. So that may be what he's talking about. But her save had lasted for a very, very long time, so I was not too upset about that being broken. I mean, I was, you know, as much as it sucks to let go of any of my girls, yeah, it was expected to happen at some point. But I also, another time a save was broken was, it wasn't even 100% broken per se. It was just, I updated the save, and there were tiles that were reset back to their default state. And that was the same thing we got on Nora in addition to the character system changes. So that was kind of a soft break. And it is, yeah, you know, it is what it is.
As well.
Yeah, it's par for the course, right, when it comes to unstable. Unfortunately, that's going to happen from time to time. But that leads me on to my follow-up question about Echo Creek. So having heard the community feedback on this and clearly being aware of how it's being talked about, are there any plans at this time to reverse the change, or are you waiting for those feedback?
Yeah, so he didn't... he must have done this interview a while ago, if he didn't know that. This must have been... He might have needed to edit this, so it might have been a while before.
Which is that we're talking about here to come out before anything like that gets decided.
Yeah, so, you know, the latter is going to be, you know, the quote-unquote official answer. You know, there's additional features coming online. So, no, the you know, straight-up answer as far as reversing the change, no. That's not currently in the plan.
Okay, so the extinction mode has been in player hands for a little while
Yes.
now.
Yeah, all right. Let's talk about that.
I have played more than one playthrough on that so far. How do you feel about the community response to this new way to play?
I'm very curious how much they're going to spend talking about sprinters. I'm very, very, very curious. I was supposed to see exactly how many seeds we had. We have broadleaf plantain and lemongrass. I seriously doubt the lemongrass I need to worry about, but we do still have some black sage. Do still have broadleaf plantain and lemongrass, so I don't have to care about blooming phase.
It's been exhilarating and fascinating, and scary. You know, when we sat down and looked at game modes as a core object, you know, a core feature set, and you know, what did we want to address, and it was identified as, you know, what really ended up in as being game modes. It was what is real, what is actually what is the core intended experience of Project Zomboid, and that didn't necessarily exist, at least as players experienced it, right? People didn't, you know, some people would think, oh, well, Survivor is where you should start, and, you know, Apocalypse is the default. No, it's this, it's that. And
I've always been in the camp of, wait, I can't dry lemongrass? I thought lemongrass was dryable. Okay. Okay, so lemongrass doesn't go rotten, does it? It just goes from dry to stale. Fascinating. Anyway, I've always been in the opinion that Apocalypse is the default, because that's just what is selected by default when you start a new character, right? I mean, if you don't go through and start screwing with the settings, if you just do all defaults, Apocalypse is what's selected first. So I have always been under the impression that Apocalypse is the default. But I guess they hadn't come to a hard conclusion on that until this guy came in and started herding them in the correct directions. Which I'm here for it. I'm totally here for it.
You know, Builder was there for,
oh,
you know,
off.
the more, you know, building style players, but the core settings didn't necessarily support that really well. So the two additional things that we talked about was a lot of the really experienced players, what do? They start amping up the difficulty. They start...
And that, in my opinion, I have always been of the strong opinion that that's a mistake. I have always been under the opinion that, and I know my homie in the chat, KTO, and many other people who watch me, play the game at a harder settings just for funsies. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with that if you find it fun, by all means. But if all you're looking for is more challenge, you're going to hit a brick wall just by screwing with the sandbox settings. You're going to hit a very big brick wall at some point. And make of that what you will. It's just, I don't feel like creating a difficulty just for the sweaty people was ever going to be a very good idea. But we'll see. I mean, it's still early on. It was only just added, so.
You know, jacking up those numbers, and that's what they tend to do to give themselves more challenge. And so just really diving into providing a game mode experience. Like, this is, you know, designed and intended to be like that for experienced players. New players, please don't start like this. It's going to be...
And that's why, okay, so when he says it like that, and I kind of expected that, that leads me to believe that we're never going to see a dodge button the way I want it to be. Because if it, basically he's kind of confirmed what I suspected, and that's that it is there for the people who want something unfair. So the fact that it is fundamentally unfair because we do not have movement superiority over sprinters, which is something I've been ranting about a long time when it comes to sprinters, that probably is part of the purpose. And so I don't think that is a massive black pill for me. But I'm not that, I mean, you know, not in like, you know, I'm sad about it. It's just that, yeah, that means I'm never doing extinction mode, is what that really means at the end of the day. Because, I mean, if extinction mode is being built from the ground up just to be unfair, why would you engage with something that's unfair? That just sounds like a way to burn yourself out on a video game. But, I don't know, I'm sure people can make it feel fair until they get those 4 sprinters come at them from different angles. And after that, they'll probably cope about it. I don't know.
Well, you can, if you really want to dive in, and then just really sitting with the sandbox settings. It's exhilarating as a game designer to have those options available to you, because a lot of times as a game developer, you know, when you don't have those kinds of things exposed as just levers to pull, and you're having to be more like, well, let's change this math and change these core things, and you're really fundamentally changing the core of the game in every lever that you pull. You have to be much more conservative. Or something like extinction, it can be like, yes, this is going to kill you. This is going to be chaotic. And
again, just like I said, he's 100% confirming that extinction is built from the ground up to be unfair. It is literally there for the sweaty people who want to get their face rolled and cannot enjoy a video game without getting their face rolled. And I didn't necessarily want that to 100% be the case. Like, obviously I wanted it to be harder. Like, that was never a question. I'm here for different difficulties. But when you start going into the unfair territory, of a question of your character's run is not until you make a critical mistake, it's until you get 4 sprinters that you didn't know all of them were there, and you never could have known they were all there. I don't find that to be very compelling game design, but...
exciting, and you are going to have to work really hard for this, and it is going to feel like...
Low testosterone's coming for all men. Testosterone levels have been dropping 1% per year since the 80s. Till now. Control, we've located the artifact.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think extinction
Create
for
the
me,
problem and create the
personally,
solution.
and this is my own opinion coming into this, like, I felt as someone with just shy of 2,000 hours in the game and that has played it for years now, it still felt like a new experience, which was something that I don't get very often with Project Zomboid anymore. So to be able to jump into extinction and genuinely think like, oh, okay, this is new, this is going to be a real challenge, was...
It's going to be a challenge, yes. In the way that jumping off of a bridge is a challenge. Is it a challenge that any reasonable person would want to take? No, because the challenge does not depend on your skill. It depends on your luck. And, I mean, every day there are literally millions of people who play slot machines. So I cannot criticize that in terms of enjoyment. It's just that it goes against the rest of the balance of the game, as far as I'm concerned. I've said this before many times, but our biggest advantage against zombies is our movement superiority. If I want to walk in this direction, I will move faster than any zombie in the game. And I don't need any special stats for that. I just need to not be injured. And then I need to not make sure I don't, fail at pathing, make sure I don't trip over something, make sure I don't walk into a bush, because any one of those things is a skill issue. But yeah, I've belabored the point.
It's very interesting indeed for me, because we can try mods, and mods do change the game in a lot of ways, but to get this like official game mode change was a real sort of treat for me personally. And although there are perhaps tweaks that could be made, I think generally speaking I was very, very pleased when Extinction came around. So just to follow up on this question that I had, are we likely to see adjustments to the Extinction mode over the next few updates?
Yeah, there definitely are some changes coming. I'd say they're relatively minor.
There it is. We will never see a sprint button. I'm sorry, we will never see a dodge button. That would be not relatively minor. Because anytime you're talking about adding a significant movement thing to the game, no. That is not a minor change. So we are never going to see a dodge button in this game. And better off knowing. The more you know.
As opposed to, the last pass with, for example, day sprinters. And so, that was a relatively big knob to pull. And like you identified, it was kind of, I think you mentioned it like in one of your very early streams, like, this feels like it should be day sprinters. And I was like sitting there going like,
it was something I changed straight away. It was, in fact, I never actually played Extinction with that original speed setting. I watched somebody else play it and immediately said, like, okay, that seems like an oversight. I'm going to change that so that there's sprinters during both the day and night. And immediately got that, like, first house I was in, alarm went off, sprinters were everywhere. It just felt straight away like, oh, okay, this is something new and exciting, and like it's really challenging straight out the gate.
It's funny because it really was kind of an oversight, because when I went through those options, I didn't know that specific one would block the sprinters. Because of the way the systems interact, if it only applies the random sprinter percentage if random is enabled. So by disabling random during the day, also zeroed out the sprinters. So it was kind of like, oh yeah, that's not quite where it needed to be.
I'm going to go to something else now, which is, we've touched on it briefly. Recently, we saw some pretty substantial changes to occupations and traits. Is the team now happy with where everything is in this department, or can we expect some further balancing tweaks?
There's a few more
Marigold
things
is coming soon.
As I mentioned
Hours
before,
away.
there will be some more tweaks to both occupations and traits. The last update, 4216, was the big pass, right? Like, we want to hit these high-level goals of making occupations feel more like occupations and having them be more impactful and not just, I have a carpentry background. I want to feel like a carpenter. So that was the big pass. Same with traits. It's interesting because I've seen a lot of the speculation, right? There's, the motivations behind changes of, this was changed because too many people use it, or it's too good, or whatever. Really, the motivation behind that was looking at the changes that have been rolled out in B42 with things like darkness, the new lighting system, the massive impact that the lighting changes from a gameplay perspective have had on the game, and as well as things like sleep. Pillows are now a thing. Those are a big benefit to sleeping. When you stack those together, you end up with characters that can essentially rock and roll all day long on 3 hours of sleep. That's very powerful. That's really strong. That's good. Cool, you like it. That's more powerful than, here's one change that's going to come out that I'll slip off. Nutritionist is 4 points. That's really expensive to give you information about calorific, inputs. So I'm going to pull that down.
Okay.
There, I sneaked out a feature. That'll be
that's a
in
sneak
some
peek. We'll
updated.
take
I thought that
one.
was actually already mentioned.
Yeah.
Not 100%.
So there will be a few more tweaks like that. The next pass that you're going to see is mainly in a few occupations that were too expensive. There's going to be at least one trait that gets cheaper on the positive side, and at least one trait that gives you a little bump on the negative side. Chef, for some reason, at a certain point along the way, got changed to short blunt instead of short blade. I think I used the wrong letter code in there, and
Okay.
Blunt and blade snuck through the testing process. Wait, does that say blunt? That's supposed to say blade.
I did wonder about that one. There were a couple of creators that shared that one with me and were like, was this meant to be like short bladed? I was like, I don't know, like this seems, but okay, brilliant. That's a really interesting sort of insight into what's going to happen going forward. A question about crafting now. The community has been quite vocal, myself included, about their struggles with the current crafting interface.
Okay, this is me being out of touch. This has got to be me being out of touch. I don't understand why people don't like the crafting interface. There are improvements that can be made to it, but it doesn't seem that bad. It doesn't seem like something that that they need to be desperately working on. But again, I'm probably out of touch on this just because I don't mind the way it looks. It looks fine to me.
Is this something that the team has heard? And if so, are there any plans towards improvements?
Well, I would say absolutely it has been heard. You know, UI and UX was one of my really big early focuses.
I mean, even if I didn't.
To identify where we could clean up pain points in the short term. There have been a lot of core changes and improvements, although they tend to sometimes get lost in the wash with like how recipes are searched for, right? Like how the returns items instead of...
The way I always felt about that is, why is everything not resizable? Like, I don't know how difficult this would be for them, but why is it that only the outer window itself can be resized? Why is it that this is a fixed ratio? That this shit over here on the right has to be this wide, and the only element that resizes when we resize the window, the only element that resizes is the inner list. Why is everything not resizable? Why is there not just a little settings wheel up here that I can click? A little settings wheel up here that I can click that just changes the text size or changes the... I feel like options are the real answer to that. But let's see what he says.
Instead of string names, like things like that, that like do improve the process. I do want to acknowledge that UI interaction across the board, when you look at features across the board, there's a lot of things that you as an experienced player, because I'm guessing that most of the folks that are watching this,
he's 100% correct about this.
You know, they're relatively hardcore PC players. Like, you know how the vehicle menu works, and you know how you interact with it, and you understand, like, oh, right, I can right-click on a tire, the little tire name, and that pops up the menu, and that's how I change a tire, and that's how it works. That is complete.
$10 for a large, $10 for any 3 toppings.
Papa John's is better than Pizza Hut now. Pizza Hut really fell off.
Completely inconsistent in multiple different places across the interface. How you interface with a TV is different than how you interface with a car. That is more of a long-term project to bring consistency across the board in all of those various features. So, the short, honest answer is you're not going to see in the short term big fundamental changes to the way those interfaces work. There's continuing polish that'll come in, and I can't specify how exactly those are going to roll out. You should not expect in a month that you're going to open up and crafting is going to have a completely different interface and work in a completely different way. That's going to be more of a long-term project.
100%. I think that was a really good answer. I know you were a big advocate for the re-implementation of certain right-click options. Was this due to players struggling with the new crafting systems?
Well, it was integrated. It was all game design systems touch each other, right? As B42 expanded its feature set, the core interaction element of previous iterations of Project Zomboid were built around right-click. If you right-clicked on a battery charger, it worked one way. If you had all the potential materials to build things and you right-clicked on a tile, you would see what you could build in that tile. Well, that worked when you could use carpentry to build 8 different things or 10 different things, and you could use welding to build 6 different things. But as soon as you can build 30 different things or craft 30 different things, that starts to break down. You get, you know, massive lists and massive, you know, stuff that's really hard when they were, you know, putting in those interactions, different interpretation on build or interact or read or, you know, turn on or turn off, you know, all these different terminologies for things. And there was kind of a shift to look at trying out different systems. Like if you look at how, say, example, fireplaces, you know, tagging onto the actual loot window object, you know, interaction buttons there, that's cool, and that's cool as an option. But then when it was like, cool, you can interact with that over here. Well, let's pull that out of right mouse click.
Right.
Now players don't understand how to interact with it. They can't find it. They don't understand.
Yeah, we're not towing this forward.
Confused.
It's okay.
And confused players are unhappy players.
Wasn't planning on going very fast.
Is there a way in the short term that we can kind of bring this more into a consistent system that through interacting with it, you as a player can look and go, oh, okay, I see a window-shaped thing in the world. I right-click on it. There's now a window-shaped icon with a name, and here's how I can contextually interact with that window. Okay, cool. Now, inventory, which works in a completely different way than tiles, I want to right-click on that and interact with things in a certain way. Okay, well, then how's that bleed over into crafting? And that, you know, that's where kind of the integration of, you know, contextual crafting made its way back into that right mouse click menu, but in a more consistent fashion that felt like they all kind of work together. The other thing that change allowed us to do was, if you notice, trying to prioritize items that you need to do under stress. Removing broken glass from a window is way high up. Removing curtains is farther down, because generally you're not going to be like, oh, I got 5 zombies in this thing, let's take curtains off the windows.
Yeah, he's 100% correct about that.
I need to get the glass out so I can climb through really fast. Like, that's
I'd be perfectly fine with a radio wheel.
You know,
for windows.
That's what drove a lot of that. Same with, like, you know, barricading. You know, a lot of times you're barricading under stress. You want to be able to do it quickly. You're not building stairs under stress. Like, you're generally not like, oh my gosh, there's a bunch of zombies coming, I need to build a set of stairs to get on the roof. You just run away. So.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's a very big thing for me, was having gotten used to all these systems over such a big amount of time, was like going to barricade a window in the way that I knew, which was to right click, and then being so surprised when it was under like a carpentry menu in the building menu. So I'm glad that you touched on that, and I think it's a very positive change that we're seeing these things coming back to the right click menu.
Yeah, and that's a good example of, you know, looking at consistent feedback over the course of, you know, when that change was made. I should be clear, this is not like a, you know, idea that Christian came up with of like, this is an issue that needs to be addressed. You know, like literally it was, I came on, it was like, go work on the right mouse click menu, like make it better. That was like day one, you know, direction, and you know, spent a lot of time, you know, with RJ and the different team members, like working through, okay, well, you know, how's that going to work with this tile, and how can we make it better? So it wasn't just like, you know, to be very clear, it wasn't like, hey, I had this cool idea, maybe we can put barricade on back on right mouse click menu. That'd be neat.
So, moving away from the crafting now, I do just want to ask more of like I guess like more of a trivial question. With zero expectation, if you could implement a single feature for Project Zomboid, what would it be and why?
Oh, that is a great
dodge
question.
button.
And I'll use that to cover as I formulate my response. You know, what always impressed me both as a player and a designer is the depth of the systems in Project Zomboid and the emergent gameplay that comes out of that. So one of the things that I'm really excited to look at, besides, you know, high level, you know, big high level things like, you know, NPCs, looking at how that's going to roll out very long term. But
yeah,
more like longer term depth in things like medical systems. You know, I would love to explore diabetics in the apocalypse.
Okay,
I would love to have that moment of I'm in multiplayer and my teammate got sepsis because they didn't take care of their wounds. They didn't clean their wounds. They got zombie blood in it. It led to a bigger infection. They have sepsis. Hey, we need to go hit the hospital to get the really good antibiotics, not the stuff that we're going to find at the pharmacy. We need to go on a run to save our teammate. Like those kinds of long-term systems, for example, just sticking with that example
cool.
of not like, oh, I have an infection, and so, you know, I might take damage.
Making all wound infections the same thing was the biggest mistake in the in the current system. In the current system, because infections are not the same thing. I'm taking this from somebody who's had a I've had a relatively severe wound infection at one point. It was not like so severe that it threatened gangrenous or anything like that, but it is completely different to something like, just a paper cut that won't heal right? Like there are grades of how infected a wound can be. And absolutely, I just said it, I mean, gangrenous, that threatens losing a limb. Once you get a wound that is really bad off, you can get to a certain point where you're just like, there is no curing it. You got to take the limb or it's going to get in your bloodstream and you're a dead guy at that point. Back when I was playing Jedi Academy, when one of my clanmates, his dad was dying of something due to gangrenous infection. And it was a really poignant phrasing. My other friend, he was like, he's already dead. And I'm like, well, that's not a very diplomatic way to phrase it, but it's not entirely wrong at that point. I don't know if anything's changed in that regard. That was about a decade and a half ago. But yeah, that's there's definitely. But of course, then we're talking about amputations, then, aren't we? At that point, are we talking about amputations? Because that's, I mean, after a certain point, if the gangrene hasn't gotten into your bloodstream, then I'm pretty sure that's where you start thinking about amputations. But don't take my word for that. I'm not a medical expert or anything. I'm thinking about things that, a simple wound in this game could and should spiral out of control if you do not actually treat it properly.
And I might die in the next thing, so I got to pour alcohol in it. It's more of like, well, if I clean my wounds early on, I won't get an infection. If I do get an infection, there's antibiotics. If it grows to this, it hits this, and how that drives players. Thinking about like gas spoilage, things like that. To me.
Thinking about never driving again. Yes, I am thinking about gas spoilage. I have been thinking about gas spoilage. I'm sure most of my viewers right now will have seen this, but I have been thinking about gas spoilage for years in this game. And I've been thinking about mitigations for it as well for years in this game. And I know I said it earlier, but it bears repeating. What do y'all think are the odds that they introduce gas spoilage long before they introduce any sort of gasoline production and or mitigation, such as fuel additives to increase shelf life, or things like alternative fuels? There was a lovely discussion. I always want to link this thread whenever this comes up. In this thread, I talked about different ways of producing it from crude. And I even came up with some numbers that there was crude sourceable in Kentucky in the 90s. The numbers that I got went back to 97. So the Kentucky had some proven reserves in crude, some of which had actually been contracted, some of which were not contracted. So it's out there. But then what will we do with the crude? You need skilled people and you need a facility that is very specific for it. Well, in the game already, there's a facility that can allegedly produce gasoline out of crude. The Foss oil in it's like a complex, an entire complex in Louisville. And I posted this thread long before B42 even came out. But what do y'all think are the odds that long before we get anything to counteract it, we're going to get gas spoilage, and then we're just not going to be able to drive? And it's going to happen before things like horses are added. So we're just not going to be able to go long distance. I'm just asking for wagers, because I would put about $1,000 on that, probably, personally. I would put about $1,000 on that.
That's really, really cool, and exploring that kind of that long-term meta. One of the visions that were set forth is that long-term experience of rebuilding civilization, of being able to cross over that hump from the extinction into the rising. Exploring those things is really, really exciting for me in a way that supports still that immediate Dawn of the Dead type experience.
I just want to say, Christian, thank you very much for taking the
Oh, is
time
that
today
it?
for
That's
the
it.
interview. Are there
Okay.
any final messages that you want to convey to the Project Zomboid community before we finish this up?
Well, I think the main thing that I just want you to take away is that this is how you died, and
okay.
sorry,
Thanks.
that's what's going to happen.
The most cliche response
That's
to
all for
anybody
now,
having
but
trouble in
keep
the
trying.
Steam forums.
You can make it someday.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Christian. So that was my interview with Christian Allen, design director of Project Zomboid. Hopefully you found this insightful as to what's going on behind the scenes.
pretty good.
But if there's anything you'd like to know that I didn't ask about in this interview, once again, please feel free to ask down in the comments. Huge thank you, as always, to my
post a video
Patreon
link in
supporters
chat.
for backing the channel. And if you want to join them, there is a link down in the description of this video. Thanks, folks, and I will see you all in the next one.
I usually do my best not to watch too much content from other people who do stuff in this game, so that I don't I don't want to be like I don't want to ever like kind of fall into that circle where everybody's talking about the same thing. I'd prefer to just talk about things whenever they come up for me. But you're not going to give a hour-long interview from the game developer or the design lead, and not have me take a look at that in as deep as I can reasonably. But now I can turn my game volume back up a little bit. It was actually perfect timing, too. Perfect timing, because the storm is easing up a little bit. If it wasn't obvious what we were doing while we were watching that, we were just doing a shipment of ammunition. And both of these step vans right here are just completely full of cartons of ammunition. Like the white one is 100% nothing but cartons of shotgun. And the Plonky Mobile here is just a mix of a little bit of everything. And I'm just moving my stockpile with me as I go. So it's kind of boring doing this, but yeah. We had something interesting to watch in the meantime. And this is the part where I'm non-committal on these chickens here. But I will go ahead and make sure that they do not dehydrate. They do have some hay left, so they're not going to starve. It's just that every time I find myself on this road, I'm either in a throwaway vehicle going home, or I am on my way back with something that I'm towing, and therefore I cannot just tow the thing back with me. I gotta remember to just come down here with the race car at some point and bring them back. But they're okay. They got food. They got, and I'm periodically giving them water. There needs to be like animal feeders that dispense water in there. That was a front collision. We're okay. I just didn't turn quickly enough there. I can handle front collisions. It's side and rear that would make my face hurt from cringe. Yeah, you know what? So I don't forget about it again. I will go ahead and drop the. Once we get to our destination, I'll leave the ammo trucks there. I will take the race car down and we'll grab the chickens, because we got a place to put them now. That was another problem. Previously, we didn't have a place to put them. Now we have a pen that I put the gobble gobbles, the turkeys. So we got both chickens and turkeys in a pen. We got the bird pen. Yeah, they're kind of rare. Recently when we found it was an animal trailer event. Every once in a while you'll have this event where you'll find a wrecked animal trailer and some living animals will be out running around in the world, and there will be some dead animals in the animal trailer. In this case, we had an event like that here in West Point with turkeys. Turkeys are actually the fastest non-vehicular objects in the game right now. They move possibly twice as fast as players do. This needs to be clear. This is my road. Fuck up out of them trees.
Hey!
Still in the market for a few more leather strips. Felt silly to be running out of them. Believe it or not, I was actually kind of relieved to see the lightning the other night when we were in the middle. We were in the middle of watching doing the thing, so I didn't want to speculate at the time. But when I see lightning, that means it's a thunderstorm and not a hurricane. There's a little bit less lightning with hurricanes. It's more just constant wind and rain. Was there a particular reason I left this jacket here? Oh, right, it's a punk jacket. Yeah, I don't, the egg hatch mechanic, it doesn't work until it starts working. And then when it starts working, their population gets out of control. At least that's the way it's been for me with chickens. I have had to be very careful about allowing roosters in the area, because otherwise little teeny baby birds everywhere, consuming resources very quickly. Even consuming my computing resources and lowering my frame rate a little bit. Oh no, but I have had live turkey hatches. They do take forever though. Like they take forever to hatch. And that was on Nora. On Nora, that was before the nerf to animal reproduction speed. I say nerf, I mean the amount of time it takes for animals to grow has been severely reduced by default. On Nora, we had one hatching of turkeys that I recall. Yeah. I made a bit of a meal prep mistake. We didn't have anything major to eat, so I'm just toughing it out till we get back to base. It's not far from here. We are on the final stretch of the 31 West bit here. Yeah, I mean, as long as it's not winter. I think they do die if it's too cold outside, but other than that, I don't remember the timetables. I just remember I set it and forget it, and eventually we had some hatchings. But I do know that it does seem to take turkeys long enough to grow that having more than one a year is probably going to reduce your population to such an extent that it's going to be really hard to get stable population. Unless you have a lot to begin with. Because we found like a total of 7, I think, on Nora. And it was at least several months before we started seeing our first hatchlings. And again, that was before the nerf, so yeah. I feel like in real life they grow faster than that, but I do not know. I ain't no turkey expert. Tastes pretty good when I eat it, though. I like to put mayo on it. Chicken and turkey, actually. Chicken, when it's like chicken that's... I kind of have this feeling that if it's not fried chicken, it feels like it's dry. And I don't even understand that completely. Every once in a while, my dad will cook some chicken and it'll be right, but every once in a while it'll be dry, and it seems like dry more often. And whenever I get dry bird meat of any kind, I like to put mayo on it. So we're just adding these two to the lineup here. Plonky Mobile here is 100% full, and so is Mr. Hung and the white step van there. Now this white step van is different from the other one. This one is shotgun exclusively. There is a total of 15, I think, cartons of shotgun. Some of them have been split up so that we can actually fit them on seats. 1 tom and 3 hens. Yeah. That's going to take a while to get a population that you can actually cull for turkey meat. And they lay eggs so infrequently that it's not, you won't be getting too much egg from them. But it is what it is. Personally, I ain't too mad about it. That is an uncooked roast. We do not eat that. We do put it in the oven, though. And I did the smart thing. I brought some more roasting pans with me. Perfect. So with that, we've got 4 roast pans to work with. We shall get started on some lovely, lovely meals here. No, we're using up this fish. I was thinking about more. No, let's use up all the fish. I'm gonna use up all the fish. So go ahead and cook what is already thawed, and then cook the rest. I'm just going to do these ones a bit lighter. I don't need to do crazy roasts here. Yeah, these should all come out to be about 60. Yeah, that's okay. We are definitively at the calorie floor right now. And we only put 1 helping of fish. Now, of course, that also, there's 2 helpings of rabbit in some of these, so we'll take that under advisement for sure. But I don't fear too much. But we'll find out. We will indeed find out. Yeah, these came out to be all in the 70s. The magic zoomer number for one of them. Alright, I'm just going to roll up the street with the race car, and we'll grab the chickens now. That's a sufficient activity since it's close to the evening. Yeah, yeah, that's how much hunger that my my current roast reduces. Yes, you are correct. There is no need to post the number any further. Fucking Zoomers, man, how do they work? I had a thought recently, and it actually kind of made me chuckle to myself a lot. The appeal of Skibbity Toilet is right along there, along the lines with YTP and whatchamacallit, and Gmod, or just, you know, Gmod videos in general. But there, it's a low effort category is what it is. It's like if videos were music, then Skibbity Toilet would be your fucking your 4/4 times signature pop that does nothing but repeat the same lyrics, and for some godforsaken reason, every single asshole and their dog just loves the shit out of it and never listens to anything else. Meanwhile, El Toro 64 Russ is kind of like your is like your Tool or your Devin Townsend. You know, the people who really love music and just spend forever performing or maximizing their performances. Deep, thoughtful lyrics, very well done instrumentals, that kind of shit. Same category of entertainment, but different quality levels, different dimensions. No, yeah, no, it's, I mean, you know, the whatchamacallit, 69 being a I mean, at least 69, that if you ask people where it came from, it's a position for adult activities. What is 67? Where did that come from? I don't fucking know. I just know that it's a reference to something, and it makes the Zoomers go fucking nuts. I mean, you know, does everybody need to have it explained what 69? No, not really. It's not something I'd prefer personally. I have other tastes, but you do you. Now, the birds are making stress noises, but we did not have too much trouble reducing the stress of the turkeys. And we also did not actually, we weren't able to hear the stress noises from where we were. So I think we'll actually be okay with these guys once I get them into their new home and I give them pets. I think they'll be fine. 420 is a little bit more of a niche reference. Apparently it's Hitler's birthday, and apparently it is the day upon which people choose to partake in things that are Schedule 1 controlled substances here in the United States. But at least I can look at that and be like, okay, there's a cultural thing there. The Hitler's birthday thing, probably not as many people celebrate over that. Some people do, but they're weird. This isn't flying. This is falling with style. I was watching a documentary on the quartering on Jer Bear. June the King did a documentary on him, and boy, howdy, that was one hell of a rabbit hole to go down. I watched some of his videos in the heyday, and promptly, okay, let me put it this way. If you know who the quartering is, he rose to, I guess you could call it, whatever D-list fame he had. His fame came around before the word slop reached the popular lexicon. And my hot take on that is if the public, the general video watching public, had the word slop in their lexicon, like if they understood what slop meant and were able to call out slop when they saw it, Jeremy would have never taken off. He would have never gotten more than a few 100,000 subs tops, as opposed to the millions that he ended up getting. But he was in the right time at the right place without a lot of people to call out exactly what it was that he did that a lot of people just, you know, didn't like, but didn't have the right word to describe it in a single phrase, right? Don't know what the oranges are for. Some legend has it we're still trying to figure out what the oranges are for. I don't know if he ever actually made my sub box, but I can guarantee you that if he did, it wasn't long, because I do know I've watched a few of his videos. I actually thought that his obsession with Brie Larson was kind of funny, but it definitely went on too long. Like, at first I was kind of laughing, like, haha, this guy is obsessed with this, whatchamacallit, this lady, who made all these really stupid statements that I didn't agree with, and I thought she was kind of smug and a little bit of a dummy. But then this guy comes out and he just makes 50 videos on her, and I mean, it seemed tongue-in-cheek, right? You know, he's like, Brie Larson bought me my shed. And I'm like, that's kind of funny, because he had all these videos he put out, he got ad revenue from them, and he could afford a new shed, and I thought that was funny. But then he just kept going with it. He got the cardboard cutout, and he really outed himself with that Renaissance Fair stream. I didn't see that personally when it went live. I don't watch almost any live streams ever these days, but except Mr. Medicker, he's the only live streamer I regularly watch. But when I saw that replay in the documentary there, man, oh boy, howdy. Just looking at random people and being like, yeah, I want to knock them up. What, dude? You're actually going to say that on a public platform in front of an audience that, well, it was hardly millions at the time, but I mean, you know. No, you don't say that kind of shit to anyone. I mean, even your best friends, you just like, no, no, that's like bridge too far in my humble opinion. That's the kind of thoughts you keep to yourself. I don't even know if I'll ever need this animal trailer, so I'm just kind of moving it out of the way. Oh, right, yeah. I mean, well, by the time Rachel Ziegler had her crash outs, we had Critical Drinker. Critical Drinker is where I get my peanut gallery laughing at Hollywood slop. That's what I like to think of Critical Drinker as. I don't, nothing against the guy, but I do think that what he does best is just the peanut gallery laughing at Hollywood. I feel like if we ever got Critical Drinker to host the Oscars, it would be even better than anybody else who's done it. You know, the people who go in there and make fun of them. I forget the names of the guys, but you know, if they want some humor at the expense of the people who are at the Oscars, then get somebody like Critical Drinker to do it, because then you'll actually. I would watch that. If he got to come up there and talk some shit about everybody who's receiving an award, I would watch that. I would go far out of my way to watch that. I might even go visit my parents and watch normie cable TV just to see it. Zacto, how's it going? We're talking about other content creators. I did a bit of I don't know if I want to call it a reaction video. That qualifies. It's a very lame reaction video, but it's a reaction video. I reacted to the Atomic Duck interview. I had a few takes. I might. I'm going to clip that. I'll clip that to a separate video. I just need to add that to my to-do list. If I was smart, I would have taken timestamps. I'm pretty sure it was in the 5 to 6 hour range, something like that, when I started. It's about 2,000 hours now. We've got the chicken squared away. I'm going to spend the rest of the evening doing a little bit of vehicle work over here. The rate at which antimatter annihilates matter. No, that's one of those unsolved problems right there. Why is there more matter than antimatter? I, of course, believe that is a very amusing window into our lack of understanding of the universe. If we understood more about the universe, that question would not be stumping us, but it is stumping us. Nice. Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna have a radio on my washing machine. YOLO. Sorry, that was my washing machine. My dryer is somewhere else. I'm gonna just move the trash can out here because I have literally no need for garbage parts. They're just gonna clutter up the universe. So things that are broken, that I cannot repair, that are literally 200% useless, straight into the trash. Okay, you want to talk about pizza ratios? Steve from Gamers Nexus did a video on certain dubiously useful performance metrics for GPUs. And GPUs, I think it was also related to PSUs like power supplies, but there was a comment that really started getting me chuckling, and I forget exactly how it went, but it was what they were talking about was heat-based performance for computer parts. You know, how much performance you get for calories of heat, and the revelation that the commenter had was if we can measure things in caloric output, then we can actually measure things in pizzas. How many frames per pizza does my GPU get? And that's actually, if you're going to measure it calorically, then yes, you can do that. If you're actually going to measure frames per calorie or something like that, you know, because of obviously you're thinking about heat output at that point, then yeah, that is a valid measurement. How many pizzas per frame do I get? Frames per pizza, perhaps. I need to go back and read that comment and like burn it into my long-term memory. Make a copy pasta out of it. That would I probably don't have the capability of doing copy pastas that are viral. But that was definitely, I laughed really hard at that. Oh, there's a rifle on the seat. That's realistic, actually. I've been watching a lot of Midwest Safety lately. If whenever I'm like having a meal or something at the end of the day and I want to watch something that doesn't distract me too much from what I'm doing, I'll put on Midwest Safety and just laugh at people over body cams. And that's I have seen enough seen enough LEO vehicles at this point to say for 100% sure that they a lot of rifles on passenger seats. A lot of computers too, but not as often in the 90s here. I think I broke the man. The worst part is being a YouTube comment. I can't easily find it. I would have to go find the specific video. It was one of Gamer Nexus videos, and it was something to do with NVIDIA, which of course that doesn't really narrow it down. The guy talks a lot about NVIDIA, not without good reason. Painful to delete all this stuff, but yeah, I need to get over it because I'm never going to touch a busted brake again. I'm far past the point of needing to make, what are they, improvised brake disc weapons, or needing to melt it for a little bit of steel. If I need steel, there's a warehouse just right over there that has crates with just ingots all over the place. So we're good. We are indeed good. I needed gas cans, that's what I need. I'm gonna assume 4 is gonna be enough. Alright, that's all the garbage removed. Oh, it's past my bedtime already. Quick nap. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Well, that was a thunderstorm, but it lasted for multiple days, so I got nothing on that. It's nowhere near fall yet. Okay, it is also July 1st. What does that mean? That means possible crop death is on the horizon. We have chamomile and marigolds that are ready to harvest again for a second time. They may be out of season now. I might actually take a break from vehicle work and actually go back to base again with another throwaway. So that I can harvest that stuff now before it dies off. Is he here? Top chat isn't showing. I don't see him yet. Soon, GM. I'm gonna use this Niala. I was gonna probably steal some more parts from this sports car here. Oh, key already in there. Better engine on this one. So yeah, we're going back to base to do another shipment of probably ammunition again, depending on what the weather tomorrow is like. That'll get you a lot of Scrabble points right there. Tracks are technically the most straightforward way home, but I don't know the alignment of this thing. Yeah, the rain is not easing up. Not at all. We're going to have, I predict some more rain tomorrow as well. In addition to, I mean, it's already tomorrow. After I wake up, I mean. What am I up to? I'm up to about 8 hours here. Yeah, my viewership has actually gone up a little bit. It's been an interesting curve. Usually I get a few more people in the afternoons on other weekdays, but Fridays it seems a bit inverted. Like, I usually feel like, okay, it's Friday, so traffic's going to be a little lower because people are finally getting out of work, and then they're going to go do something more interesting than hanging out at home watching a live stream. But I don't know that. And the numbers in the evenings actually seem to go up a little bit. At least that's how it was last Friday. I'm not entirely dictated by the numbers, but they're going to influence a little bit what how much harder I intend on going. Saturdays and Sundays usually are pretty big, so I think that the step van meme that I've been thinking about for a while now, what are you doing, step van? The compilation. Absolutely, we're gonna be I'm gonna be posting that tomorrow morning on Reddit. Try to boost myself a little bit. I think that is one way to bring new viewers in. Post stuff on Reddit. I think I'll make it home by bedtime. It's not the worst commute when I've got a vehicle like this one. Oh man, I just thought of a thumbnail idea. Oh, I just thought of a thumbnail idea, and it's so fucking cursed. I might actually do it. Oh, I might actually do it. Yep, I know exactly what I'm doing for the thumbnail for the step van video. Left here, right? I usually put the trash bag there strategically. Yes, left here. Sorry, I know I probably sound like an absolute maniac just laughing to himself. But when I post it, you'll see. Greetings, Aminals. I do not know if we have any... Oh, I think we do have a couple of baby sheep that we didn't before. I recall there being only one sheep birth, but now I do believe we have several. My throwaway car collection continues to grow. I should not block access to the compost. I don't know how many more times I'll need to compost, but I would rather not block access to it. So we made it back to base in time, just a little late for our second bedtime. Do I use OBS? Yes. Yep. OBS with input overlay is the only real spice on top of OBS. Everything else, like the chat integration and the camera feeds and everything, those are all, hello. Those are all, whatchamacallits. Those are all just part of my PowerShell scripts to fire up some Windows. Input overlay in the bottom right there. It's a bit of a custom tweaked thing. I've got something better in the works for the input overlay. I don't dislike it right now. The one in the bottom right where you can see my mouse movements and keyboard movements and whatnot. Oops. There we go. But yeah, the OBS is pretty good. It doesn't have any problems. Serves my purposes. I have this new idea for input overlay that I'm using the game's font to create my own keys in a keyboard layout that's actually the same as my the actual keyboard that I'm using here. It is a work in progress, but the transparency will probably be set to something like at 50%, something like that, so it's not too obnoxious. Test is at 100%, and then that's what it looks like on a black background, red background, gray, white, and then a screenshot of gameplay so that we can still see. This will take a little bit of tweaking to see how it looks when it's actually deployed for the game itself. But of course, as you can see, I've only finished the first row of keys. I think it's just a bunch of copy-paste brute force bitch work to finish this off, so I'll get that sorted out at some point, and then my keyboard layout will actually look more like my keyboard. But that is for the input overlay plugin for OBS. Lovely plugin, highly recommended. So I was going to do I was going to try to find out if okay, the chamomile is hours from the next phase, and the marigold is ready to harvest. Except for one, of course. With the question being, is it going to last through this month? Have I tried Guns of Mars? I have not, no. I'm assuming it is a survival crafting game of some sort. Chamomile, see, that is up here. Planting season is March, April, May, but we don't get to see when the quote-unquote bad month is. Literally, we have no way of knowing until tomorrow. If it starts turning yellow tomorrow, then it's going to die this month. You're going to die in half a day. I don't care about any of these herbs over here for the most part. The jalapeno and the habanero over here are ones that I planted and I want to harvest, but those still have weeks for the next phase. I can compost them while we're here. For that, I just need... Ooh, look at that. Some of the rosemary is going up. That would be nice for the rosemary to... I'll get to the next phase. We've got 2.5 bags here. That should be enough for the 10 the 10 peppers here. Yeah, some of this chamomile is like moments away from popping. I suppose I'll go ahead and empty the drying racks. They should be done now. The only novel thing here, I believe, is the black sage. Which I do not know that... I don't know what effect it has. I'm pretty sure you can add it to coffee, but I don't know the effect it has on coffee. If it is another stress reducer, then that is fantastic. Otherwise, it will be a salad ingredient. I suppose you can find out. I could just make an egg salad or something and see if it's possible to add it. And the rest of this is plantain poultice, which I believe is for, like, injury recovery for, like scratches and whatnot, isn't it? I have never made one of those before, but I now have the capability of doing so, which is kind of neat. We're out of room. We are completely out of room for herbs again. I think I have enough herbs. 400 chamomile. I have enough herbs. It's fine. At this point, I would be harvesting it just for the sake of harvesting it. Saying that like it's a bad thing, I guess. Yeah, it's a shame that I never got around to planting wild garlic. I think I actually did have some seeds for it at one point. But that is a, that's one of those weird things you planted in, what was it, like, September? Or it was one of the ones that, like, there's nothing else, or almost nothing else you plant except for garlic and wild garlic. I literally don't have room left to store it, so I'm not going to harvest it. We're at peak capacity for herbs at this point. Alright, this trip is going to be step in on step in. Now let's do, let's do race car with step fan. M16s, that's what I need. Let's take a few M16s. Why can't I fast forward? What's going on here? The game doesn't want me to fast forward right now. Usually that means I should be looking around for a zombie. Now I can fast forward. Don't know what was going on there. I don't know if I'm actually going to start using 45 ACP, but I'm going to take the magazines with me. I'm taking a few guns with me. Nothing crazy, just a few guns. So the last major transit that I would need to do would be Kentucky Herald and Mail Van. But beyond that, there are a few things that I would like to grab. So this should be a relatively easy trip. But I have decided I'm not going to worry anymore about the herbs that are... I'm locked into this. Okay, we're going. I was about to say that I should take some of the herbs with me, but I already have some. And when it comes to more herbs, I should just have a Meals on Wheels, like a, that's what I called it last time, where I just had a vehicle that just had nothing but food in it. and that would also have my stockpiles of herbs. Oh, hey, Ranzera. Yep, we are in progress of doing that. Not all at once, but I reacted earlier to the whatchamacallit, to the interview that Atomic Duck gave while we were doing there was like a hurricane or something, like a major thunderstorm came through. So I was like, okay, that's going to be a few days of kind of downtime there. So I just put it on in the background while we did it back and forth here and there. Got a few hot takes out. I have probably the most significant thing that came out of that is we will never have a dodge button. Sprinters are going to just forever be that cosmic background potential for a checkmate if you ever want to play Extinction. So, well, that I suppose I should say that's not the worst thing ever. No, it's not the worst thing ever. That just gives me an opportunity to do it myself. Thanos moment. I don't know if you could really trust somebody who doesn't have like a extensive background for games like maybe some Dark Souls games or other FromSoft games, or like Dark Tide, for example. Just something that any one of the Tide games really that just requires you to dodge things all the time and it punishes you severely for not dodging it. Without a little bit of first-hand experience in games like those, it's going to be a little bit difficult to articulate exactly why dodges would just be the perfect counter for sprinters if implemented properly. But when it comes to the nuance of implementing it properly, that's something that I would struggle to put words into. Only 1,200 hours of Dark Tide can really explain that. Well, maybe not quite 1,200. It was a couple dozen hours before I learned the importance of dodging in that game. Needless to say, I was absolute trash garbage at it before then. I intend to clip it into a separate video, my reaction to the interview. I don't think I had any extremely controversial takes, but a few things to say. Mostly it was just like a case of, like when they were talking about if you have comments on this interview, please leave it in the description. And I'm like, okay, maybe I'll do that. But if the devs really are going to be looking in the comment section of that video, for how long will they be there? And where do I catch them afterwards, right? Is there an actual place that I can go that they'll listen to me? Because I don't know. I've tried the trifecta. I guess I haven't. Well, you know what? I have tried Reddit. And I have no idea. I don't think my feedback got anywhere. My post on Reddit that I guess you could say qualifies as feedback was regarding the drying racks, and I don't know if I really got my criticism out there. The biggest thing I didn't like about it at the time was the fact that we have no way to control temperature other than campfires. But I think that kind of got lost in the noise of not being able to add multiple things, which, yes, somehow drying racks got put in before we could actually add stacks of things at once. And it was also implemented where we couldn't remove things once they had started drying. All of that shit should have been sorted out before they put it into a production build, in my opinion, but that's when the infamous discussion over whether something qualifies as production. And I lost the plot at that point. I wasn't the only one, but yeah. Indirectly nerfed it by making... Yes. Hopefully they listen to that. That is some feedback that I agree with personally. Fitness instructor does it not have nimble to begin with? I know it does have fitness and it has running, but is that it? And if so, why? It really should have some nimble. I feel like there's a lot of things that should give a little bit of nimble that probably don't. But then again, I would bend over backwards for a little bit of nimble to my something that I already take. 3 fitness, 1... Right. Okay, yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. The 3 fitness, does that leave you at 9 if you take, what is the one, prior to athletic? Like, does that leave you at a deficit? Or is it mutually exclusive? I don't remember. It's not mutually exclusive with the other straight up traits that give you fitness as a skill. Don't generally recommend going 90 miles an hour towing a step van, but I generally think I can handle it on 31 West when I've cleared it out very cleanly. You can take fit to get to 10. Okay, good. So fit that's the one prior to athletic. Athletic is the 10.1. So that's definitely a thing right there. Yeah, that's definitely a thing, because you can... Yeah, okay, so that's actually... I could probably get a build that would not be too awful different from my current build, minus the +1 to axe. Parking lot doesn't have enough room for everything. I subconsciously got ahead of this by moving the other vehicles, race car and fire truck no longer down here, but yeah. So in total, we got 2 locally sourced step vans are completely loaded up now. And now we've got... Yeah, we're not going to have enough room in this lot, and that's fine. This was always just supposed to be a waypoint on the journey to... in the direction of Louisville. So I'm about to affix my first repair to an M16. I don't think I've ever done that on any character ever. On Nora, when I used M16s, and Annie, I think we both just switched to a different M16. Switch to your other M16. It's faster than repairing. So my M16 that I've been using so far has been put away into... Here we are. It's currently at like 1/3, I believe. Something close to that. Now that's mean. Potentially repairs, 55%. In for a penny. Yeah. That was not a very good ROI. It would have been better to just switch to a different M16. That's okay. I don't know when I'll start using these other ones, but while I still have a billion M16 magazines preloaded, the short answer is not just yet. So we still got 20 loaded mags in here. I'm going to load up 4 into my main backpack. Now, full disclosure, we're pretty much done with West Point. Yeah, with we had a total of like 18. Sorry, we had a total of 20, and now we're at a total of 19. And I do get the feeling we're going to get more when we hit the Louisville checkpoint, which is in the not too distant future here. That was actually where I was just about to start talking. We are going in the general this way direction. Our next major base site is Ruby Gas, which I don't know if it's looted and trashed or not. I can't remember. We definitely peeked at it here. I mean, even if it was, would that stop me? I don't know. A couple of annotated map things here in Valley Station. Apparently Camp Fitzgerald we have an annotated map for. That's a bit of a hike. Okay, I do have to step away IRL briefly here. Just gotta go handle something, and then when I get back, we are gonna probe we're gonna probe the road in the direction of Valley Station. There's gonna be a lot of burned wrecks on the bridge, and we've got a literal billion torches that we can rip those apart with. So that is probably something that I'll be doing as soon as I get back here. So we'll just chill here for a minute. And I shall be right back, folks. Alrighty, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. So I'm definitely going to try to go for at least one more in-game day here. I do have something that I realized that I got to handle this afternoon, but it's not overly time sensitive. Just want to get it done before the evening hours come along. So current objective is just going to be to get some progress clearing the bridge from West Point leading towards Valley Station. For that, I'm going to take my the welding ambulance. Doesn't have a lot of spare room in it right now. Doesn't really need it. I mean, at this point, I don't need very much in the way of welding materials here. I would need them going forward. And the direction we're going is forward, so there's no point in bringing the stuff back here. But many point in bringing it into the future, as it were. There'd be a welder mask. We'll just start with 4 of these. Carton of JS2000s. I mean, honestly, but the vehicle, or I'm sorry, gun repair kits need to absolutely be a thing. Using a gun to fix a gun, you can keep that dynamic. You can keep that dynamic. We just need to be able to create a shotgun repair kit by harvesting, you know, make it like a level 6 aim or level 6 aim, level 5 maintenance. I don't know, something like aiming and maintenance put together, and you can make yourself a gun repair kit using a gun of a category. I forgot. I did actually manage to. I completely forgot. I cleared one side drivable here. That's okay. There's more clearing we can do. This was something I did really early game. I went straight to the Valley Station drag racing strip, actually. Woman. It will be renewable now. Wearable liquid containers are getting buffed too. Interesting. Wearable liquid containers. I really hope that by buffs we mean they're not going to be breaking our ability to put a leather water bag on if we're going to do a satchel. That's actually been one of the most annoying things to me. I couldn't think of something to say. I don't want to be that guy who just comes in and says first, but yes, okay. Getting a buff. Okay, so what does that mean? Getting a buff. Oh, cheese can be added to omelets. Okay. Can we how about cheese added to the crafting menu? All right. Whatever. I'm not gonna cry about it too hard. Sharpen time. Liquid capacity buffs would be nice. Especially if I'm making the water bag myself. I mean, this water bag right here. This is one of the ones I made. If I'm making it, I should be able to choose how much leather that I want to put into it. It'll affect the dry weight. Yeah, meta event. I was about to go start shooting anyway. It would be really neat if I could actually get a full magazine of one-shot kills. I'm not going to hold out hope, but nope. So we got 15 in a row before our first, that one right there. See, one of the better parts about this is probably not functioning as intended, but I don't have to worry about them coming from the general this way direction, because you can't, these are no longer passable. Why are these no longer passable? I don't know. But my character, if she wants to pass, she has to go all the way around them. So this is the clean angle of approach right now. I won't get flanked directly from behind. They have to go all the way around that if there are any back there that want to go around. Aiming 8. Wow. That's kind of... yeah. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm okay with where we're at right now, I would definitely have taken that a little bit less kindly. Right now, I actually don't mind the kill rate. It's mostly the... what is this guy wearing? The jam rate that actually truly bothers me. Oh, that's a suit jacket and a white suit jacket. This guy probably came out of the strip club. Nice. But he has no cash, only credit cards. I don't know if the girls let you tip with credit cards. At least not in the 90s, they wouldn't. Nowadays, I'm sure everybody's got one of those little card readers. One south, slope. I think I'm getting sloppy with my aiming here. Yeah. That's nasty. Not a bad base spot. I've used it many times before. But I'm definitely not going to put the effort into it that I did last time. On Nora, we put in way too much effort on a base here because there's nothing here. Valley Station is, if you want a central location for Valley Station, you're thinking something closer to Crossroads Mall. That's what I'm thinking on that. Useful, though. It is useful to have this place secure. It is but a waypoint on the journey. Oh, fatigue. I should have expected that. That is probably an aiming debuff now. I'm going to go ahead and weld apart the car, the only car that I could locate. There's only one burned wreck that's currently in my way. Well, I mean, you know, minimizing attack surfaces is a fantastic strategy. Suppose if there's any burned wrecks down here that are inconveniently located. The thought occurred to me to annihilate the concrete barriers. That would be a lot of sledgehammer work. It's a damn shame that I can't gain any levels in long blunt by breaking things apart with sledgehammer. You would think that would help you with long blunt a little bit. But you see, after a certain point here, there's not too much to be accomplished, even by clearing the other side, unless I'm willing to commit to the annihilation of the concrete barrier. Otherwise, we are going to be dropping down to a limited drive space either way. Yeah, that's fine. I see the blue car on my way down, and I know to slow down a little bit as we turn into the bridge. Right, yeah. See, I could understand if they... I feel like getting experience from tool use against non-combative targets like trees or whatever, I feel like that should be almost a similar VHS tape sort of thing, right? Where you can get some skill, but with there being an upper limit to it. I feel like that would be a fair trade, but the devs are definitely not looking to make weapon skills easier. That definitely does not feel like something they're interested in doing. Perfectly on time for my first bedtime, at least. I might just go ahead and continue with that operation overnight here. I also might skip Ruby Gas as a base this time. I got stuck into Ruby Gas for quite a while on Nora, and it felt like I was going a little farther than I needed to. So I think I'm gonna skip Ruby Gas for the military checkpoint. I don't know exactly how I'm gonna handle that. We'll see. When I did it on Annie, I feel like I did it slightly more efficiently. I just made a blind, like a place to sleep out of carpentry. And it was bare bones, complete bare bones. Yeah. Honestly, I don't expect severe resistance until we get to a place like the checkpoint or the checkpoint or the Crossroads Mall. See, I can use the M16 at night if I go by the headlights. The headlights actually reach far enough for it, as long as they're in good condition. Stuck on the entrance to March Ridge, yeah. At High Pop, you're going to get the standard, which is a fair few, times a metric lot. It's been a little while since I've seen a building completely burned down. That would be an example of one there. I don't think we've spawned in the interior of the strip club yet, because I haven't seen any stripper zombies as far as I can recall. I think we have to get a little closer to get the interior to spawn. That is a medical coat. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, here we go. We did get the interior to spawn in. Ammo and mag check. 17 with 1 reload. I love her hair. Look at that beautiful bright orange shit right there. That is beautiful. God, that is beautiful. I can't bring myself to kill her. That is a fucking work of art right there. God, I can't do it. I can't do it, guys. And there's her sister right there. Damn it. Alright, well. I'm not gonna put myself at risk, but damn, that sucks. Never seen somebody with that beautiful bright orange of a hair before. Ah, no ID either. I shall take your tail as a memento. Another one. Damn. Freaking triplets going on here. At least I can say I got the tails. In a game of heads or tails, I win. Assuming that she ever wants to stop ragdolling. Where are we at? Just reloaded to 24. One south. Or just bottom of the screen, whatever the fuck direction that is. Nope. Still not done ragdolling. See how she's moving? Just have to leave the area. Edith Schwartz. Alright, so it's the Schwartz sisters. And I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. Now we'll see how you handle it. May the Schwartz be with you. Yeah. Baseball's mentioned. Nobody ever came out the back door, looks like. Let's give myself some headlights on this facing. Yes. Chuck up there, he won't be able to go through the barrier. So he's just going to have to bring his ass back around. Look at him bringing his sorry ass back around. Shouldn't have had a 20 degree deviation in your approach vector, buddy. Try echolocation next time. Got 2 ears for a reason, but he let his rod off. Almost triggered combat music for a second there. I like how it looks like the sapling and stuck in that lady's chest there. This sapling, it kind of looks like a pogo stick. Or like a kickstand. So this road is honestly, because of the concrete barrier on the left and the way it works now, this road is not going to be anywhere near as bad even with migration systems, because only a certain select number of intersections are going to have zombies go towards it without them hitting a brick wall and having to go around. The kids love this one. Honestly, the way fire works in Project Zomboid, I would never use a flamethrower even if we had them. That's just fire, and that's the thing that makes me think that devs might actually add flamethrowers someday, just to get noobs stuck in the trap. Because yeah, flamethrowers can definitely do things. They can definitely undo lots of things, like entire bases. Okay, it's a fair amount of progress. We made it just past the strip club. And we'll see what the weather is like tomorrow. Now, if the weather is bad tomorrow, I might call it there. Because then I'll, I don't necessarily have enough, I could probably get another transit done of ammunition, but that is a little bit boring. And I've kind of burned my Zomboid oil for today. But if we have good weather tomorrow morning, then absolutely I will proceed and see if I can get close to the checkpoint. Having recently done the Crossroads Mall, I don't feel overly compelled to do it again, because honestly the Crossroads Mall is just a huge amount of zombies for, I don't necessarily think there's actually a lot of loot there. At least nothing that I overly need. There's no gun store, and even if there was, it would definitely not be big enough to be anything that can have something like some more M16s. And we have so many guns already that we're having trouble storing them all, so... But yeah, if we have good weather tomorrow, I will definitely proceed with this same ambulance and continue removing burned wrecks. Because even the Louisville checkpoint, there's just going to be plenty of burned wrecks there, too. And other things in the way. And looks good. Okay, let's proceed. Some food for the day. And re-up on some M16. We even got a replacement sword for when the time comes. Otherwise, not a lot of room in the trunk, and that is perfectly okay. You know what? What if I put these two propane tanks I can now fit a generator in here. Yes, okay, that is perfect. I won't need it just yet, but just taking a generator forward with me feels like a good thing to do right now. I mean, hell, why just one generator? Why just one generator when I have a trailer? Trailer that can be very easily detached if I need to navigate large groups of zombies. We have emptied all of the ammunition that we had previously been storing in this trailer. So this trailer is just another thing that is full of storage waiting to be used. We can fit 3 generators into this trailer. And would you look at that? I see 3 generators. When I see 3 generators, 3 objectives, 3 vehicles, I don't see coincidence. I see providence. I feel like very few people are going to get that reference. The Matrix sequels were not very well received. That was probably the first true, one of the first times that we got truly subversive media showing up to subvert our expectations. See, people wanted the first movie to be the end of it. They just wanted the Neo to fly up into the world and be like, okay, yeah, then the machines are definitely going to let everybody go now, right? Why would they give up? Why would they give up all their slaves? Why would they do that? The Matrix was not over. But people didn't like the sequels very much, so that's what they want to think. Yeah, no, I agree 100%, Zacto. And yes, that was, absolutely. Near the, kind of the middle of Reloaded, I mean, Reloaded, the early part of Reloaded is really freaking, the Zion part, I kind of just, my eyes glazed over when I was watching it for the first time. I don't need to be struggling that hard about what to do with the last 10 encumbrance. Yeah, it's fine. It's all long-term thought anyway. Why am I going this direction? Critical failure. Maybe I should have triggered combat music the other night, because now the music is... Well, actually, the music's probably been dead for a while. I just didn't really notice it as hard until just now. But it shouldn't be too hard to trigger combat music again once we get a little further down the road. I predict we'll run into a sizable number of Zeds hanging around at the... there always feels like there's a fair few at the rest stop on the way in. Do I want to... That's not even really a question. I do want to leave a red generator here. I have several reds to spare, so this is a gas station I'll drive past many times. Can't hurt too much. It does not have any gas in it, though. So I'm going to siphon a 2-liter out of here. Or just a little bit, and then put it in, hook it up, turn it on, take a little bit of gas, fill one of these bad boys up. I can be like 75% confident that turning on that generator is not going to summon any large hordes or anything, because we just spent a lot of time running around shooting. It's not a guarantee, but if there were going to be a lot to deal with, then we probably would have seen them already. Stragglers are going to need a little bit more than a few seconds of generator being turned on to be summoned forthwith. Alright, so we've got a powered gas station there. And that was all I really needed to do on Nora, too. I got a little dug in there, unnecessarily so. What I'm going to do is move up a little ways and drop the... Actually, I'm just going to gun it for a ruby gas. I'm going to gun it for a ruby gas, drop off the trailer, and then backtrack. That's how I'm going to play this. I forgot that I had done this. I completely forgot I did this. Yeah, this was within the first couple of weeks or so. This must have been a survivor zombie here. There's a Longplay book. These are, what are these? These are LCPD Nialos. I've never really messed with any of those, but these are 100 engine quality. Both of them. R.I.P. to the lady who screamed. Here we are. Yes, we've got plenty of Zed here. But they're mostly just hanging out over there. I don't know how strong the migrate into the highway mechanic is for those guys over there. Migrations that don't involve them being like attracted to noise or something, they tend to just kind of fill up empty cells. So the parking lot right there was sufficiently empty, so they're kind of already in a place. But I'll think more about that later. For now, I do believe this is ruby gas, since it's after the... Yes, okay. So I'm not going to be setting up base here, but I will clear the place out and leave a red generator. And since I'm not going to be setting up base here, I don't care about corpse discipline right now. Not quite LV yet, but Valley Station for sure. Now, Valley Station, what is there aside from the mall? There's a few things, but it's largely residential. Like, there's the strip club, there's the mall, there's this place, there's residential, and lots of it. Yeah. I might just make my next field base, and not like a full stopping point, but a field base at the warehouse. Maybe. The warehouse is pretty close to the checkpoint. Hey there, greetings. We are in the East Coast, United States. I think we're only actually a couple time zones away. North and South America are plus or minus 4 tops. Don't know about as far south as Argentina, though. We're at minus 6 here. Hey! Just get them to come out of the forest. They're not very easy targets right in there. There's definitely a fair crossover between the U.S. players of this game and the Latin American players, because I know this game is pretty popular in Russia and Korea as well, but I don't think I've ever seen anybody posting Skrellic in the chat except for one spam bot. Sar did a sailboat mod. I feel like there was something boat related that I remember looking at for B41. I do not recall ever seeing anything in B42 though. If I am going to do a base at the tool shop up ahead. Oops, I just dropped that on the floor. We need that. Then I should go ahead and fill it up now. I'm addicted to setting up bases at gas stations. It is a pastime of mine. However, the placement of this one is not ideal for hitting the checkpoint. And if I'm not going to do Don't remember if this one had any gas in it. Nope. Okay, so we're filling both of these up then. It's basically free carrier weight if you fill up a generator, so in a perfect world I would have filled it up before we even left. Oh, I dread to imagine what this game is going to play like when gasoline spoilage gets introduced. That might be my cue to take a break from Zomboid, because I was talking about this when I was doing my reaction to the Mr. Atomic Duck interview. But I suppose it bears repeating that if they end up doing a thing where it's where they add gasoline spoilage long before they add any sort of mitigation to it. And obviously they're going to add it before, assuming it comes in B42, they're going to add it before we have horses, so before alternative means of transportation. It just seems like something the devs are going to do. They're going to add it, they're going to put the cart long before the horse. Make sure that we suffer before we have a way to get out of that suffering. And when they do that, that might be my take a break from Zomboid for a bit. Because vehicles make this game a lot more interesting to me. And if they just introduce gasoline spoilage and they don't give us any way around it, then I will probably be taking a break. Because I know that when they add it, it'll probably be a sandbox setting. I almost want to say for sure that they'll make it a sandbox setting, because if they didn't, there would be blood in the streets. I know that. I can almost tell you for sure there would be blood in the streets if they didn't make it a sandbox setting. There's way too many people who just want to enjoy their chill video game. But I am not. I don't know what it is about me. I'm not willing to play non-defaults for the most part. You see, it's not just the gasoline that bothers me, right? Like it's the lack of alternatives that is what bothers me. Go ahead and add your gas spoilage, but don't do it before you add the other ways of getting around. Don't make it so that when gas spoils, we're locked to one city. Because that's mean. That's mean, and you're just cutting people off from enjoying the rest of that big old map you put together. Nice. Okay. This looks like a job for our M16. It is a question of where. What I'm going to do is move up here and do a little toot. Gonna try to bring some forward from that direction. Bring some from the lower part of the screen here up to the middle. Rezan, yes, there's a chance. So it's not guaranteed. When you hear this noise right here, you are at risk of gas tank, muffler, and suspension damage. But if it happens, it's going to be like 1%, like every couple of seconds, I think. It's like 1% every couple of seconds. There's a chance for 1% every couple of seconds. So it's far from serious. But if you off-road all the time, you should expect your suspensions and your gas tank and your muffler to be taking damage. If you want to keep a particular vehicle pristine, then just do not off-road with it. Shouldn't be too hard of a task. I mean, you should have your off-roaders and your not off-roaders. Just have different vehicles in your fleet for different purposes. Or be ready to constantly repair your whatever primary vehicle is doing all the heavy lifting. I'm personally a big fan of using ambulances for a whole bunch of purposes at once. This one is used to be my primary, now it's my secondary for largely welding purposes. It's got like 500,000 torches in it. That entire lineup of burned wrecks will eventually be able to eliminate a good chunk of them without having to try to pull them off the road. Two things: driving speed and your vehicle's ground clearance. Okay, that's interesting. I don't even know anything about the numbers behind... I know what you're talking about, and I've experienced what it feels like to play vehicles that have almost no ground clearance when we had the step van incidents. So I definitely know what it feels like to play with very little ground clearance. Would be curious to see if I actually took some notable levels of damage when I was screwing around with the car stuck on my hood. Aquasar. Nice, very nice. Alright, so we managed to separate some of them, but there's still plenty to deal with. I'm looking at this forest, and I'm seeing a lot of trees that are going to block my line of sight, and I don't like it. I've handled this area by building a defensive position before. That proved to be overkill, even for Annie. Let's just fire up here from this location and see how things play out. Oh, right. Clear your backdrop. I'm most concerned about the right here because there's a lot of trees blocking the blocking my line of sight. So we're gonna have people on both sides of the fence here. For all three of the characters I've come in this direction on, every single one of them has had this building looted and trashed. Don't know what to make of that. I'm pretty sure it's just a coin flip. Yeah. No, that's you know, it's a wreck, but it's still got a light bar on it. It's a wreck, but it's still got a light bar. I'm just glad that I hit the window instead of the light bar. There's a very unique sound of light bars getting hit by bullets. I know exactly what it sounds like, and if I heard it, I would probably physically cringe to the point of experiencing pain. Rezon, keep in mind that you can repair your fuel tanks. So if they lose a lot of integrity, level up your mechanic skill and level up your welding skill, and eventually you'll get to a point where you can repair. With one steel sheet, you can repair it straight to 100%. Like with every other item, there are diminishing returns. But after I do my first repair on something like that, that's when I start just stealing other ones. Gas tanks are the hardest thing to remove from vehicles without damaging them. So we are talking about high-level mechanics, unfortunately. Yeah, it was quote-unquote good. Comedy equals tragedy plus time at the moment. Man, I wasn't feeling it at the moment. But, yeah. The best way to find out that something is shootable is to accidentally shoot it. See, a lot of the zombies we're shooting right now were split up from the where they would have been. They would have been a little closer. That's why we did a little toot. One from the top. $20 rounds. $13. Now what I'm actually, at some point, I'm probably going to actually be pulling a few from the outer edges of the checkpoint thanks to the toot that I did earlier. And that is somewhat intentional. If I want to base in this building behind me here, then getting anybody who would eventually mosey in my direction would be a nice thing. We're definitely not going to get the bulk of the checkpoint, though. That does not happen until we get... there's like a buffer zone, if that makes sense. There's a bunch of cars that are burned wrecks. But then on the other side of it, there's this big old buffer zone without too much in it, not even that many zombies. Then the actual checkpoint where the military is set up in. Nice big wide open space up here. 5 rounds. Yeah. Yeah, there's also that. I don't know how to feel about that. That's, I just basically made the game easier for myself by coming up here earlier. We're ready for more water. Falling back a little bit while I do this. I might actually melee for a minute. We need a long blade experience just as much as we need aiming. They're both really fantastic. We call it swords and gunnery for a reason. Oh, fuck up out of them trees. Come on now. Come on, there you go. There you go, yank. But of course, long distance targets. I ain't gonna go meet them. Not when I got this 4x scope. Expected a few more up here, but that's okay. There doesn't have to be. We got evening hours showing up soon anyway. I would like to get a chunk of killing done before we proceed with some welding. That would be a meta event. That would be something that could pull them quite a distance. I don't need to place these. What am I doing? We can just do that now. Almost any movable can be dropped now, as it should have always been. I think we only pushed up to the very front of the checkpoint here. Oh, never mind. We actually did see a little bit. So the tents over here, the tents over there will not be very populated compared to the rest of the checkpoints. I'm not okay with that. This will be the third time I've done the Louisville checkpoint. Got it down to a bit of a science. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. I think we did nail one. That was a while ago. Lots of zomboiding ago. It would be amazing if I could figure or to clear out the whatchamacallits, clear out the entrance to the checkpoint tonight. I mean, you know what? Now that I've done the thing where I used a sledgehammer to break into the med tent, what if I also just go back there again? Or was it just the regular tents? It was probably just the regular tents, not the med tents. Because if I got to the med tents, then I've got a medical bed somewhere nearby. I could bring that back here and have a place to sleep. Pillow would be the only concern, but I mean, I can live without a pillow. Alright, time for some torch. We got 2 full. How about... let's bring that on up to 6 something. House nearby. That sounds about right. I should have marked it if I did that. Oh, wrong one. Okay, guess we're doing this now. West side of the road. That sounds right. There will be some explored territory over there. Yes. I can sleep anywhere in this game if I have a medical bed, but I have a couple spares, and of course they didn't make it down this way yet. Despite the fact that they are the most lightweight, good quality bed in the game, they are still a little difficult to move around. 30 encumbrance. That is rather hefty for an expedition vehicle. Honestly, I probably could afford the room for that. Seeing as I have all the necessary torches, if I don't worry about picking up the loot, this goes faster than it looks. The joys of being welding level 10. Incoming times 1. Think I need to see you to kill you? Oh, you think vision is your ally. But you merely adopted the eyes. I was born in them, molded by them. I didn't see the blur till I was already a man. At that time it was nothing but makes more sense to open the yellow path. Yeah, but that's quitter talk right there. We're gonna open the entire right lane. Yeah, we're gonna open the entire right lane. I don't. One lane is, yeah, that'll get you the bare minimum. I'll get you the bare minimum, but I don't want the bare minimum. I want a easily drivable path, and we have the technology. I've got how many more torches? I've got 24 more torches waiting for me. No brakes on this train. We came prepared for this one. One incoming. The suicide lane. It's supposed to be a turning lane, I think, but it's just a median without a really any real divider. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I approve. Seal of approval. I do see another incoming. It is a Slowbie. You have no need to mosey in that direction, ma'am. I am right here. Any more of y'all? Probably. But yeah, only 4 more after we get this next red one. As fate would have it. That is exactly what I have torches for. And there will be more beyond this, but fewer of them will be burned wrecks. On the other side of the checkpoint, we've got a lot of just general stuff as you go through the exclusion zone. Lots of generators out there. Yeah, gotta fuck those railings up. I wish we could use welding on them. That would be faster than sledging. Assuming we had some skill in it. Beautiful. So we got a very clean route in and out. Now I'm going to scout the entrance a little bit here. Hitting the Louisville checkpoint seems like a great Saturday activity. So last time I came here, I was able to successfully save the fence. I'm sorry, the gate. The gate right here. Now that's not as important to me this time around because the gate was important because I could use it to prevent off-map movement for respawns. That is no longer relevant. Respawns are no longer something I have to think about. And I am enjoying having some free brain cycles. No, thank you. Yeah, definitely. I need to let people know when I'm doing that. I got a massive boost in views when I was doing the military research facility, and that was probably the biggest reason is because I mentioned it in the stream title. A lot of people want to see that kind of stuff going on. So here's something I'm going to do right away, is just kill these guys really quick. Open the gate, because it doesn't serve me any purpose. It's as soon as a few zombies gather on it, it will pop open. This is a little dangerous, seeing as stage 1 fatigue. But I'm also level 8 Longblade, so... Yes, this is the Louisville checkpoint. The population here is lower than it normally would be because we actually peaked at this place early game. And because of that, we're actually seeing what the spawns would look like within, like, what was it, like week 2 or 3 we showed up here. That sounds like a fun mod you got there. As unfortunately M249s are not a part of the base game. They should be. They really should be. My running around has summoned at least one from the left there. So I'm doing something very critical to the Louisville checkpoint, and that is sledgehammer out these stupid gates on these guardhouse windows. Yeah, Britta's is, that adds a lot to the game. Yeah, can't do it yet. I should not be fighting this much while fatigued. But I also can't shoot right now. If you don't do that, they will get stuck on it forever. I don't think I have an axe. If I did, I would help him break that and kill his axe. But, double check. Field kit has... No, it does not have. I suppose I could, no, it's fine. We are nearing the end of our combat effectiveness here, and I don't have coffee. I have, back in the early game of my previous, or actually no, late game of my previous character, I busted a hole in the fence right there, and for some reason my brain meat told me that I could traverse that, but I can't. Speaking of not being able to traverse things, I think I see a way through here. It's going to be tight. Vehicles can technically sneak by 2 tiles wide, but this is diagonal, so a little nasty. We're good. Nice. I remember this area. Yes. I killed a lot of zombies here, so this area is actually not heavily populated. We also killed a lot of zombies up here by the... Ooh, okay. We do not have access to the medical beds. That would require killing a metric lot. Regrettable. I was hoping to steal a medical bed and then set up shop to sleep here in this area. But that's not happening. I'm going to see if I can find that house that I posted up in prior, because that at least would require me to not have to go all the way home. I would like to finish cleaning up some of this area as an overnight task, so that I can get started, or have a strong start next time. Because I do this evening, later on, I have some tasks I got to do after the stream, but later on this evening, what I might do is edit together a few funny videos to post to Reddit, along with a link to my stream. I have found that is one very valid way to get people to find your content, just to advertise it by also just making stuff that's good standalone stuff. Now, I would be looking at the houses at the first T intersection on 31 here at Esther. Oh no, second. Yes, we want to go to the second here because that's... I mean, okay. I wasn't going to set up in Ruby Gas, but I mean, honestly, Ruby Gas, I've cleared everybody out of it, so maybe I will just set up in... I mean, at least for tonight. Those are from the trailer park, I believe. Put the sledge away. We're now at stage 2 fatigue. We can handle one-offs, but we do not want to be getting in any fights right now. Yeah. The zombies enabling house alarms is definitely one of the things of all time. I don't have too strong opinions of it. It really goes to show how many houses actually have house alarms in them. Okay. So we're only, my designated bedtime these days is 2,300 hours. And we got a bed with a pillow behind a couple of doors. That is good enough for me. And if we were playing Extinction, which is something I have almost 100% decided I'll never do now. Until they're not going to do it, but I can do this. That's cool. Oh man, Fridays are weird. Fridays are really weird. Look at my for anybody joining, welcome. Look at my concurrent count. It was kind of mid for the afternoon, and usually I kind of peak in the afternoon on weekdays, but now, as you can see, it's a lot of people. I guess a lot of folks are coming home looking for something to put on. So hopefully I have some entertaining material for you guys. There was a couple things I had to do this evening, but I think I can put it off a little bit. We've got tasks to do in the area, and I would very much like to prep for a strong assault on the checkpoint tomorrow. That such an assault would take some prep work, so if we can get some of that done tonight, that'd be great. What? So once again, a vehicle that I drove past within the first couple of the weeks of the game had a copy of Cheapskate John's Spiral homemade explosives in it. Now this vehicle is just, it's not like a survivalist vehicle. This is just a vehicle that's got some electrical stuff in the back. Some motion sensor, power bar, scrap electronics, Gorilla radio magazine. I've seen a billion of these. But then, Cheapskate John's Spiral homemade explosives. For reference, I put a solid 1,000 hours on one of my previous characters before we ever found a single one of these. So, very, very, very sneaky. Sneaky indeed. We're pretty close to aiming level 7. Well, pretty close. Right. Yeah, the silly alarms. I mean, if I had known that it was there, then of course I would have dropped everything I was doing and figured out a way to fight my way through what I was doing. But in terms of order of operations, it probably never would have occurred to me to prioritize checking a random step van. I do these days, like usually eventually when I get around to clearing a place. Very few step vans will escape my eyesight. We'll peek into the trunks, but just knowing that there was one right there that I drove past early game, that's a bit of a lull. That's a massive lull. This guy's got a what was that? There's a lead pipe stuck in him. Out of the road. So, one of the places that I would like to base up in is actually up here. Wait a minute, I didn't already do the thing, did I? Hang on, I've got to find out now. So up here, down the train tracks, and then there's a left. Hello. It might not be safe to do this just yet, but I can at least kill people who are on this side of the, yeah, anybody on this side of the fence. I don't have an axe either, so I cannot clear any trees that are in my way at the moment. But what I like to do for when I'm, field basing in this warehouse up here, warehouse full of tools, is cut a few holes in this fence. So I've got a sort of a back door into it from the highway. But we've also got this road here, and I don't know this road very well. This is Tinsley. That'll take me to Bear Camp. Okay, I know that. I know the fundamental of that road then. So that's actually just a different route to get to Ruby Gas if you want to do that. Oh, very nice. Was the engine quality that good without it being a wreck? Because that is, that means I feel like I should be looking out for those. Repair shop step van, that is, is that the Louisville one? The one with the blue logo? Pristine, very nice. You know, what if I don't base up in the, factory there? That's a lot of work to fix that place up. I've done it once before on Nora, and that was a lot of work. Basing up here would be... If I made a sleep spot here, I could do that. But you see, now that the zombies attack fences, that has changed a lot of things, possibly for the better. See, all these zombies up here, it might be a little hard to see on the top right here near my ugly face, and then on the right-hand side here. I could skirmish these guys, but what if I sniped them instead? What if I was a fiddler on the roof of this 3-story building here? I hear some mouth breathers. Sounded like to the right. So I'm hearing a lot of noises that don't make sense echolocationally. They're probably upstairs. Surround sound can do all sorts of neat things. It cannot tell you verticality, unfortunately. So that door is popped. I can at least go through it when I need to. Black with writing on it. Interesting. So we're checking the top of these stairs here. Not getting a red crosshair, so the top of the stairs should be clear. I do hear somebody. It sounds like they're to my left up here. Okay, not bad. Stairs are always the most dangerous place of these buildings like these. Now, if there was a third floor... Hello there. I hear some more mouth breathing. Sounds like that area. Yes, I actually saw a peek of you on the trending tab for the mods. That looked like it caught my eye, to say the least. Hello there. Clear. Can't rule out multiple zombies in one room. So if I was going to sleep here, this is probably where I'd put the bed. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go steal the bed from Ruby Gas. There's two there. There's a loft over the gas station, and then there's a loft over the, well, I guess they're both technically next to the gas station. There's a liquor store, and then there's a convenience store. It's going to be second bed, so I have two bedtimes, if anybody's not familiar. 2300 and 5 a.m. are the two bedtimes I prefer. And we're about onto the second one, so I'm going to sleep when we get back to Ruby Gas. But then I'm going to take the bed and put it on the third floor room of that building we just cleared. And I might... Well, I don't have any good weapons to do rooftop sniping with. Not on me, at least. I have the M16 and a couple of reloads. Hang on. I have two reloads for the M16. So that's like not even 100 shots. And the M16 is a 4x scope, so we'll get distance shots, but nothing impressive. So if I really wanted to do the fiddler on the roof, if I wanted to be a roof Italian, since Dani here is Italian instead of Korean. So that's valid, that's valid. Could have a could have some roof Italians here. It does not. I wish it did. I wish the M16 could take an 8X. As soon as I saw that it could take a 2X, I was like, wait a minute, what? So I checked 4X and then I checked 8X, but unfortunately 4X is the highest that we can do now. I guess it makes sense. I don't think anybody would do that in real life. Put a 8X on a semi-auto. Or an M16 specifically. We can put an 8X on a semi-auto. I actually did bring one with me. I would have to do an 8X. Now, here's another thing that bothers me. That door is only locked if I right-click on it. So even though I have the key, it doesn't automatically stay locked. Rather annoying. Yep. Alright, so I would like to be able to sleep here, so I'm going to keep this place stocked with a bed and with a pillow. But I do believe the other convenience store there also has I think it has a couple of bedrooms in it. Because I'm not going to barricade this place, it does not get a proper colored circle, just a red circle. That means it's just the second floor, behind a door. Ah, fog today. Okay. So, yeah, regrettable. I suppose I could work on a little bit of preliminary prep for the shotgun kill corridor. So last time I did the checkpoints, the Louisville checkpoint, I created a shotgun kill corridor. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot. I think I ended up being a little too convoluted with it. But I really enjoyed it. I was thinking about taking the bed from the second floor of Ruby Gas, but I mean, we have this entire trailer park here. I feel like there's some single beds here. If I need a pillow, I know where to find one. That's a quad. That's a quad. That's a cot. This is true. This is true Kentucky fashion here. Just a trailer park home with 3 cots in it. Cots are actually not the worst thing in the world if you're looking for just a way to bed down for a night and only bother with an average quality of sleep. A cot only weighs 6 encumbrance, so rather easy to carry around. I know, right? Yeah, I produce way too much content. Not to be foreboding, but I won't be doing this forever. So perhaps in the future, when I'm not able to stream anywhere near as much. Like, for example, one of the things, and this is just mostly for anybody who's watching and might be new, might be not familiar with why I play Zomboid so much. It's mostly just to pass the time as I save up for a down payment on a house. I'm a lot closer than I was when I started streaming, but I'm still not there yet. See, I have enough, like, you know, if you want to buy a house in the United States these days, you gotta have money for a down payment, which is a fucking lot of money that you have to have in liquid cash. But then you also want to have plenty of money after that in order to actually spend on building up the house itself. You don't want to take yourself broke on a down payment. I've been debt-free for a few years now, and I don't want to stop being debt-free. I don't want to, like, take out a new credit card just so that I can, you know, move into a new house sooner. So I'm just passing the time doing something that is a very, very, very cheap hobby. Zomboid doesn't cost me no money. No microtransactions here. No season passes, none of that bullshit. Just a lot of fun that happens to take a lot of time. And I'm good at tunnel visioning, so... But what that all goes towards is, of course, once I actually pull the trigger and become a homeowner, I'm not going to have a lot of time to stream video games. But I'll still stream sometimes, of course. I do. I'm here to build an audience. Whether I'll be very successful in that, I don't know. That's an open question. My main channel built an audience completely by accident. So if I ever actually try to put effort into it to make it happen, it might never happen. I swear I saw a single bed in here. You know what? That might be a... Sucks that I can't click on it. I would go around back to look in the window, but that's a lot of trees. Yeah, man, interest is just... I don't want to get too, religious or anything like that, but there's a reason that for several religions out there, usury is considered a sin. Not for all of them, though. And that's all I'm going to say on that. If you know, you know. If I had one of my handbags, I could do this. I don't know if I can do this. No, I probably can't do this all in one trip. So that's fine. Are we getting rain and fog at the same time? Now that's interesting. Wait a minute, hang on. If I drop 2 encumbrance of stuff. Yeah. He's right, you know. Okay, hang on. Okay, if I take those out, I can fit another piece directly in my backpack. Then I just need to drop some stuff. No, I cannot take the last piece. Yep, this is what happens when I don't have a backpack to use as a handbag. This is why I wanted to avoid getting a quad bed, but it is what it is. I'm just going to leave the parts on the ground here. And we'll come back with the ambulance. I believe the ambulance has got a little bit of spare room. The ambulance might not actually have a lot of room. Oh, no, it should. Okay, so the ambulance should have exactly 40. Because we did have a generator in it at one point. Yes, and we've also... Oh, yeah, we've got enough room. We've got enough room. Because we've blown a number of torches. That also means I'll have to do 2 trips up and down the stairs. But you know what else that means? That means I can probably sleep through this fog. We bring the bed upstairs, we deploy the bed, and then I just sleep right there and then. And then I will have, hopefully, some daylight to work with. Good weather to shoot in. If anybody's not familiar, you don't want to go shooting weapons in the fog. Guns. I like to call the fog no shooting gas. Because it just eats your bullets. Another problem, of course, is food. I didn't really set out with more than like a day and a half worth of food here. So we are going to run out of perishables in the not too distant future. It looks like the fog has cleared, so it's just rain now. So fun fact, I just feel like showing this off. Any vehicle can fit through double doors. Not always the best idea. It's not like we have a lot of maneuver room in there. But it's like, use the lobby as a ghetto garage, why not? Don't tell the devs this, but you can I could probably make a ghetto vehicle blockade so that they can't go up the stairs. That would take some finesse because we would want to be able to get through ourselves. And if there were a bunch of zombies down here trying to go up the stairs, then I would want to be able to shoot them without accidentally hitting my own light bar. So I wouldn't want to do it with a vehicle that I care about. So yeah, this is honestly, this is not a bad bedroom at all right here. It's behind it's 3 floors up, and then it's behind a door and a few windows. Really, it's just behind one door. That's the only door I can rely on, is that one up there. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so the lobby here. These are all solid doors. There's no windows in the main lobby here. Okay, so I'm actually behind 2 doors. Excellent. Just something to consider if I ever wanted to use the roof of this building as an elevated shooting position. I'm not 100% on that yet. Like I said, I'm not equipped for it at the moment, but even if I was... that's a lot of real estate to prevent, you know, zombies from coming in here and coming up the stairs. But in any case, I've got a bed that I can sleep in while we handle the checkpoint here. There you are. All right, so here's the checkpoint right before our current position. What I'm going to do is take one of these other vehicles home. I'm going to enjoy my ability to do this while I still can, because someday this is not going to be possible once gasoline spoilage is a thing, because of course we are coming up on our 1 year. Holy shit, we actually are technically past our 1 year anniversary according to the UI. Yeah, according to the UI. Now the UI in your info page here, your character info page, this counts every month as if it has 30 days. Right, so even though we're still, what is it, 6 days away, because it's July 3rd and the anniversary is July 9th, because the UI here counts it as 30 days to every single month. it gets increasingly off as time goes forward. So I have no need to bring this ambulance back. This ambulance can stay here. It is not going back in the other direction ever at this point. So there's really no point in bringing back most of this stuff. Not even the memorabilia, because no, we'll just establish a new one. Some of this stuff, yes, because like perishables, for example, I want cookware for. So we're taking this vehicle to get home with, and then we'll come back here with probably my heavy combat truck, and it'll probably tow one of the ammo step vans with it. Possibly the shotgun step van. We've about gotten to the point where I really want to start using shotgun. Aiming level 6, so it's not going to be optimal. I mean, you know. Ooh, these guys are backfill. I'm going to get out and shoot these guys real quick. Yeah, I don't want these guys coming up behind the building. Seven rounds. Yep, Dani is officially no longer a thick girl. We, if anybody was not watching where we were at previously with our weight, our last phase, what I like to do with my character's weight is we go into weight loss and weight gain phases. So right now we're in a weight loss phase, and we have been for a while because we actually got to 91 kilo, which is, don't do that. We started gaining weight because we were skin and bones for a little while there. But we gained too much weight, and then we ended up 80, like 90 something kilo, and that was not good. Once you understand exactly how to gain weight, you run the risk of becoming an absolute fatty, and there are objective measurable detriments to being a fatty. Same with skin and bones. In a perfect world, you'll keep your weight between 85 as the upper limit and 75 as the lower limit. It used to be differentiated by male and female, or there was placeholder code for that. It has all been removed. So men and women in this universe have exactly the same weight expectancies and the exact same caloric intake output thresholds, the exact same fat gain rate and burn rate. There is no sexual dimorphism when it comes to metabolism in this universe. Which, you know, I guess I kind of understand that from a game design standpoint, because I think there were some statistics. I don't remember where I heard this, but a lot of people play female characters in this game. I'm one of them. I find it more interesting to put myself in the head of somebody who's different from me. But I will be getting out and killing anybody who we run into with extreme prejudice, because I want this road clear. I'm going to start towing vehicles along it. See, in this world of equality and standards and whatnot, I feel like it's not a solid, I feel like it's not a mean thing to ask that when I go looking for a partner, that they not weigh more than me. I'm 6'4" and I weigh, well, I haven't actually checked my weight in a while. I actually do the weight gain and weight loss phases in real life. I think I'm in a, well, it's between doctor's visits. That's the only time I see a scale these days. Last I was at 230 something. I want to say 238. So I'm a little bit high for 6'4". Just a little bit. And it's definitely not muscle mass. When it comes to muscle mass, I have some nice arms. I'm actually kind of proud of my arms, but that's it. The rest of me definitely needs some work. A couple of years ago, I came up with a weightlifting regimen for specifically just to build up some appearance on my arms. But right at the, as soon as you go past the bicep, that's it. That's it. Nothing else. It's such a pretty jacket. I don't know if I'll ever use it, but I feel morally obligated to drop it. It's like a nice saturated cyan there. Okay, I have a curiosity here. So these concrete barriers currently seem to function as hard walls for everything except for vision. I don't remember if I've ever tried shooting over one. So this one is so long that if we try to, if we try to use walk 2 to get around it, we literally can't. So this lady here, she doesn't know how to get to me, so she's just standing there making impotent noises. But if I shoot, look at that, look at that. She's a free target. Now that's a bit OP. It's a shame I can't move these. That's really funny. Oh, I can move them. Okay, but if I do move them, they'll probably be attackable. Right, so pre-existing things like this are not attackable by zombies. If I were to move this, it would become attackable. I'm almost 100% sure of that. Oof, that's a yikes. That is a major yikes. Don't pull shoulder. I've had a shoulder muscle pull before. I've had a pulled muscle in the shoulder area, and that is that. The fact that it would affect so many body movements that you wouldn't necessarily expect it to. I had pulled a muscle in my back at one point, and I have a pretty good stretch regimen to keep my back in shape. Being a tall person, my back is subject to pain, and so I have a couple of exercises that I learned when I was in Taekwondo. They actually ease the back tension quite a bit. And I think we've linked up territory that's cleared at that point. It just depends on what else is going to come out of the woodwork after hearing my gunshots. I'm not going to sit around and wait for that. We got some back and forth to do here. For anybody joining, welcome. We are on our way in the Louisville direction. We're getting set up at the checkpoint. That's kind of the long and the short of it now. And I've already got my welding van delivered to the checkpoint, our staging ground up there. So I'm just getting some vehicles translated now. I will have clean roads. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. Okay, maybe a few buts. You know what? Step to the wrong neighborhood, son. American Tire here was surprisingly clean when we visited it early game. I usually see a huge swarm of zombies around it. How to get that crosshair. If you're not seeing a crosshair, you're probably not playing B42. This is B42. This is the unstable beta version of the game. So this version of the game we're playing here has a lot of problems, but it's what the devs are working on. If you just download the game and play the normal version, you'll get the older version. Yeah, B42. I have mixed feelings on the new aiming system. It's alright. I've learned all the silly quirks to it. Learning the silly quirks to it is a bit annoying. Like, for example, if I accidentally target this window here, you see how the window is nice and highlighted. What if the window is not, like, clearly on my screen? You'll see that if I'm aiming in this direction, I still get a red crosshair. But if I'm zoomed in this much, or, you know, you see how it's... my mouse crosshair is nowhere near it. But I can still accidentally aim at it just by aiming in this general direction. And I don't know if that's ever going to be solved. I think that's just a fundamental problem with it that's not going anywhere anytime soon. So we had a roast waiting for us. That takes care of the hunger. So, let's say I wanted to be the fiddler on the roof. We've got here a MSR-7T tactical rifle. I've actually never used one of these properly. I think I screwed around with one a little bit on Nora. But yeah, we're going to give this thing some attachments here. It can take a laser sight and a 8x. And a recoil pad. So I'll put one of each. So this fire truck right here is my combat vehicle. I call it heavy combat. It's where I store reloads for actively used calibers. So I've got a bunch of boxes of 357 for my Magnum here. I'm just going to straight up open 2 of those now because that's what I put in the bandolier. Nah, definitely not indestructible. Being tall is fun. It's not everything cracked up to be. There's a lot of people who assume that, and this is like, you know, we're getting into online discourse where terminally online people have strong opinions about things, but there's a subset of people out there who believe that if you're tall, you'll have no problem with the ladies whatsoever. And that is, as somebody who's 6'4", believe me when I say, there is so much more to it than that, that it's laughable every time I hear that. It's fucking laughable. Now, if you're talking about low effort strategies, if you're talking about, you know, going on Tinder for just the degenerate thing, yeah, you're probably going to do a little better if you're taller. But if you're talking about long-term relationships, people generally don't give a fuck about height at that point. Being tall is just it's a bonus to bringing people in. It is not a bonus to keeping people around. And that is of course the biggest thing I struggle with. I tend to be very interesting. I have absolutely no problem intriguing people for a short period of time, but I'm actually relatively easy to figure out. And so because of that, people get bored of me pretty fast. That's probably the thing that is working against me the most these days. But there's also other things about myself that I want to fix long before I go anywhere near the dating game again, so I'm not even really concerned about it right now. Of course, we've only got a small roast. I can't be going to a field base without some more cooking, so we're going to have to cook before we deploy. Let's start with rabbit. It's always a solid place to start here. Yep. Well, if you want to, there's other options for that now. If you want to be a Ozempic person, I would prefer not to be. So I'm mostly just making these out of leftovers here. Yeah, we're getting a 5-ingredient roast. I think we still have room for one more ingredient, but that's going to have to be... Yeah, let's just slap some rabbit in there. Let's, well, actually, I want to use up the rest of this fish. This fish is just about gone. I didn't even fish for the fish myself. That was from one of the stores. These herbs I grew myself. There we go. So I'm going to get those cooking. Meanwhile, while these are cooking, I'm going to try to gather some 762. 762 is one of those things that's 20 bullets to a box. I despise that, but it is what it is. We've got 6 over here. And 1 over here. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to do a military backpack full of 762 here. So this spare military backpack right here. 6 times 6 is a full backpack. And then in my loose ammo vehicle here. I think I just barely have room for that. Nope, not quite. Now I do. Three-quarters. This ambulance is my primary expedition vehicle, but what it currently has is not really relevant to establishing a combat position. There we go. Each of them came out to be 60. Hell yeah. 60 is exactly how much hunger you degrade in one day. I'm just going to take all those with me. Alright, so fire truck's trunk is full. Backpack is pretty loaded up. Let us take the shotgun van with us. The shotgun van, I believe, is going to be this one, the white one in the middle. You know, if I'm taking the shotgun van, I really should take the shotgun as well. I don't actually have a... Wait a minute, this is not the shotgun van. This is the half shotgun, half M16 van. Oh, I'm tempted. I'm tempted. But no, I went through the effort of bringing the shotgun van down here. It's the other white one then. Oh yeah, no, hiking is a lot of fun if you can, if you don't have, hiking is an amazing activity for a high trust society. Living where I live, there's probably nothing to be concerned about, but in the vast majority of other places right now, that is not a very advisable thing. I would never really particularly recommend it. It all depends on how safe you feel on public transport. If you feel safe on public transport by yourself, then you can probably hike by yourself, but there's that extra layer, of course, where you're on public transport, there's other people around. That's not something I'm usually programmed to think about. What are we short on? I feel... Oh, shotgun, right. Shotgun is... Would like to start with a fresh one if I have it. I know I do. Yes, I do. So, ammo straps, red dot sight, and I think that's it. Yeah. We don't have a lot of options for the JS3T Tactical. And I've always felt that to be a little meh. Wasn't the biggest fan. And of course we don't have any spare ammo straps right now. I wish I knew what happened to my other pair of ammo straps. But I have literally only 2 on this character. But the other pair, so the one pair of ammo straps that I know I have is on the L92 carbine. I'm going to go ahead and take that off and put it on the shotgun. I feel like right now, based on the loadout I'm putting together, I'm more likely to use the shotgun than I am the L92 until we're in cleanup mode. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Off we go. Now that's, don't even have sidewalks. That's unfortunate. This feels surprisingly weak. I'm gonna pump the tires. A little bit of effort now will save us a lot of bit of time later. I'm not just pumping the tires, I'm doing a trick. When it feels weak on towing, and it's a tow that I know it can do, then I will pump the tires all the way to full, and then take them off and put them back on again. Don't ask me why, but we're getting an entire extra point of wheel friction for taking the tires off and putting them back on again. Truly an IT solution. My tires don't have enough friction. Did you try taking them off and putting them back on again? Oh, all the tires on this thing are great. Of course they are. This is the shotgun step van. The overall condition is like 96 something. I put all of my best stuff on here. Alright, so that should make things a little easier. Let's see how it feels now. That feels a little better. I'll get up to third. That's the most important thing. You can cue tire inflate actions. Oh, I really wish I knew that. It's a little bit less clicking of the keyboard. No less clicking of the mouse, unfortunately. Of course, I decided to discharge here. Yeah, definitely not a very good shot for the new rifle. Having an 8x scope on it, and having rain and having fatigue, not a good test. I guess I found all the zombies that would have been bothering me at the whatchamacallit, American Tire here. They're now bothering me long into the future. We're looking into the future, Chuck. I am about 500 experience away from the next level of aiming. We have indeed read the book. But alas, even with the book, it is quite a difficult skill. If I could make room for target shooter on a new character in the future, I will absolutely weigh the pros and cons of that, now that target shooter is just a standalone, I believe it's a 4-pointer, to just get a +1 to aiming. That is, if I can sneak that into my build somehow, I will absolutely be weighing that heavily in my considerations. For our current character, I couldn't make it happen, because I was determined to try a fire officer. Yeah, yeah. Seeing as I'm overloaded as much as humanly possible here. Well, I am definitely loaded. There's a few things I could do to be more overloaded. We're not doing any hand carry stuff. So what I'm thinking about right now is if I can sleep tonight peacefully, and then tomorrow morning we have good weather. I'm thinking we're starting our fiddler on the roof sniping opportunities here. That's what I'm feeling. But the weather's going to tell us what to do in that regard. Perhaps I should do what, any reasonable person would do. Maybe we could check the weather. We are in the correct channel. Really? Does rain actually affect friction? I have no... I knew that it did something. I never really understood the effect. Not always advisable to do this if you're towing. I think I can pull it off. Get it, pull it off because I'm towing it down the tracks. Hardy har har. 5 or 2-0 automated broadcast system. Knox power grid blackout. 57F, minimum 49, max 63. Mild wind from the northwest, some clouds. Period of weather expected to light to moderate rain. Tomorrow, blah, blah, blah. Next message is what I'm looking for. Mild wind, clear skies, I think that's what that SZZT was. Light fog, yay! Weather period predicted to end in the night. Okay, we're fucked for tomorrow. I think we might be fucked tomorrow, boys. Light fog is... that's all it takes to make sniping a non-starter. Tiresome. Truly tiresome. Dental plan. Dental plan. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna sleep right now. It's pretty early to sleep, but I'm gonna sleep right now because then I can get rid of the fatigue. Yeah, no, that I haven't even seen the whole episode. Just that particular scene. I have no idea why, but yeah, that one is 100% rent-free. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and sleep now. Shut up the fatigue, and I want to take this building right to next to me, the rail logistics building, because if I clear that, then we might get access to some welding rods, and we can make this building more defensible. We're only an hour early for bedtime anyway, so we're mostly on track. Run your fucking mouth again, bitch. Sorry, I don't respond well to aggressive shouts. I heard somebody yelling at somebody outside, but they seem to be done. I also forgot that my welding van is right here, so I have an entire... most of my welding rod fortune is right here in front of me. So if I want to patch this building up so that every single window is barred up completely, that is a relatively easy task because we have all of those vehicles full of or burned wrecks just right down the road. Oh, that's painful right there. I mean, even on normal loot, I did not come out of there with too many. It's kind of sad that I did not come out of there with too many. As a fire officer, I deeply enjoy those. So we got 2 of these garage doors open here. What's up, homie? I feel like in the past this building would have been a lot worse, but we've got early game spawns in here. Lots of railroad spike pullers here. The loading screen directly references rail yards as being a place to find quote-unquote heavy tools. So I would be very interested to see if we come across a sledgehammer on one of these shelves. No idea if that's actually possible, but the reference to heavy tools gave him, that activated my almonds when I saw the word heavy tools. What are the crates? Oh, they're all welding stuff too. Okay. We're not disregarding these cardboard boxes. I don't know if I've ever seen welding equipment in a cardboard box before. This is new to me. I think railroad spike pullers are long blunt. I know there's a group of notable size around the corner. I believe they're all outside the building, though. I would like to verify that before we start any engagements here. And any engagements I do will just be blade work. I do not want to be summoning anybody from the checkpoint just yet. That's why you guys may have noticed I haven't shot anything for a little while in this area. That is quite deliberate. Don't want to be bringing anybody out of the checkpoint just yet. And yes, that is an electric blower forge. I get the feeling that those are going to be useful for something else someday. Today is not that day. Dub rods, give me that. Hatchet. Another crucible. We have a lot of those now. I don't have any spare bags on me right now, and that's a bit of a skill issue. Usually I'm better prepared than that. But as a fluke of me trying to keep my combat kits light, we actually have no spare bags of any sort, not even trash bags. That's alright. I have cleared what I wanted to clear from this particular building. I'm going to designate a propane tank, one of the full ones in here, as a refill tank. Let's get myself some light that isn't my flashlight. And we picked up a lot of torches that need to be refilled. Hell, there's 15 empty torches in here. I can straight up delete a couple of propane tanks from the lineup here. If anybody's not familiar, the ratio is one full propane tank will fill about just over 7 torches. And I think we've got, what, like a third of the tank right now? It's half something. So I'm going to bust out the rest of this tank here. And basically we're just refilling torches that we used on the way here to clear the road, for the most part. Except for this torch here that's half full. And now we can straight up delete this tank because Yeah, 7 torches. And there's a teeny bit left in this tank. I'm just going to use it to top up this torch that's like only a little bit full. And the reason I'd like to do this is because propane is currently more efficiently stored in torches than propane tanks. The dry weight of the propane tank just adds a lot of dead weight to it. Oh, shit. It hit one of the empty ones. Oh, well. Okay, let's go ahead and wipe out the Zeds that are on this side of the fence over here. Wipe them out with extreme prejudice. Lots of these Zeds would have been here probably early game when I first came to sneak into the checkpoint and steal a few things. Quick bite. So right here is a little hole that we made in the fence. It is going to be one of the only holes that the zombies can use to reach us if we were to take up a fiddler on the roof position. We can turn that to our advantage to a certain extent here. So, just because we have an elevated position does not mean that we are not going to get inefficient shots from trees being in the way. So I'm going to catch my second sleep. Tomorrow is probably going to be focused on clearing some trees. Now, if we have bad weather the day after, I'm probably going to call the stream for there because We'll need some warm-up activity tomorrow anyway. So I don't know if the weather report, look at how pathetic this is. See how wide that crosshair is? Literally no point in trying to take that shot. There's no sniping, no sniping while that fog is here. After all the days of good weather, too. I'm just gonna leave the gun here, there's no point. Yeah, I want to say that it does. But it was what concerned me was the note that I heard that said weather period is expected to end in the night. I think it was talking about the rain. It better have been talking about the rain. Yeah, I'm almost 100% sure it was talking about the rain, so that's good. I'm going to go ahead and armor up. It's not like this armor is particularly heavy. It's just a little bit inconvenient, and it will depress, or it will stress us if we sleep in it, so. But otherwise, our protection levels are 40% or above for the entire body on bite. 80s and 90s for a scratch. But yeah, we're mostly just going to be meleeing today. How is my sword? Sword's great. Yeah, we're just going to melee for a little bit. I'm going to go get the axe as well. And we'll clear any trees that may prevent shooting. There's a spare sword and axe is in the glove. I don't suspect that I'm going to need the sledgehammer. I'm going to put it in there anyway. As long as it doesn't over-encumber me, we're good. So so it's always talking about precipitation there. Good. Good, 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 good. That's not good. This is always a consequence of me starting my streams early in the day. I happen to be starting something interesting in the evening, as I currently am. It's now 7 p.m. local time. I'm just surprised that there's this many folks who are interested in watching Zomboid streams on Friday nights. Usually when I don't see a lot of afternoon viewers, I usually expect the evening viewers to drop off. But I guess Friday nights are a difficult to define thing these days. Definitely isn't what it used to be. Everybody used to always go out on Friday nights. Alright, so what this is going to be one situation where I actually intentionally clear up a lot of foliage on fences. I don't often bother with clearing up like wall vines and stuff like that. But in this case, it does actually get really annoying when you're trying to shoot through the fences. Oh, he's all the way up there. I don't really care about that. This is probably going to stress me out. Now this one I can nail her. I do have one weapon that can go through, I can go through, fences like this without having to shoot. Of course, this won't. Ooh, nice. Dude. Nice. Oh, I forgot that that's a thing. Okay, so these sandbags, when they first come up to the fence, they're going to flip over that, and that's almost a free kill with a knife. Even at, like, what am I, short blade level 1.9? Yeah. Now, okay, here's the thing. I'm gonna intentionally let him swipe. Well, if he's not gonna take the shot. Damn it. I wanted to see if zombies can actually hit you through fences. If they're doing the little lunge thing. I've never challenged that. So it might not seem like these wall vines are of any consequence to us when we're getting close like this. See how they fade away? But for long distance shooting, they do not fade away. So for long distance from like the rooftop, this would just all look like a big old blur of green. So we're getting ahead of that now. Let's try it again here. No, he didn't go for it, so easy kill. Alright, so 11 a.m. and it didn't start easing up. That's not a very good sign. Fog usually starts easing up like an hour or so before it goes away. Oh, I can do that with the axe. I should probably use the hatchet for that. So yeah, this is the little hole that we made to come in here and ninja some stuff. Oh, okay. It won't open because of that tree. Now it should open. How many we got? 4? I can handle this. And we've got a fallback space if I can't. Yeah, I mean, especially the interiors of buildings. I know, the silly arguments about multiplayer and being able to peek into people's bases. I'm really tired of hearing that, personally. I'm really tired of hearing multiplayer problems in single player. Like, they killed Spread of Fire, they killed Crafting Menu without pulling stuff into your inventory. Now they've killed peeking into buildings from anything other than point-blank range, what are they going to kill next? The griefers in multiplayer are somehow ruining my experience, even though I'm not playing multiplayer. Isn't that fucking hilarious? I've espoused many times why it's not a fun idea to play survival crafting games like this just on open servers that anybody can join. But now, because people are doing that, and they're complaining to the devs about certain things being annoying that other players are doing to them, we all get to suffer for it. And I'm not the biggest fan of that. Because they're dealing with those annoying players by removing very useful things for the rest of us. I do hope this ends up being a useful activity. I'm going to feel very sad if the entire checkpoint is actually no useful. Or, I'm sorry, not useful. The entire checkpoint is actually not as populated as I expect it to be. But if we look at it from a distance now, that is a clean-looking fence. Yeah, heavy fog at noon. If it doesn't start clearing up by 1300, we have it all day. This is a situation where if I really wanted to fast forward, I would consider just popping some sleeping pills, but I don't have my forward med kit because my ambulance that has all the extraneous bags of stuff is still back at the gas station. That's alright. I'm going to go ahead and get to work on barricading the windows of Freight and Logistics here, because we should have absolutely no problem whatsoever doing that. But that does mean the sledgehammer gets put away, and the axe. And my axe. So all three of the vehicles that I have here right now, none of them have a lot of room in them. I suppose the ambulance is closest to having room. Ooh, it might be clearing up. Maybe that's Cope. I think it's clearing up. Hang on, let me fast forward a second. Yes, it's clearing up. Okay. So by 1400 we should be clear. Nothing has changed. I still want to get the windows barricaded. Now this is pod racing. It's lifting. It's lifting. Alright. So, as y'all may recall, we welded a whole bunch of burned wrecks apart up here, which means we are absolutely loaded with, steel bars and steel rods and stuff, and we're just going to dump a bunch of those directly into the trunk. Or directly in my inventory, whatever works. And in multiples of 3, these are barricaded windows. So that's about half of a day to work with. Since the days are a little bit longer, we have daylight for a little bit longer now. So we got rods for 4 windows. We're about to have bars for 1 window. As far as I know, there's no functional difference between them. But if there was, steel bars would probably be the best. We have a literal billion of steel rods in duffel bags back at base. But those are allocated elsewhere. $17 and 4, that's 21, that's 22 here. That's fine. So now I feel like I'm going to be a little bit lazy with our defenses, just a little bit. I know that sounds like not a very good idea, but there's a lot of windows in this place. I would prefer to just blockade the doors on the... yeah, I'm just going to blockade the doors because we discovered that these here... I'm just going to put steel on both sides of them. What do we got? 4 steel sheets, perfect. I suppose if I just barricaded the front-facing windows here, and then these extra ones here are to make sure that nobody slips in to the side. Yeah, that right there, that's going to take a minute for them to get through. And I think it makes a special, or this should make a different noise. We should hear a different noise when they're slapping that. So that would be 12 steel rods if I wanted to do just the front there. Perfect. It's probably the equivalent of a kitty fence, but it will work. Alright, now let us remove the welding related things from my backpack. Just put them over here for now. Let's have a bite to eat because we're hungry. My dogs are hungry. M16 goes into the backpack. And this backpack full of cartons of 762 shall be going upstairs with us. The entire backpack. And I'm about to live out one of my Dawn of the Dead 2009 fantasies here. Just we're gonna bring a nice comfy chair up to the roof here, and we're gonna get some sniping. The rifle itself is... Did I drop it? I think I dropped it. No, there it is. Here's my comfy chair. Alrighty. So we're going to start by opening a carton, and then all 12 boxes in the carton, we're going to open them up, put the bullets into my backpack. So that is 240 rounds. So we're operating on a 4+1, that's 5 shots at a time. And it looks like our opening shot is just going to be something to lure them in our direction, because we can't actually target them from this far away. So let us do the shooting in the air, shall we? And let us see what that brings down upon us. I'm going to close the door. Just a slight extra layer of protection. Oof, that's a pretty long distance. And yet I still nailed them. I feel like I got a little lucky. I'm going to chill for a second. Wow, look at that. It's like the zombies had an off button. A lot of them just stopped bothering. Alright, we need to focus on those who actually managed to escape containment here. We did this to ourselves with the little hole we made in the fence. I am not very concerned about the fence up there, because we are far enough away from it. Hey, look at that! There's a ghillie suit asshole right there. Wonder how he likes it. We're about to snipe his ass. If you're not familiar with deep Zomboid lore, the ghillie suit guys are people who sniped civilians, assuming that the civilians were infected. But that was rather controversial, because I think there was never any confirmation of that. They just sniped people. On my previous character, I only discovered the glory of this building after we had already cleared a good chunk of the checkpoint. Now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to fall back really quick and just hide, line of sight them. Just for like, I don't know, a minute or two here. And the reason I'm doing this is because if they lose line of sight of me, I think that's going to stop them from slapping the fence. Some of them have stopped. Some of them are very, very dead set on slapping that fence. Get it? Dead set, because they're zombies. I'm going to just peep the other side here. Make sure we're not inviting undue attention that I didn't catch before. Yeah, see, look at that. See how a lot of them have stopped thumping and are now kind of moving around? I want to keep that happening so that they do not get caught up completely on blowing away one corner of the fence. So I'm going to focus now on the conga line down here. Oh, wow. Oh, I did not. Okay. That's not good. That's very not good. That's not good at all. Okay. So we had fun, but they will make short work of those barricades if I let them. I didn't realize we had that many. Yeah, so the lack of visibility goes both ways here. I think we are, this is why I carried around the M16. I predicted this as a possibility. I actually might melee these guys. It looks threatening, but it's not insurmountable. Hey, look at that. I wanted to snipe the sniper. But I guess fate disagreed with me this time. Fatigue just hit. I'm not accepting that. I'm not accepting that. We have coffee, and we're gonna need it. I'm very interested as to why they didn't feel the need to break the glass. I'm guessing that zombies, now that they lost track of me, and because they lost track of me, they didn't see fit to break the glass. Neat. That's actually very neat. I expect to see some broken barricades up here, but we'll find out. Good on sharpen. Okay, yeah, we have a few broken barricades. That is expected. They never broke the inner barricade, though. Okay, I don't think I can sword all of these guys. Split them up just a little bit. And I've got a replacement sword on my belt. As soon as this sword needs to be sharpened, I'm just going to drop it. Come back for it later. Now, I could have gotten ahead of the fact that some zombies had gotten a lot closer than I expected them to. And they were in the, No, that doesn't work. Can't poke through my own barricade. I could stick a sword through that. What's going on here? What's going on here, Indie Stone? Where's my thrust button for the sword? Yeah, I'm just going to drop the sword. We'll sharpen it later. Yeah, you're right about one thing. Negotiations are short. And blame the bandana for that round of overheating. It's only 70 Fahrenheit. I kind of want to plug the gap now. We have a throwaway vehicle that can do that. I have the technology. But I'm going to need to do it, like, now before more of them come through. So that hole that I made with my sledgehammer. Alrighty. Just brought the sword out. Shit. That's not good. God damn it. Hang on, I got a plan here. Damn it! Didn't work. I didn't get close enough. I actually got stopped up there. Well. Hold on, I think I might have blocked them. Yeah, no. No, they're just blocking each other. Fuck. Am I breaking out? What am I doing? God, this is, I think we can M16 this. Yeah, we're gonna have to M16 this. That is the best course of action right now. We're gonna need more M16 mags. Not my best opener. 24. Nine rounds. You know what? You know what? I left the rifle here. Let's do the thing. I can't do the thing if I'm going to get interrupted like this. So we've got a long range option, and a medium range option, and a super long range option. There's more coming through the rail yard than I expected. I don't mind this. I don't. Not at all. I think we've got a, I mean, the roof helps. Believe me, the roof helps. But we don't have to be on the roof to make this work. Interesting, they broke this door. But there's nobody in there. Gotta fall back a little bit. I don't want them to... I don't want to be too close to them so that they're, oh, fuck off. That's not... Getting actually some pretty bad shots there. Now, the car is having an interesting effect. I left it running. And because I left the car running, it is actually attracting their attention. But that is... I don't know if I want to call that a good thing or a bad thing. It is just a thing right now. Ah, there's another black backpack there. Oh, I want that. Let me finish what I started here. Mission success. Falling back. That's all. I just had to get a little closer, and now they can't get through there. That does not mean they cannot eventually make their own holes somewhere else. Definitely don't want that anytime soon. We never lost any condition on the rifle. The what is that? MSR-70 is still fantastic. We have had no windows or doors broken on this side. We got one trying to force entry here. Now, what I could have done differently here, and I kind of wish I had done, is I could have built an overhang that would allow me to shoot down on all the entrances down here. All that would have required me to do is build like a... What the fuck? Oh, boys, they... Oh! Oh, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Oh! Watch this one in the right-hand corner here. Watch them very carefully. Do you see that? Did you see that? Did you see that? They can go under cars now. Not just as crawlers, but they just turn into crawlers. Just to arbitrarily go around. Okay. Yeah. Cars to block movement is not a thing anymore. At all. Ever. Now that they can do that, it's over. It's completely over. You can't block anything with cars anymore. Wasted time to try. We are sick. I'm putting the respirator on. That's probably part of why we are overheating. But yeah, we're not doing, we can't do roof activities anymore. Shouldn't have dropped the rifle. Wouldn't it be amazing if I could shoot the wheels? But I have no way of specifically targeting them. What is she hitting? I wonder if they're vulnerable when they're coming out of the crawl state. I'm curious if I can turn this into any sort of silver lining. I'm going to drop the rifle for a moment and try this with the M16. Probably not more vulnerable than they otherwise would be as a crawler. Yeah, that's not going to work. Can't shoot the fires. Four rounds. Oh, thanks for the heads up. Yeah, we're coming to the, so I'm not going to be able to continue, beyond tomorrow, unfortunately. Tomorrow morning we'll have to call the stream, due to YouTube time limits. I appreciate Renzo for reminding me. I was getting a little tunnel vision there, because, well, this is, I can't say this isn't fun. Got a few multi-hits there. They're condensed enough for it. I'm going to do a thing. Got my fire truck right over here. I'm going to take something that I've been carrying around for a long time, but I haven't had a good opportunity to use. I carry around a set of battery-powered floodlights, and this is a perfect occasion for it, now that the darkness is closing in a little bit. What I'm going to do is turn on the headlights here, and then place the floodlights here. This is making me tempted to turn full auto on. I don't think I've ever done it before. I've literally never fired an M16 on full auto. But that massive human, or formerly human flesh up there is tempting me. I'm gonna give it a shot. Why not? In the spirit of trying new things. Sometimes it's still semi. My zombie senses were tingling. That was a bit wasteful. Now, there's still plenty in the checkpoint. Do not let the slowdown here confuse you. There are still plenty of them out there, but the ones that were congregated in this area to begin with, at least those have been dealt with. I don't have a good home for these magazines. I'm just going to drop them here for the moment. We will be going back to semi. Two jams in a row. I think next trip back and forth, we are absolutely getting a fresh M16 to work with. I mean, this, we've repaired it once. We got it to like 70, 80%. Alright, so we're at 11 hours and 51 minutes. Here's how I'm going to draw this current fight to a close. I'm going to leave these floodlights running. But what I'm going to do is actually just run up here. Just further up this side. And, just make some noise up here. I don't know how effective this will be. This may actually be counterintuitive. But, if I make some noise up there, I am hoping that it will leave people who don't see me immediately. It'll leave them going in that direction. I don't know, though. I don't know how effective that'll be. You see how some of them are following the noise, like that guy right there with the where the crosshair is. Some of them are taking the bait, but there's another factor to that. Since they can path around the fence now, because they're capable of pathing around the fence. Then because they're capable of pathing around the fence, they don't or that horn honk may have encouraged some of them to actually go all the way around the fence. So. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so we are now winding down operations. I'll find something to do as an overnight task. As we can see, our inner barricades have not been touched. And that is exactly what I am happy to see. That means that we are still multiple doors in for this sleeping spot, so this is not the safest thing to do. Don't ever try this on Extinction, because of course zombies can open doors in Extinction. You see, again, I'm always thinking about ways of making Extinction bearable. It's every single idea that I have would just make it so slow. Everything I would have to do would have to be so ungodly tediously slow. Like, I mean, fences are the best way to deal with sprinters. So everywhere I would go, I would have to be ready to build fences. That's kind of how I would feel about it. And, I mean, God, that would make everything slow. So I don't know how I feel about any of that nonsense. After hearing the interview today, I am pretty much 95.8% sure that I will never touch Extinction. Which is sad, because I wanted to engage with it